permission, by the will, or by the name of Allah. That preposition phrase, by the will of Allah, is pointing back to Jesus. It's not pointing to Allah. You see what I'm saying? Or else it's a nonsensical statement.
I don't know what you're saying. When it's pointing to Jesus and not Allah?
Okay, if I say I go to the store, buy bus, right? The buy the bus is additional information of what I did. So Jesus is the one who created the birth.
Hi, excuse me, moderators, if I could get put in the queue, I feel like this is a total waste of time and people are trying to like figure out how to use the English language to be effective in their communication, so just put me in the queue. Thanks, mods.
You'll be in the queue. No, you buy the bus and buy the will of God. These are not analogous, bro. Buy the will of God means if God is not religion, we can't do it. That's the simple, that is the logical form of the sentence.
So, and there will be more things like that come out. Is by the will of God a prepositional phrase?
Is it a prepositional phrase? What?
Yeah. And so, additional information to the subject or object.
That definitely gives additional information to the action of the subject, yeah.
Hold on. Can you say Jesus created the bird from clay and have pertinent information but less than if you added by the will?
Hey, mods, if you could put me in the queue again, I think when people are asking, you know, is this a prepositional phrase, things like that, people are trying to figure out how to speak English here, so put me in the queue. Thanks, mods.
Yeah, that's a good point, John. But anyway, well, listen, man, prepositional phrases and all that shit, I learned that when I was in like 3rd grade, man. You expect me to remember? This is what I know about logical forms of a sentence. Right? They have a subject, and they have a predicate, and they have qualifiers.
That's fucking more than I know.
I don't need a logic class. So now the thing is, talk to the Freeman, man.
I don't care. I'm not doing a big class. Bro, you know nothing about logic, bro.
Dude, I know way more logic than you, man.
Listen, there's no way you know more about logic. There's no way you know more about logic. You're a Muslim. Stick to the argument. I don't want a logical class.
Okay, stick to the argument. Stick to the argument. Why are you crashing out? I'm talking to Freeman.
Talk to the argument.
Look, by the finger of God, right? These things happened in the Bible, right? And in the Quran, it's all by the will of Allah. Nothing can happen without the will of Allah. And that these are all by the will of Allah. It's just like, bro. Like,
yeah, but you're missing the point.
You will see in your own scripture there is nowhere where Jesus claims divinity.
They have to flatten it. When it says by the will of Allah, we don't have enough information to know what that will is. Okay, if he causes me to die by his will, right? I still need to know that first part causes me to die. The first part by the will of Allah is that Jesus is the one, hold on, let me finish. Jesus is the one who performed the miracle. Okay, Jesus is the one who performed the miracle. What I'm trying to show is that that's a distinction between other miracles in the Quran. When Moses used to stop on the ground.
Distinct from another miracle.
Okay, so you claim that when Prophet Jesus, peace be upon him, Prophet Isa, peace be upon him, did these miracles, it doesn't mean like it's by the permission of Allah, even though it says by the will of Allah, which means permission. But anyway, in Surah Al-Baqarah, which is Surah 2, verse 67 to 73, it explains that Prophet Moses, peace be upon him, raised up the dead by the will of Allah. So he did even miracles like Prophet Isa, peace be upon him. So what's your point? If you want to take references from the Quran that Prophet Isa, peace be upon him, did this and did that, so Prophet Moses, like I told you before, these are called miracles. It's not like something have to do anything with divinity, unless it's been done by the will of Allah. That's it.
Anyway, yes.
Well, the will of Allah doesn't save you in this. It doesn't save you in this case. You're sticking to a quick. Chill out. Stop, bro. What is wrong with this thing? This is the reason why I don't like engaging.
Christian reading, bro.
Right. Be quiet, because I'm not putting in any Christian reading. So just theology insists that Allah does not enter creation or take a physical form. So every time Allah breathes into Adam, Mary, etc., or life being given within creation, it must be mediated by a created being, Gabriel, Jesus, or another vessel. Okay, so the Quran cannot simply say that Allah did it directly because that would contradict his transcendence. Instead of giving life, always happens through a secondary means or actors. So basically, it needs to be done by Isa because Allah cannot do it. He must give permission to something else for him to do it because he cannot do it in his own.
Okay, you're wrong. The Quran says explicitly.
You guys did this. You guys did this here to
listen,
not me.
Listen. Quran says explicitly that Allah says
Give me the verse.
that he.
Give me the verse.
Okay,
I need the verse.
Give me the verse. Okay, give me a second.
Hello?
You did this Islamic, you did this.
Nuggus.
Hello, moderators, put me in the queue.
You know me, I'm
Put me in the queue. I want to talk about Prophet Muhammad.
Last time I entered Magneto's room, he kicked me out.
That was 3 weeks ago.
Please don't
That
mod
was
him
3
now.
weeks ago.
Please don't kick him out.
Listen.
Don't mock him. He doesn't need to be mocked.
Mod,
Big argument, bro.
Okay, I got you there.
This is a big waste of time.
I do want to.
Surah Yasin.
You're all wasting your
I
time.
had 5 Muslims modded in my last room. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, let's not do it. It's gonna be fair.
Why do you kick me out?
Let's be
Oh,
fair.
no.
Why you gotta kick me out? I was in the audience, right?
Because you were doing
I wasn't even on
Jesus.
stage.
You were doing
Yo,
blasphemy on Jesus.
I wasn't
You
even
were
on
doing
stage.
blasphemy on Jesus.
I wasn't even on stage.
About it.
I
This
wasn't.
guy have to be a mod. He would never mod me in any group that he's in.
Be quiet. I'm saying I wasn't even on stage. I was in the audience, and I gave Zanera a thumbs up.
Like, hey, something's not right here, and eventually leaving the organization.
But hold up. Sorry, didn't Kelly help her or something like that? If you want, excuse me, Leah Remini's
Yeah.
Stupid.
Netflix.
See, nobody's stupid though. Everybody plays their little role.
The priest family is killed, right?
That's not my original one. I think Mike recommended that one.
Sarah Doolin?
That wasn't my original. My original was killing, confession, and then conundrum. What do I do? And then
To get me to not talk about it. Well, I don't want people to think that I'm obsessed with Obsidian's one, so let me shriek off in the shadows. No, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. No. Everybody knows I'm not obsessed with your former land whale of a woman. Probably has more.
Oh my god, man. Why do people come to Clown House to get so angry? What a waste of time.
But it's stupid.
You know, I record Clubhouse a lot, and I record a lot of gossip and a lot of drama, you know, and then when sometimes I record some really high value stuff, I go, God, all that stupid drama and gossip is such a waste of time. I cannot believe how it draws people in like a candle and a moth. It's unbelievable. When there's friction, people get, you know, their dopamine gets excited or creates. So it's like, people are coming here to try to fill a void in their life by having, you know, heated debates about
Why
nothing.
do you always have to psychoanalyze shit? You know, if you were a doctor, like you can't be psychoanalyzing people online without actually like, you know, giving them an evaluation. So I don't know why you try to psychoanalyze me, bro. You're online recording people. I don't even
No, I don't edit. I don't edit them. I just click live, stream.
Listen,
That's it.
I'm live. I'm here now. I don't care about what I said last week. I'm moving on.
No. What I'm trying to say is nobody actually, nobody cares.
Report me anytime you want.
Magneto, what I'm trying to say is nobody cares about what you have to say now, and nobody cares what you had to say 2 weeks ago, or 6 months ago, or 3 years ago, or 5 years ago. No one cares what you're actually talking about because everybody thinks it's a waste of time.
About what you're saying right now, bro. That's why I'm in this room. So, Doc, can you speak for yourself? How about that? Why don't you speak for the person that you are? There's like 7 sentient bodies in this room right now who all live their own life. We don't know you. We don't really want to know you. Right? I don't like when people come in a room and just act like they know us. I never talked to you in my life. You don't know the first thing about me. So why would you say we don't care about what Magneto has to say? One of the reasons I come in here. Anyway,
No, I'm just saying these are my observations over many years now. And they're not just psychoanalyses. This is actual, literal. Just nobody cares about what Barth does on here. Nobody cares about what all these Muslims say on here. No one cares.
Ignoring what I just said, which means I should ignore what you're saying in turn.
Feel free to ignore what I have to say, but if you're smart, you might not ignore what I'm telling you because I'm trying to help you wake up.
Hear your voice.
Now you're projecting. Now you're projecting.
Can we get back to the room topic? Is that
okay with
you?
So now, right?
What's his name now on the app?
Hey, what up?
Yeah.
We're getting a shooting a shot range.
Isn't there a O? Isn't it NGO?
Oh, is it? Okay, hold on, let me get this. Yeah.
Something like
Jack, would you ever date a Jewish girl and make love to a Zionist?
I already did that.
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
Wow. So you really want to?
I'm not a Zionist, but.
What? Why wouldn't you make love to a beautiful Zionist? You would honestly turn. Yeah, I live stream myself on YouTube.
And genocide by doing that. Do you really want it to happen?
Yeah, don't you want to keep fighting? Why would you want to make sweet love to a beautiful Jewish woman Zionist who loves you?
To end genocide.
There's a lot of people out there, I don't know why they'd be stuck with just that option, bro.
Don't worry, Jack. The two people watching my YouTube channel won't tell you to click a terrorist support.
Oh, she is fucking done and she fucked with the wrong bitch. Oh my god. I'm sorry, she's talking about my fucking ex that committed suicide. My fucking ex is in the fucking room, okay? I'm sorry, it's Jack. We all know this, okay? Everyone on this fucking app knows this. She just went ahead and murdered Jack out of the entire storyline. This bitch is nuts. She went crazy. You see, your ex committed suicide. Fuck you, fucking ugly. Fuck this Pakistani whore. Pakistani.
Who's Pakistani, by the way?
Who was talking about it? Just a lot of drama, I think.
Yeah, you did. This chick last is unhinged. She's got mental issues. Just, I'm like,
I don't really know her, but bigger than all of it.
Okay, but does someone have John added? Because we need to fuck with him too.
yeah.
What's his account? What's his new account?
I don't know. He has me blocked, so.
Well, it's John. Are you talking about the Iranian John?
Yeah.
You know, that's not that kid, man. He's a widow.
Who's John? Why did
He's a Shia, man. He's a fucking.
He's a Rafida. It doesn't matter. Even if they're not practicing, they're still Rafida at the end of the day. You can't get rid of it. It's like a fucking stench on them.
Yeah. He does. He does have them type of attributes.
Over.
Who's John? Why did you add me?
We've got another Shia down there. His name is Ali Ahmed. Oh, he's gone.
I'm gonna go put the link in their room.
Big Spock 3 code 45.
Yeah, why that PTO?
Oh, because I was getting Shivani to sing, you know the one that's like,
Me amor.
yeah. I was getting him to
But
sing.
guy, you see that guy? Yeah, he's the biggest legend.
I could go for a workout.
Amazing. I do Rafa, yeah. Rashid Taha better though.
Shit, Hasni's a legend. I ask people I know about music. Sorry.
He is. Okay. Thank you. I love you.
Yeah.
This bitch went on.
I fucking
This is
car alarm is going off.
the one.
I like that.
I'm joking. Oh, yo.
I don't know why the thing that I do have a photo with Soldier, but it was a troll photo. It was a troll photo, bro.
You're gonna need to do that to defend yourself over that. The only reason why she said it is because Jack's in the room because she has a crush on Jack. Like, we all know this. The only reason why she brought up Palestine in Israel is because of that.
Wait, who do I put on chat?
Last.
I don't know who that is.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Very big time. Hey.
I'm so sad with everybody shitting on me on this app. It's been crazy. Everybody shitting.
I mean, why would they want to shit on you, man?
Fatima, I don't have any issue with you, but the thing is, I know that maybe in the past you've said some stuff to people. And
Wait. What did you just say, Yael, before I left the room? What did I say?
Something about how you had a crush on.
Oh, yeah, we all know. Yeah, she has a crush on Jack. And the other reason why, as soon as Jack came in the room, she started talking about Israel and Palestine. It's so obvious. It's so disingenuous. Like, we literally said,
Hold on. Can I say something to Roy? Can I say something?
Wait, are you guys saying that Last has a crush on Jack? Yes, 100%. She reamed out Melissa yesterday, too. It was crazy. For talking to him. I don't think so. But, Galen, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I know. I was gonna ask you. When I went into the room before this Mako was addressing me, my friends that were sitting in the room. When I left the room, she literally said to you, "Did you remove her?" She was talking. I don't know if she was talking about me. And then when I came back, she said something. So I was gonna ask you, was she talking about me, or like was she texting you something about me?
Okay, well, first of all, everybody who's on the stage, except for John Kitover, I wouldn't remove out of the room. So,
Why
no,
are you down here?
I don't know why anybody, I'm not sure why she said that. No, I know. I'm just saying, I don't know why she would say that. I didn't catch that when she said that.
Okay. No, I respect you. I like you a lot, Royal. I feel like you're a good person and stuff like that. I really do. But,
Yeah, I like you too, girl.
Yeah, I really do. I really got your back. But, I feel like I don't know this woman. I don't know anything about her. I don't have any issues with her. But I was just saying, like, was she talking shit about me in the DMs? Was she saying something? Because I felt it was so weird that she said, "Did you remove her?" Because my friends told me, they were like, "What the fuck? Why would she even ask?"
Yeah, I talk shit about you every day.
No, I've never heard. Actually, do you want to go back to me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Royal.
Okay, because
Royal, you Royal won't accept my friend request because of her removing, right? She believes me.
Royal's just trolling.
Yeah, but it's fucking funny if she's scrolling with it. It's not funny because Last is he's really evil. She hates women so hard.
Yeah, she's pretty foul.
But reality, why can't Royal see that?
I don't know. She'll come around. They'll get in a fight eventually because girls like Last always end up getting in fights with their friends, and I think Royal will realize once they
so
get that.
true.
Yeah.
It's gonna take 5 hours to sit down with people.
John, you fucking recording?
Yeah, I live stream myself and record everything I listen to on this stupid app, so I never forget how stupid it is.
John.
Looking at the little bitchy.
But when I did talk, like her voice would be very weird, very like sing-songy. Hi, how are you? And like at Christmas, they usually would come for Christmas, and it was like I didn't know
You
who
know,
she
my greatest
was. It
revenge
was almost
is
like
the anonymous feature now.
it
It's
was somebody
recording
else.
these
She
people
was,
have
it
these
was like
horribly
she was an
stupid
alien.
conversations,
Her
wasting
eyes
their
were
time.
really glassy.
It's my greatest joy.
And she was like walking around with shells around her Scientology husband, and it was.
Any theoretical calculus? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and differential equations. Yeah. Hey, that's what I took. Yeah. Well, that's not
What you doing?
I like the raunchy genetics going on.
See that double helix.
Can we bill Ruben?
Look, Rich, it's you calling yourself.
We're leaving Ruben out of this.
No, like,
What up? Yeah, that's Yao.
God, she's fucking insufferable, dude.
I know.
I fucked with her for like 10 minutes earlier. Kept saying, say it, bitch, it's Tay-Satch. She's like, yeah, you're fucking Tay-Satch kids. And then she started ranting, and she thought she got away from me and shit, but I was the moderator. So then I waited till she opened her mic, and she started to like try to talk at everybody and shit. And then she got kicked for the fucking room. I did the same shit she always does to me. She's such a super cut. How many accounts you got left? Just one or two?
I got one left. It's a new one.
No shit, man. That sucks. Alright, I'm gonna order some food later, buddy.
Okay, bye.
officially staying away. It seems that way to me.
Have you seen the Hamas is agreeing to a cease?
Violent shelter, and I thought that my sister maybe she was being abused, and so I was kind of taking her behavior. She was acting so weird because, like, a lot of times, like a woman who's being abused, she's being beaten. A woman will act like the same way, really sing-songy, walking on eggshells, and so I didn't know if she was being abused or if it was the Scientology. So it really was messing with my mind, and I'm just now realizing that, like, tonight. That's crazy. Wow.
And that's actually a hallmark of many different cults and high control groups is when you are with an outsider to that group, you have to look like you have everything totally together. And your life is great because you are a constant representation of this group that you're in. So you have to look like you have the keys to the universe and your life is on track and everything is great and any problem that they might have might be solved by Scientology or Mormonism or Jehovah's Witnesses, anything like that. So that's absolutely a hallmark of these high control groups.
I'm gonna have nightmares now. No, I'm just kidding.
Scientology almost gave me nightmares. The way I was way down the rabbit hole, season 2 with Leah Remini shit so early, like the first day. I was like, yeah, this might give me nightmares, but it's just so.
I'm through with flirting next you that I'm hanging out. It is fair by telling you that there are 2 ways to read this. Okay? The first way to read this is to read this without uncollapsing Jesus' will into Allah's will and to grade will into Allah's will. The other way to read this is to collapse the will of Jesus and collapse the will of Jibreel to say that these acts of creation
we're not done independently of God, right? So
by the Holy Spirit, okay? No other prophet's been supported by the Holy Spirit. And it's not saying Gabriel here, it's saying supported by the Holy
Fucking
Spirit.
stupid. Beyond stupid.
They were just flickering lighters.
Muhammad Atta going through the transit.
We've all have had our ups and downs here with each other, but I mean, I think you do sometimes do some stuff sometimes, and I don't know if you forget about it or you play it off, because a lot of people now have like said to me that you have actually like said some stuff about me, you know, and it's okay, I don't care. Wait, hold on, I don't care. I swear to God, I don't care. I think it's actually silly, very childish, and very embarrassing, as like you know, as what we were saying. No, I swear, Ethel, I swear, I'm literally sitting here outside and in my leather jacket, just like you know, trying to, because you know, for me, I want you all to be in my rooms and shit, but I'm so tired of people fighting each other. So what I want to say to you is that I feel like you do some stuff and then you forget about what you've done, and then people come here and attack you, and then you be like, why are you guys attacking me? The thing is,
he's the baby.
They kicked me. See, this is why Anonymous is great, because
They may be trying to do that. Also,
What it doesn't make sense. It's kind of that's the kind of shit that Israel does. Like, we'll agree on the ceasefire, and then they attack.
Oh no, wait, Israel's still attacking.
No, what I'm saying is Hamas attacked the IDF, right? So Hamas has said that they're happy to agree on the ceasefire, and then they did an attack like that.
No, but Israel's still attacking. Just because the Hamas agreed, it doesn't mean that the Israeli attack stopped. Israel's still on the periphery of Gaza City, and tanks are shelling and they're killing people. So nothing stopped. And Gaza City is where all the what do you call them? The Gazan elites live. That's where the main Gazan clans are. So they have 2 years to prepare for this, and it's going to be a bloodbath, I think, for the Israelis. So they know it. David said that they expect very high casualties if they go into Gaza City. Now, they did reject the plan for occupation, meaning the IDF rejected the plan for occupation. They said they just can't do it. They cannot occupy. There's no way, because you know, and the thing is with Israelis now, they have to keep moving. If they stop moving at any time, then Hamas would just build a shaft and go up behind them and to their side and ambush them. So they have to keep moving. So a lot of them just want to get the fuck out of there as quick as possible. So if they occupy, then that gives Hamas a target-rich environment, which I think Israel knows. But but we'll see what happens Friday. Now, there's been a lot of chatter on Iran and Israel going at it again.
Iran's not doing shit.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, guys?
What's up? I don't think you're going to be the ones to start it.
Yeah, I don't actually speak Korean. I just have it on my profile.
That's nice.
But yeah, what's the new update though on everything going on? It says breaking: Israeli war cabinet has decided. Israeli war cabinet have decided not to respond to Hamas acceptance of the new hostage ceasefire deal. The deal would have been seen the release of 10 living and 18 deceased hostages in exchange for 60 days ceasefire and Israeli withdrawal in the in the north of the strip to the security belts.
Where are you reading that?
So it's like, I get it from Telegram. So it says, this is it's a channel called Rerun Never Run. So let me see where they get their source from. Hold on.
Also, other things to do.
Yeah, it's not giving me the source.
But you have to be careful with those things, bro. People just make shit up. People just take a tweet and put it on there.
Oh, I see. Where do you get your sources from?
I mean, every major outlet, regardless of which side you're looking at it from, the last update was a couple of days ago to say that Hamas says that they agrees on the ceasefire, but there isn't anything about Israel responding.
Okay.
Like Edward said, Israel has until Friday.
Wait, who said that? Snowden, you said?
Edward did. Awesome.
Give me a second, I'm getting a call.
Yeah, no, okay.
I'm checking to see if Mikhail said it was suspended. He wants me to check.
Really?
According to him, if he was, he hasn't done anything.
Mm-hmm.
Which is hard to believe. I guess he has been suspended.
That's crazy. I wonder what for.
Yo, to everyone. Salam alaikum, everyone. Good evening.
Alaikum assalam.
Okay, Edward, good seeing you always, my dear brother. Always good seeing you. Free Palestine always.
Oh, wait.
What's going on, bro?
How are you, Randall?
I'm gonna come back, guys, 1 minute.
Anyway, it was quite good actually. We had like a quite good discussion with everyone here earlier. There was some crazy characters here, but it was all a relatively peaceful room. So.
What do you mean? Here?
No, look, I mean, there was BB was here, Alien was here, Resistance.
Oh, yeah.
Resistance, they were all here. And we're having just a good discussion without anyone going off, except a couple of people. I moved to the audience.
Yeah, when you don't have drama, everybody leaves.
Yeah, literally, that's what happened. Yeah, BB came back and BB said the same thing. He was like, it's crazy, the room just becomes quiet once we're having a discussion, like a peaceful discussion. It's fucking mad.
Human beings don't want peaceful discussion. We want antagonistic relationships.
Yeah.
That makes us grow.
Yeah, it makes us hungry.
I've always said I'm happiest when I'm mad.
Like Scotty lost it. Scotty left the room. Everything. It was me and Scotty. His mom. Scotty lost it. He was like, I've had enough. Apparently yesterday he threw his phone and smashed his phone up and down on the floor. I'm like,
who did? Scotty?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Scotty! He's only been here like a week, and he's going into he went to Andy's, whatever, the religious rooms. I'm like, what are you doing going in there? You're not even, those rooms are serious. He raged. So did he? Did he get on your phone? I didn't know. He didn't say he's.
No, I think they gave a new screen. I think now.
Oh my God, Scott! I wonder who did it to him.
I don't know. He just. I think he puts himself. He puts himself in the deep end. He throws himself to the deep end.
He does. He's good, but he doesn't. You know, he's only been here for a week. Remember, you know. I don't know if you know. Like, he's brand new, and he's on a mission. He's brand new and on a mission. But he, you know, his house now has almost 1,000 people. Something less. Actually, he's been here for 2 weeks, I believe. So it's less than 2 weeks, and his house is almost up to 1,000 people. So, you know.
Yeah, that's good. I went away for like 4 days, come back and he's got loads. He's got like 1,000 followers, so like over 1,000 followers in 4 days. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? How do you manage that?
Yeah. Yes, people, you know, starting rooms.
Yeah, I'm one of the mods. I'm one of the mods in the house, or like team. I don't know, a team member or something. How can I get a room?
Yeah, me too. And I got mine is a bug where the replay thing keeps coming on, and I can't. But yeah, but he goes into healthy debates and stuff. I'm like, what are you doing in there? Like, nobody's gonna. There's no healthy debates in that room.
Yeah, it's a one thing.
There was some drama in that room yesterday, actually, or the day before, or was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday.
Okay.
Between JB, that guy, I don't know him,
Okay.
and Pepe, and they both doxed each other. They got so mad they doxed each other.
Dude, I had it out with him. Amir annoyed me earlier. I was like, Black Rabbi was insulting Wednesday. I said to the room, I'm gonna call Black Rabbi a boy instead of a man, because a man doesn't talk to a woman like that. And Amir was like, you can't say that racist stuff. You can't say that racist stuff. I clarified what I meant by it, obviously, when I said it.
I totally crashed out on Amir last week or the week before. He kept pushing me. You know, last year, you know, we had a heated debate, and he tried pushing me last year too about the drug cartels in Mexico. And you know,
I remember you guys having a bit of a funny one about that. Yeah.
Last year, and then he tried again last year, and I was like, nope, not doing it. You know, because and then he tried a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, I'm muting up, I'm not responding, and he just started calling me like, you know, telling me I'm not a real Muslim, and saying that if I believe that we should go after the drug cartels, then.
And we just remember this guy in the audience records everything, so if you want to.
No, it doesn't matter. No, that doesn't matter. Everybody knows.
No, I'm just saying, this guy just records everything, doesn't he? So it was just John the guy.
John, well.
John.
Let's kick him out. Kick him out. You're a mod, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Islam, this works with yours. It doesn't work with Islamics.
Let me speak about it. Before we get to the free will, first I said, this is a direct act of creation from God. It was God who literally put the life in the world. So what's the problem with that?
What's that? What's that?
You said that it doesn't hold, under my view, it is, I claim, direct creation from God, right?
The act that Jesus did through his agency could have been otherwise.
Myself for the last few months, and you have a lot of friends.
At all costs. There is no way other than that. Alright? But I'm not the one holding to free will. You are. You're holding to agency. So he could have chosen to not do it. He could have chosen to not do it. Why really? No way, I don't think I'm
Myself for the last 2 months.
Can you construct it for me? Because I'm using agency in this whole thing. Yeah, go ahead.
So Islamic, what she's saying is that, look, unless, well, this is really a little hard to articulate, so bear with me. What she's saying is that unless you grant, which is what you're saying, which what she's saying you're not granting, unless you grant the possibility that the agency of something or someone can be completely overtaken by Allah's agency or Allah's will, that unless you grant that it's possible for Allah's will to completely, you could say, diminish the independent agency of an entity like Creator Islam. Right, exactly. Unless you grant that, the argument won't.
I'm saying that Allah has the power to deny their will. Like what you talk about.
Yeah. So that's a pretty straightforward response by Islamic, but he's just simply granting them. He's saying that it's possible. No, everyone is targets trust me. Like, this.
That's what I'm saying. Then why are they freaking hold to the Why?
This is
Why that?
This is not a determinist position.
It is. Allah will that that would happen. And Jesus would have done it and ought to have done it.
Is the thesis that free will and agency is compatible with determinism. Okay, that's not what the relativism is, right? So he can still be a determinist. Also compatible with it. You can understand that.
Yeah, I understand.
August, you have to. No, August. You have to bring an argument against the Bible.
I don't think I'm refuting compatibilism here.
Yeah, no arguments. He just doesn't like it.
I'm saying it's a cope. I'll tell you one second. I'm saying if the refutation here is everything is ordained by Allah's will, right? Then there is no such room in which we can accommodate
Yes.
Do you not know how powerful one thing is that we can create all kinds of mental gymnastics to like make it successful?
That's not fucking cool, you piece of shit. Basically, Islamic should say I'm compatible with determinism. That's how I'm compatible.
Listen, you have to know. You have to bring that back.
Islamic, listen to what I am saying.
Choice. We have multiple choice decisions. They have absolute free will. We have multiple choice decisions. Those decisions are made by us. And those decisions are actualized by the law.
I don't know how else will.
On all levels,
Anything. Is it ought to be the case that what Allah wills must necessarily happen?
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, then. Allah's will cannot fail. Allah's will cannot fail. Show me how this is compatible. Show me how this is compatible.
Jesus could have chosen otherwise, right?
Jesus, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by Jesus?
And you have chosen to not have created from clay.
He could have chosen not to do that act, right? Now here's the thing, right? He could have chosen not to do that act, right? But he chose to do that act, right? Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
Did he choose it?
He chose it. And he could
He
have
chose it.
He chose it.
Okay, and if he didn't choose it, right? This is Allah, right? This is Allah saying you can choose whichever one you want. What's the problem?
Yeah, I didn't have to choose it. It would have happened anyway. Because it's
No, you don't know that.
Epstein
is a complete. How do you know that?
Allah's will. Execution. What?
How do you know? How do you know?
It's like,
How do you know that?
there's not even evidence that he's like a pedophile.
Where does it say that?
I lost permission.
Oh, by the permission of Allah. So he asked Allah if he could do it. He's against us.
He wanted to do it. Is that what you're saying?
Sure. Let's go down that.
He wanted to create, no. So Jesus, wow. There's some story on this.
Okay, let's go.
Jesus basically wants to be God. And he says, God, can I be God? And God says, yes, you can be God.
No. Okay. Now what you've done, now what you did, Nargis, is you changed the very now you're trying to, and now you're imposing an impossible. God can create another God. God can create another God. Do you believe God can create another God?
Right.
Oh, so you believe that God
figured it.
you believe that God can create another God?
In your paradigm, yes. In my paradigm, absolutely.
I'm talking about your paradigm. You just use that as a reputation right against me. Right, that's your paradigm.
So you are telling me that Jesus, okay, felt like creating something, doing khalq, like the wanting to do the act of creating, like God does, as it's used in the Quran, right?
Absolutely.
He's using
You gotta follow, Nargis, you gotta follow.
This
Remember what I said. When Jesus chose to do this, right? It was God who created the ruh of the bird. It was God who did it. I don't understand.
Why did Jesus choose this to begin with?
Why does it matter?
That Jesus chose to do this?
Why does it matter?
Can you pause it from the Quran that Jesus chose this?
By Allah's permission.
But he chose it, right? And then Allah granted it, right?
Yes. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so what comes first? Allah's will or Jesus?
What do you mean?
Who chose one?
What do you mean?
Who chose one first?
What do you mean? Who chose one first?
Did Allah decree his will first?
About what?
Dude, Allah's will is the decree.
Allah.
Now whether Jesus wants
We're
it or not.
talking about in this specific situation.
Your paradigm where does not take a divine nature, right? Doesn't hold a divine nature. The only divine nature would be that of Allah, right? Therefore, only and only His will goes. So it starts with His will and ends with His will. It starts with His will and ends with His will.
God's will is to let him choose. What's the problem?
Okay. So the very fact. Okay, so His will is to let him choose. He could have chosen otherwise. But in the end, what ought to happen?
What ought to happen? What do you mean what ought? There are multiple things. What are you talking about? What ought to happen?
It is Allah's will that is the final decree.
You're trying really hard.
Yeah.
Dude, you're trying really hard. I just gave you the defeater. Who's name to? You chose it, and Allah would have never. Yeah, he could have chosen it otherwise. And there are many other ways Allah can bring people to the truth. If you just chose not to, if you said something, didn't want to do this, you wouldn't have done it. You wouldn't have asked for a best friendship. You could have done something else.
Yeah, this is a.
Allah grants people
You don't see it.
Allah grants people the ability to choose. What's the problem?
Okay, so me as an outsider, let me ask this. Okay, so Jesus, I guess, right, asked Allah to bring a bird back to life. Am I correct?
This is Islamic.
Okay. So he has this ability to do so, correct?
He has the ability to do so, yes.
Yeah, he brings it. Wait. No, I'm asking everybody. So he has the ability. Okay.
I was
So he
believes
has
in like multiple gods. She believes in the first intellect. She believes in multiple
Yeah,
gods. Don't confuse me with her.
go there. Let's not go there.
I'm just asking a question because I don't know what's your guys' metaphysics. So.
Yeah, no, because I already told you that an attribute is not another person.
Your God takes
It's really, Marcus, you're really disturbed.
your
You're really
God
disturbed.
person depends
If
upon
you
the
think
attribute.
that attribute is,
That God,
you're really disturbed if you think
God.
attribute.
At least
You're
the Christian believes
You're really disturbed, and you're really disturbed if you don't understand the distinction between attributes and agency. You're really disturbed if you don't understand.
Okay. So let's get back to it. So Christ, right? Says out of his free will, I want to bring a bird back to life. And he breathes in this bird, right, and brings it back to life. But I'm being told that only Allah can bring things back to life and be a creator, correct?
You're saying that only Allah can.
No, I'm asking, is that correct or not? I don't know. Does Allah use created things to bring things to life? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, my metaphysics would be that whenever someone performs a miracle, that miracle is actually done by God. Right? God is the one who powerful who does it, and He gives agents the ability to perform an act by which God will create them.
Okay, so he gives agents the ability to do what he can do, correct?
Well, did you hear my answer? There was a nuance. My answer was he gave people the ability to perform actions, and the effects of those actions, right, are created by God.
Yeah, like if they wanted to, their agency or their free will, hey, can I bring something back to life? Sure.
Yeah, and they can ask for permission from God, and then God will grant it, and then.
Okay, so but this agency, this created entity, this individual can perform the acts of bringing something back to life, correct?
Well, it's God who's actually bringing him back to life. It is a person who is performing an action.
Okay,
John 5:19.
If the individual prior to asked, hey, out of my free will, I see this dead thing, can I bring it back to life, right? And I blow in its mouth, and it comes back to life. You're saying, well, Allah said, yeah, that's fine, right? That's cool.
Allah did it. Allah was the one who actually brought it back to life.
But the breath of the individual is what's blown into this dead animal, correct?
Right, and that breath has no power, right? That breath has no power. God is the one, right, who brought it back to life.
Okay, so God's breath is in this individual blowing into a bird, correct? Or
it's a breath from him. It's not a piece of him or a part of him.
But it's in this individual through his mouth, correct?
And it's also not like he just said, okay, I have a free will, I'm gonna create a bird, you know, like, so I told him, like, you do this act, now it's gonna come to it. It's not like it.
Yeah, Russ, you're asking, right? Does God give people the ability to perform miracles?
Yeah,
the answer is yes. And the deeper understanding of that is that person like,
has no power, right? Has no power in and of himself, right? You could either take the position that God gave him the power by using him as a proxy, by using him as a pipeline, right, to deliver the effect of the action. You take that position.
Okay, I'm just asking the question. No, is it? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And if I may, the Bible clearly shows that all the miracles performed by the Son is made because of the Father. So in John and also in Acts 2:22, it shows that.
Yeah, we're arguing against on the Bible, but I just
Yeah, therefore the similarity, right?
position.
Therefore the similarity which I was asking to be granted only for this particular aspect of the Trinity. Yes, the logical problem of the Trinity prevails. The unintuitive nature of the Trinity prevails. But I'm saying in this particular aspect, perhaps we can be generous.
What's the Trinity represent here?
She means in terms of its incoherency, those things are stuff that will never be resolved.
Never be resolved, right? Those are
What we're granted here is the possibility of like an infinite amount of beings, whatever, like 3 beings, or however many beings, having an identical will to that of God, right? And that's what we're granting here. What we're not granting,
that's
like
that's what we're granting. Exactly.
yes, exactly. Right. So
Exactly.
let's say now, if someone asks a question to the Trinitarians, where we ask the question, hey, how many wills are there in the Trinity? And they say 3, well then that would still be positive, right? That would still be, and you could not say that's monotheism, right? Sure. Like if we but if we say, if we ask the Trinitarian that, hey, how many wills are there in the Trinity? And how many awarenesses are there? And how many independent agents are there, right? And they all say 1. Then my life, that's a monotheist.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
Yes, yeah.
You're definitely right on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you guys just like trying to figure out how to speak English or something? Because how long are you guys gonna talk about this for? This is a waste of time. It's like a bunch of neurotics or something talking about nothing.
Yeah, you would take the orthodox position that we believe in one mind, one will, one power. Yeah, so I get you.
well, that's
Here we go again. Pepe's moralization and lectures on being moral and being a good person. Wow, stirring the pot yet again. Congratulations, Dr. Pepe. You're a clubhouse legend, a clubhouse hero, a real world zero. Great work. You're doing God's work. You're such a fucking saint. It's unbelievable. You know, you're trying to do your reputation. You're trying to do your reputation management because for years you came on here, used the N-word, screaming at people, creating hate rooms, hate speech with Mon, your disgusting rag of a woman. So congratulations, Pepe. You've done it yet again. What an incredible leader you are. What an incredible educator you are, Pepe. I'm sure after your room fills up, you're going to kick me to the goo. You're going to kick me out of your stupid room. And I can't wait to get out of your stupid room. I just wanted to come back and remind you one more time just how stupid you are. And maybe you should stop creating stupid clubhouse rooms. Try reading a book. Try doing anything other than stirring the pot with your stupidity. Okay, I am complete.
Shit, that guy's so weird. So good. Where am I from? I'm from Phoenix. Where are you from? Caesar. Oh, I hear you.
Hi, Pepe. How are you?
Good. Pretty good.
That's good.
Yeah.
I've been trying to come in
the Caucasian spices a lot more this week because I heard there was a blow up over the weekend.
It was, yeah. Me and another person were part of it. Yeah, we were a bunch of us crackers going at it,
That's crazy.
disparaging each other. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Crackers fight too. It happens.
The guy just said his name, but he's an what the fuck? Change. Alright.
Extraterrestrials. You know, there's videotape of it. There's more evidence of that than I've ever gotten. How do we know that it's not a bug on the screen? Like, a piece of dust. They use the different graphic, they use the different angles. You can tell that that's. How do you know it's not signatures? The US government. How do you know it's not authentic? It was directly from the airplane. Have you seen it? It could be like new flying like technology. This is one of the ET. They have the alien drones. No, but that's like fan art. That's not real. Even the moon landing was fake. I mean, it's more real than a flying donkey with wings. Flying donkey with wings. Since the guy that believes in aliens, oh my god, bro. What?
Not too much on aliens, Potato. I think aliens are a very interesting species that
Oh my god.
protected in this.
They're multiple races. They're races. English race, Donaki. There are various levels of this that you don't know about. I swore that they're way tall.
He's a potato. He's not a
The hell?
legend as you. You're welcome. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Potato, open your third eye, brother.
Third eye.
Awaken your inner curiosity, Potato.
Oh, my inner delusions. Okay, hold on, bro.
I don't prefer that word.
Someone I call it.
Oh, that's very demeaning. I think that's you're being sarcastic. That's very disrespectful to people. You know, it's not nice. You can actually educate yourself today.
Okay, if there's aliens, why haven't I ever met an alien in my life? Captain, just running away from you, bro. You saw this. Have you ever met your god in your real life? Yeah, wait, Captain, speak again.
This is fun, bro. What are you talking about?
Never mind, bro. I know another captain with the same name.
So she ran away.
Yeah. Who's John Kitover? Yo, Captain, do you believe in aliens? Because every time I hear police and aliens, and he's making fun of my group. That's what you believe in super rock, a flying donkey.
There's no evidence. Aliens are extraterrestrials.
He's talking about ET's remains.
Yeah, but him, that's ET's extraterrestrials. That's literally what ET stands for. But now there's no proof of them even existing.
comic face. Jinns and aliens are real, bro. There are jinns that used to walk like aliens.
Why do you have to get the videotape? Does it usually, I don't see any tape of it. Why? I don't see the flying donkey. I mean, I don't see the flying donkey video, but if you've got YouTube,
It might be right. They want us to think about aliens. They want us to believe that aliens come from outer space. Little do you know, aliens don't come from outer space. They're already in our region at all. 100%. It's just like he has all these little secrets, bro. And like space is down, bro. Underneath the water. The Bermuda Triangle is one way to be teleported to a whole different location. Also, what do you mean? I didn't go to that way. I went to the pyramids, to the Amazon jungle that I grew up. I went to the pyramid, the only active pyramid that's known to man. I went to that pyramid.
Oh my God, a lot of people ask me.
Venus. But like the thing about Southern Bros is like I don't talk about it because it's just like, you know, it's very, that place is very demanding.
Marcus Garvey, Frank Marcus
Invisible. It's called invisible elementary
No,
school.
not Casper.
Maybe he got online learning.
I'm not even seeing his board members.
That's what I was trying to say. Oh, we don't have it. It's called transparent.
Okay. I don't see board members. I also don't see employees. And the reason why I'm bringing this stuff up is he tends wants to take a portion of whatever income you get. In order to keep from getting flagged by the IRS on your 990, you have to show that you're actually putting the majority of your funds towards the mission. That's how you keep your exemption status. And I don't see employees, I don't see overhead. So a lot of this 990 for the amount of money. Ma'am.
He ain't got no mission statement.
They all moved to Las Vegas.
We got quite a bit of them, from at least number-wise. As far as encountering them, we are a large, we're a state with a large population of mostly people who moved here. So it's, I don't know, it's kind of hard to judge. I know in Montana, like where my mom and my brother live, that's been noticeable to them, but yeah, I haven't really noticed it this year. But the guy who originally asked me the questions left. I don't know what room he heard me in. Oh, Harriet's a mod. I didn't know that. Amazing. Where are you? Are you from Houston, Harriet?
I'm sorry, did you say my name? I'm with my boyfriend listening to hip hop.
Oh, well, I don't want to talk to you if you're listening to hip hop.
Okay, then. Say hi.
I was asking, are you from Houston?
No, I'm from Dallas. Say hi.
Oh, Dallas.
What do you do?
What do you do? Let's make a movie by then. Yeah.
Hey, Pepe, what's up? Quick question. I know you have a boxing background. So, who do you got, Canelo or Crawford? And I don't. Sometimes you do.
Against Russia, where you left, excuse me, you left Russia, right? To come here. Great. Perfect. So do you support our position or the Russian position?
What is the position in the U.S.?
No, because you're being American.
Therefore, it's gonna
Hey
be
Jacob,
peace.
check your DMs.
It's going to be a peace deal.
I agree.
Yeah, it's gonna be the end of it, pretty soon, so I don't know why they're arguing about this. It's just, I don't think it makes sense. It's about to over.
Hi, John. Hi, Jake.
You're very sensitive about these things. It's like,
Yes, I am.
why would you be sensitive about
Because I'm a human being. That's what I do.
the countries? Like, are you caring about? You mentioned about Vietnam. Did you care about the people in Vietnam as well?
I was born there.
Hey, I hate to interrupt you, Jacob. Check your DM. I just texted you my telephone number. Text me back because I need your help getting signatures on petitions to get on the March primary ballot.
I got your other.
Uh-huh. Хорошо. Машина.
Хорошо. Спасибо.
Пожалуйста. What are we doing? Just talk.
No, actually, I was gonna make some coffee.
Oh, it's a morning.
It's morning.
Where's that? Where's that?
You live in Moscow?
I think it's silly these fights are allowed to take place personally, but they make money.
You know, it's funny, didn't John say he didn't really give a fuck about you or what you talked about in your rooms, but he always seems to be here and listening.
John's fine.
He left and he came back.
He's streaming on like 15 phones right now.
Yeah.
He's just doing his thing. It's fine.
Weirdo.
Yeah, he's running for Congress too. He's trying to do some fundraising, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, John, I would just like ask, like, you're gonna have you have so many videos of you doing really weird stuff on YouTube. It's all over. In fact, you're like broadcasting it, like, oh, John Kitover for Congress, and you're like in your underwear doing yoga stuff and saying really weird things. I mean, I don't know, John.
That sounds disgusting. I can only imagine.
I've never disliked John. He's like very disruptive person. And he's hard to understand. You know, like he's just like, I don't know why he does what he does. In other words, that's why I find him hard to understand, but I think he's a bad person. So I've always put up with him. You know? I'm one of those people who like does not look at the chat.
Well, I was looking down at the audience and I saw it.
Being a racist boy. See, you know I can't like read and talk at the same time, so I have to rely on what other people say in the chat. I have a very simple brain.
That's why I always keep an eye on the chat. What's up, your piece? Come up.
Oh yeah, she'll have something to say. She hasn't raised her hand yet. Why?
I always invite everyone up.
There she is.
What y'all got going on? Hey, Angel. So I've been hearing y'all been keeping up a lot of trouble going on.
Yeah, there's white on white violence dominating the app, at least
for the last few days.
So what kind of trouble you've been having going on in the hallway? Saying, you're keeping up a lot of trouble around here, a lot of smoke going on.
Yeah, well, today there was no shots fired in the hallway, so we're in the clear. We're not causing trouble today.
Well, I've just been wondering because I'm like, I come to some, white spaces. I'm versatile like that, but it's just y'all have turned into we have the dark side. Y'all turned into the white side. Y'all been having some fucking drama going on over here. So I just been chilling, just I'm enjoying the content. Like y'all been getting the business clear over here.
Did you hear me in my rooms? Did you hear me in any of my rooms?
No, after you got clipped, I didn't like.
Oh, but you heard me before I got clipped.
Yeah, I was.
Did I sound like a really mean person?
I had mixed feelings. I had mixed feelings because it was just kind of like everything that happened with Roger, and then it's like JP.
I admit I was being mean. I'm not that part.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's just like, this is the first time you really said my name. Motherfucker, I'm speaking.
He's always drunk and walking around outside for whatever reason.
You know what?
Well, I'm just saying, after the whole shit.
The mindset.
You're too drunk. Slow down every day. Every time you talk to him.
I'm just saying, all the shit that's been going on, I just told myself, I'm not in it, I'm just trying to stay out of it, I did hear they're Roger's coming back, so people need to be prepared for his comeback, so.
I think he did come back.
Well, I'm just sitting there just watching, I don't know, I had a really busy day today, for real, I really wasn't, I was in and out today.
Well, I mean, he's, talked to people who talked to me, and he didn't think I doxed him, but he had to ask the question. It's like, I hear rumors though, is it true? And it's like, no, I took a screenshot of a picture from a YouTube video he did with another Clubhouse member, and it's from a few years ago, back when everybody knew his name, they still know him by that name, and I crossed the name out now, the next day, or 2 days later, I was in Jazzy's room, and there were this guy, Mike Freeman, or I don't know what he goes by.
So why is this Keaton guy? I've been in some of his spaces saying that Jazzy, even JB said Jazzy has nothing to do with nothing.
I don't think Jazzy had anything to do with it either. I really don't know who he made though.
Why is Keaton telling everybody Jazzy did it?
Keaton's a troll.
Oh, okay.
I know Keegan will mod me up whenever I go into spaces. He's a younger man. He's pretty Christian. He is an offensive troll.
No, I mean, I've heard him sometimes. I've been in some of his spaces. He comes in some dark side of him sometimes. But
yeah. I call him a Pepe stan. He does kind of. He would come in my rooms a lot. He kind of does.
Well, Pepe, some of the allegations and some of the, one of the legs that they stand on, even JB, their biggest things that I've heard them say is that, they don't like it when you say, oh, you call people N-words and stuff, and be like, oh, I'm just trolling.
No,
they're saying they're tired. Well, they're saying they're tired of you doing it. Some white people.
Yeah, but no, he's not actually. With him, the really weird thing about him, and I won't get into it, but I didn't want to take shots today, so at people, but I'm not going to do it. But I just I have used slurs as actual insults on this app.
For sure. Right. It's like black people could come together like Voltron, but the Jewish people, Jewish community, they were saying that they're tired of you being racist towards them too.
Go ahead.
Can I ask
A lot
you
of
a
people
question?
say that from the Jewish community, so it's, but I think it's more so the
He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish.
it's more the Jewish community, I would have to say, that's more mad than the black community, because they're just
No,
like.
it's just Jane.
Because a lot of the black people is just like, if they fuck with you, they do, and if they don't, and then it's like, if they don't, they're just like, we're
That's not
not.
how the Jewish community works.
Well, they're not writing letters, they're not writing emails, they're not reporting you, they're just like, fuck him, he's a cracker, we don't fuck with him, he's blocked, and then they're going on.
That's not how it works. Is I'm like a good chunk of the people I talk to on here are Jews.
Hey, can I ask you a dumb question? This is really dumb, I don't know, but how did you find out, or how do you know when you get clipped? Is it just you can't get on the app?
Stupid.
Well, you'll just all of a sudden you'll just hear nothingness and it blocks out. It's weird. It's different from getting clipped. I mean, in the past, you get.
It just sends you to the app store, right?
Yeah, it would just like, it's like when you first open the app and you can't see anything anymore. Or like when you need to sign up, it will send you to that screen, or in the past it would get like, you would see just the hallway and you'd have a red bar at the top and it would say, you violated community guidelines or something. And
I see.
that just meant I had to delete it.
Pepe, do they know that, like, not all, but some dark side spaces, like, you like black people let you come in? Do they know that, or?
Yeah, like, like WAC 100, on Mondays when Stevie Nunez would have his spaces, I was always modded up. And like a lot of
That's
this.
because Stevie thought you were Mexican. Everybody thought you were Mexican.
No, he didn't. He knew I wasn't. He knew I was trolling.
Yeah.
I don't.
But I like when we came up with Freaky Riot. I think that his
But I only trolled with the Mexican thing because everybody was saying, like, you're not a real white, you're one of those Mexican whites from Phoenix. It's like, whatever the fuck that means.
And then your picture, they're like, he's got a tan or he's Mexican.
we were calling you spicy as well, too.
I mean,
But you don't sound Mexican, so that's why it's like, no.
Yeah, I definitely don't. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, but you have to understand, like, the larger, so you remember back when you had the really big rooms on here? There's like hundreds of people, like those.
Yeah, go ahead. One day it was almost 400 people. He was talking about how he knows here to take out some black artifacts out of the Smithsonian Museum. We got almost like 400 people there.
Yeah, but he's somebody who knows me from years ago on this app, and 2A, which was like his, he used to do these big spaces. You had Freddie
live there today.
Like,
yeah, there for hours.
They all know me. They all they know all of the things I've said.
I'm not saying it for anybody to like vouch me, but I'm just saying, like, there are some black people that fuck with you on this app.
Yeah, but I would argue that.
Mon, you know that they're ripping you a new ass too. They're like, how can last night I
That was just JB that was doing it, but JB
how is a black woman who's supposed to be black?
Yeah, but that's how you guys say it. It's so stupid.
Let me tell you your piece. The reason
I told him, I said, no, I think Mon is biracial. I don't know if she's looking, well, maybe she's really white.
He's just saying any old thing, he likes to hear himself speak. Like, he's just talking shit. I don't give a fuck.
He also said you were 75. He also said you were irrelevant.
I like JP. I go into his spaces a lot. He has some pretty good topics. But before that, I was already going at the other debates. Before Jay took over, I was already going.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where a lot of us would go to healthy debates. Like, I used to like Brent's rooms and even Roger's rooms like quite a bit more. That was kind of just like a stomping ground for a lot of us on one side of the app that we'd go hang out.
Well, I think that as I'm gonna close with this, I think you guys just, as white people, just trying to figure out how to get along. You ain't gotta like each other, but don't kill each other. And if you're having a bad day, Don't you dare fuck up anybody else's BuzzFeed.
Hey, bitch, why are you in here? Because you had a lot to say in a room the other day. Like, why are you here? Did the bitch leave? I wish she would raise her hand.
Who is that, Monica?
Why
No,
are you
it's
here, bitch?
lovely.
I hate
She
you
thinks
here,
she's lovely.
bitch.
She's just fugly, actually.
Well, even with Monica, like JB and Monica, I think they apologized.
Why are you here,
I'm not saying
bitch?
they're friends, but I think that there was some type of ego.
But you have to understand, Monica, okay, just like I know, like, in the blacks, so, long story short, the reason, okay, I, like, on this app, I would have these big spaces and shit, and it was like, you know, known, at least here, on this app, which is, it doesn't mean much, I'm just talking on this app. But, it was, if it wasn't for Mon, it would go a lot differently. So, she's been here since season 1. She knows, especially from the black side of the app, which is primarily.
They feel like that's your connection, and that's why you're still accepted by black people.
There's no connection, bro. Like,
Yeah, so I'm just, can I finish?
Because the mud. Like, I'm a black woman. I don't fuck with Pepe because of the mud. I fuck with Pepe because one time I was in one of these spaces, and I was hearing the rhetoric that was being spewed. 2, 3, 4. I was hearing the rhetoric that was being spewed, and it made me nervous. And I'm like, God damn, shit fucked up, right? And there was a man that came off like it's a black woman. Black came, foundational African American Jewish, and he was like, here you
Oh, foundational black American or African American?
Let Harriet finish.
Yes, but what I'm saying, you girl, same thing, you know what I'm talking about. But what I was saying was, when they came off my, they was like, hear you, you cracker motherfuckers. We built this nation, right? And it was a lot of rhetoric about how black people built this nation and how we were the first investments into the economy here. And you know what? Pepe said, you know what, cracker motherfuckers, y'all move out the way and let this African American man speak. And that's when I gained a lot of respect for him, cause nigga, he not lying.
Well, I was just gonna say too is, I did say too, I said, Mama's not the spokesperson for Pepe.
But that's not what I'm saying. It's just like you didn't let me finish my point. That's why I couldn't get it across. So she was somebody that was here from season 1. She knew how people like operated. So she would say like, hey, watch out for this guy. He's kind of a loose cannon, you know. And then she'd say, oh, this guy is cool. Oh, this guy, be careful. Like she would give me these pointers, not because they were black, but more because of their personalities. Now, when it came to black people particularly, I remember like going into like Freddie Roosevelt's spaces, Herm's spaces. These are people I would have never gone.
Yeah, I know you are Herm cool. I know that.
Yeah, and so I would have never gone into their rooms on my own, and I was like back here, I was like, God damn it, I'm the only fucking white person here. It's like 300-400 fucking black people. I'm just like, wow, like this is awkward. And she'd be like, no, just do it. And then like I would go into the room, and then they were actually like, pretty cool with me. And all of a sudden it's just like they were used to me being in their spaces.
And we would line some of them up in white America.
Yeah, and so I would say like I did. If you were to ask me when I first joined this app, did I think that like black people would, and I'm being realistic here, like who were the people that kind of made it so like my rooms were always kind of happening, and they'd always want to invite me as soon as they saw me enter the room, like invite me on stage. Was it because I do think it was like they embraced me they embraced me or accepted me as a white person. Hold on. They accepted me.
Cray is a mod and healthy debates now.
Hold on. Yeah, I know, but Cray and I were cool too, so. And I would mod Cray.
Also, what's interesting.
We could mod a lot of people from the dark side of the piece.
And so, with that being said, I did not anticipate that black people would be as accepting or even be the ones that would like join my rooms as much as they did. And if you remember, like most of my mods, which is ironic in white America, were black.
Yeah, I know.
And so,
but the thing is, some people looking through their optics, and I'm not even speaking for myself, I'm just saying, some people just like, is this a troll? Is this real? Is he really friendly with black people? Are they putting on a production? What the fuck is this shit?
I was putting on a show, like, obviously. Like, when we would come, we had back when you could do the group chats on, in the back channels, we would add everybody that was a mod, and then we would end up doing, so we would make one title that is just like, kind of harsh against one group of people, might not be black people, might be against women, then it would just be like we would reverse it, you know, maybe 45 minutes in, take a completely different stance, and we were like definitely trolling people.
That's the key word. That's all I kept hearing. Been hearing today. They think that you're using racial tropes.
No, not the slurs. Like when I called people
to have a way to get away with and say, oh, you know, God, I really was just trolling. I really didn't.
I didn't say the N-word is a troll. I use the N-word explicitly as an insult.
Well, why do you do that?
Well, because he was actually giving the same. Kevin was cool when he came on the Sabbath. People wanted to come in the room and use racial slurs against him and just be disrespectful to the fucking field.
Well,
And he would beat them with the same, he would beat them with the same energy, and then they go, oh my God, what did he say? What did you say when you first came on stage, or what did you put in the fucking chat? So people were disrespectful as fuck, and they were mad because the white boy is fighting back.
It's all
That was the funny thing, when I first joined this app, it's not all shock value. Like with the first room I opened, it was actually that the guy, he was more well known than me, because I was new to the app, was sick. No, sick, black guy. And I think I was like, being white, like the beauty of being white and all things white, or some stupid shit like that. It was just like it was a room I made without a house, and it had like a few hundred people in it. It like grew really quickly, like within minutes, and all of these black people were like, oh my God, it's so offensive. And like I was kind of dealing with what I had to deal with. They were like, they would say, go ahead, you can speak, and I'd speak, and they say a black woman would overtalk me, and then they would say something like, you hear that black queen speaking, shut the fuck up, cracker. And I'd be like, wow, amazing. And then so I literally...
There were some Jewish people that said that
Jewish people don't call white people crackers.
they were saying that they, one that spoke in particular, I'm not going to say her name, she said that I am willing to call truce and, you know, maybe come to a medium with Pepe, but we need to see some change in his behavior, like all of these racial tropes.
If you're talking about Jane and she's on the opposite side of the political spectrum.
What I'm talking about!
Yeah, but Jane does not get along with the Jewish people.
But at least you're there from the Jewish community. They're just like,
yeah, but it's not. But that's where you're not getting it. Okay, the Jewish people on Clubhouse, Jane is not liked by the people on the, more or less on the right. You have people like
because of her.
Because they have different opinions. Why do white Gentiles fight with each other over political differences?
I think if you're saying that, is it because she's a lesbian?
I don't think she's a lesbian. Is she? I know she has at least one kid. She's talked about it. So.
Well, I don't know. I'll take that back, but I heard that she was. I'm sorry.
I never heard that, but. Okay, like one of the first people I met on this app, he was a right-winger, and he was so happened to be a Jew from Los Angeles, and I got introduced kind of almost from the get-go to the Jewish Clubhouse. Now, I do remember a few years ago, I'm notorious for like opening up rooms, and I'd fall asleep, and then there was one morning I woke up, it was all Jewish people.
I think they just want an apology and want you to.
Who wants an apology? Which Jews want an apology?
Community. Those are all people just saying he needs to change his behavior and he needs to.
He doesn't speak for all Jews. Like, with all due respect.
I'm just telling you what they said.
If I told you to respond for the white community, what percentage of the white people would say that's appropriate? Like, that's silly.
But are they white? They're not white.
No, I'm saying if the white community, white Gentile community, they're not Gentiles.
Well, I'm just saying, that's what she said. He needs to apologize to the Jewish community, and we need to see some change in his behavior.
But she does not have do you really, Jesus Christ, when I first joined this app, there was like a huge divide between Jews. You had one space that tended to be a little bit more left-leaning and one that was a little bit more right-leaning. And they did not like each other. They kicked each other out of rooms. They trash-talked each other whenever they got the chance. They just did not get along. So which side are the real Jews? Okay, but which side are the real Jews?
Well, they have a lot of private that you're probably not even privy to.
No, I've listened to the shit they fight about. It's like
they
literally the
have
same
a lot of
shit they
private
fight
spaces.
about.
I mean, that's fine. You
What
know,
private
all
spaces?
the
What secret Jew spaces do they have? Where are their secret Jew spaces?
That are exclusive, private, just for them, not for anyone else.
Where?
On the app.
Yeah, there's like private rooms.
Just like
we
on
all
our
can
side, we have private spaces. It's not privy to everybody.
Sure.
Same thing.
But you're acting like, I don't know if you've met Shooky. You could get, holy shit. There was Darren, there's Harry, Balzac, he goes by. There's, the guy I met, Evan Menendez, he's no longer on this app, hasn't been for like a year and a half.
El Normo.
Well, I would say El Normo's more like a classic liberal. I can understand where people might put him on the right, but he's so... I think he's somebody who kind of can go back and forth between either group, but both groups will kind of look at him, they'll give him the side eye. But you do have the Jews that, I've listened to how they talk to each other.
Well, that space that I was in, Norm didn't say anything. It was some other Jews.
But he's not like what I would consider right wing or especially not far right. He's just classic liberal. He's going to be. I mean, if you're somebody who goes with like I guess a lot of I don't know rhetoric from the last 10 years or so on the left, he's probably going to not agree with you and fight back a lot. But he does the exact same thing to people on the further on the right. He's a very consistent individual.
Well, I heard that today in the space that I was speaking of. People were saying, "Oh, you don't make enough money. You're black. How are you conservative?" Well, there is a certain thing as independent people. There is a thing as a conservative Democrat. I'm a swinger. I don't stand just on with any party. I swing. Like you haven't heard of swing states? I swing. If the policy is me and my family, I will swing to the right. If the policy benefits me and my family and my community, I will swing to the left.
You're not swinging to the right or the left. You're basically choosing the option. So I would say the options. What's right or left? I can give you this explanation. I believe that a man and a woman should have a family. But I also believe that a woman has the right to do what the fuck she wants to do with her body. That's kind of like in the middle. For sure. I'm like in Arizona, if I can recall correctly, I don't know if Howard knows, I believe the majority of people are independent. So they mostly make up the people in the center. And I'm somebody who which I kind of thought was fun at the time. I would be like the one right-wing person. Everybody would say is like far right, a Nazi, whatever. that is like, I'm against, I would say I'm pro-choice. And even economically, I'm not a right-wing person. I'm not a libertarian. I'm not, if anything, I would say I would resemble Democrats economically in some ways.
There are some Democratic libertarians. Like, you guys, I don't know, there was
Not really.
Yeah, there are.
No.
Yeah, you can be for small government and be a capitalist and still believe women should do what the fuck they want to do with their body.
But
And not believe in gerrymandering. I would call that a Democratic libertarian. That's my opinion.
No, libertarian takes on both.
You have people on this app that's all they do is talk about capitalism, small government. But when you talk about abortion, I believe women should be able to do whatever they want to. So are you far right or what? What the fuck are you?
Well, no, so libertarians will believe that you can, socially, I guess you can say they would be considered, because they're more so live and let live, you want to become trans, you want to have an abortion, you want to do a lot of stuff that particularly the religious right is going to push back against. That is where they're so different from conservatives. Conservatives want to hold these social norms, whereas what is very different about everybody on the right and libertarians, or I should say everybody that's conservative and libertarians, is that all of that social stuff they don't care about.
They don't, but I've heard some people on this app that say, "Oh, I'm a libertarian, all this and that."
Hey, Pepe,
But when the conversation of abortion comes up, they're like, "Oh no, well, I think women should do whatever they want to do with their body. I believe abortion is health care. I believe that our health insurance
It is in a way, for being honest.
I believe a person that identifies as a libertarian say they believe health insurance should pay for abortion. What is their political party?
They're partyless. That's why they're trying to have their own party.
Hey, Pepe, you were right. I found something I put in the chat. Arizona, the number of independents lately is larger than the number of Republicans. Democrats would be third.
Interesting.
I don't know. I get confused sometimes. I get confused with my own self, and it's just because of. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a woman. A lot of shit that I go on is not logic. It's on how I fucking feel, my emotion. I have 2 daughters. Okay, so if it's something that's gonna benefit my daughters, or something where they should be able to be liberated, whatever they want to do, I'm swinging that way. However, as a taxpaying person that is middle class, and we all know middle class is damn near obsolete. You're almost fucking poor if you're middle class now, okay? And it pisses me off when I see people who are sitting around on their ass every day, and I'm a black woman, divorced, working my ass off. I have a master's degree, went to college, had kids, worked 2, 3 jobs, caught public transportation, worked my ass off to get to where I am now. And motherfuckers just want to sit around and smoke blunts all day and fuck like rabbits and have more kids and think that I'm supposed to take care of them. I have a problem with that. And there is a lot of waste in some of these social programs.
I get what you're saying, but I think you kind of have to look at it a little differently, in my opinion. Those people you're referring to that you would consider drain on the system, sure. But if you see economically, where is the wealth going in America? It's going to the top. The redistribution of wealth, and this is something I've kind of like, it's always pissed me off for the last 20 fucking years, and it's increasingly being exacerbated. And I saw something like a year ago that just fucking enraged me. So investment firms or private equity firms, they're preying on the most vulnerable people. You have people who live in trailer parks, for example. These are people that have oftentimes fixed incomes. They're retirees, that obviously don't have much of an income to come in. They're buying up these properties. They all of a sudden will double the rent. They're extremely efficient at making it so that, and of course it's rent for the lot and the community homeowners association there, or whatever they would call it in the trailer park, and they are then saying they're basically making it. They've streamlined it so well that as soon as you cannot pay, they just kick you right the fuck out, and they're pros at it. They are now bleeding anyone and everyone they can of money, including the most vulnerable people in the United States. Now, libertarians are the type of people who say, it's a non-aggression principle. We're just, that's just how it works. It's not like it. No, okay. It sounds it sounds psychopathic to me.
Yeah,
and I would say capitalism.
They're okay with a lot of exploitation, but we all know that that's one of the biggest.
Okay, but the most
capitalism. That's one of the biggest concepts of capitalism.
Sure.
Exploitation.
Okay, I get it, but what a lot of people.
It doesn't matter what way.
Okay, hold on. What a lot of people don't realize is the exploitation that happens from the top. Okay, the people. It used to be that you could work for a company, you would get an actual fucking retirement fund. You could put aside. It was the benefits you could afford to raise a family. I understand. After World War II, we were not competing globally with other countries. A lot of things. The United States saw its golden days that I don't think we can really reach again because of the circumstances, but I would say corporate greed. And who are the goddamn, who are the people that are literally the donors for the Democrats and the Republicans? They're wealthy people. Why did Donald Trump, he said, he didn't cut, he basically signed the big, beautiful, retarded fucking bill that's going to put us further in debt.
You mean the revised Project 2025? Because that's all the fuck it is.
I wouldn't quite go there.
That's all the fuck it is.
Not really.
Let's be honest.
No. But what he did is he basically, he's going to make sure that the people in the circles that he runs in personally are going to benefit from it. Because ultimately he answers to them. That's who he cares about pleasing. I mean, Donald Trump is a despicable piece of fucking shit. He's not, number one, I don't think he's a conservative. He ran on a populist platform. He's a self-aggrandizing, narcissistic piece of shit. I really have very little respect about Donald Trump. But here he is. He passes this huge fucking bill that will saddle our country with more fucking debt. And how does he pay for it? He drove his, he posed in a McDonald's uniform, he posed in a goddamn driving a garbage truck. But hey, you white trash pieces of shit that live in rural America who barely are scraping by.
Oh.
Guess what? You're gonna take it. Hold on.
No, I didn't know.
Hold on.
Because you guys make it.
Hold on. Let me finish. Your piece, let me finish. No. Most white people are not wealthy. Only a small percentage of white people are wealthy. Now, with that being said, he wants to slash possibly 17 million people from Medicaid. And I remember listening to the excuses these fucking trust fund brats would give, regarding, why they should just, if you're living at home and just smoking pot and playing video games all day, you need to get your ass to work. You shouldn't be being funded by Medicaid. Motherfucker, people cannot afford new fucking homes. This is so fucking different from prior generations. They cannot find new homes. People are not having fucking children. against I'm not a communist, I'm not a socialist or anything like that. But at the end of the day, like even Henry Ford, which, he had a lot of extreme views, but one I would respect, and some people would say that it was like, he didn't really mean it, but at least what he expressed was that, like, I do not want to make a car that is like beyond reach, financially, of one of my factory workers. It's like, I do think that you should, and Japan's society was a lot different. Japan, hold on a second.
Henry Ford quoted that he doesn't want none of his workers to be able to afford a car.
No, he said he did not want them to be making cars that cannot afford.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
The opposite. So even when it came to Japan, they have they're much different than us, which is very interesting from like a sociological perspective. These are people that everything is central to the worker. So, like, if you, for example, get convicted of a crime and go to prison, it's because you do not know how to be a good worker. When it came to a company failing, the cuts came top, then bottom, not to the bottom first. You failed as a leader. What is held sacred in Japan is the worker. And so, as long as they're being good workers, and the people at the top, they make bad decisions, their pay goes first. Period. There's like that was sacrament to Japanese society, and I think at the end of the day, and even going back 20 years ago, we listened to the term golden parachute. You give these CEOs obnoxious amounts of fucking money. They fuck everything up. They lay off a bunch of hardworking, everyday fucking Americans, and then they get this piece of shit a fucking parachute. Like, this is, how is that even conservative? It's fucking stupid.
Your example in Japan's a really good one, and I believe it was the Nissan CEO, because of his mismanagement, they put him in jail. Yeah, I think he's still serving his sentence.
Well, there's whispers that he's going to be merged with Honda.
Well, let him
Have y'all heard that?
Sure, your piece, let him finish.
So, here's the thing, like, I work for a Japanese company, and everybody's right, like, a couple of years ago, I guess Nintendo let them flop on, like, one of their products, their sales were way down. The CEO will cut his pay in half. And I think it was Japanese Airlines, Japan Airlines, they had a bad year. The CEO cut his pay by like $100,000. Like, Toyota, their CEO makes like $2.5 million, but he gets about $4 million in dividends, which are only taxed at 15%. But Mary Barra, who runs General Motors here in Michigan, where I'm at, makes $30 million. And Toyota's never had a year where they were not profitable. And in Japan, the CEO just sits at a cube with everyone else. It's not like they have the big corner office. It's not like that at all.
That's a social thing, though.
Yeah, but in Japan, the worker is expected to be completely loyal to the company. And they're expected to act in the best interests of the company. So the idea of going on strike, well, I don't know about that, but I'm speculating that the idea of going on strike would be abhorrent to them because, oh my God, it would damage the country. You don't have that kind of loyalty here in the United States. It's always us against them, us against, they're trying to screw us over, so we're going to screw them over. And it's an adversarial, relationship, whereas in Japan, they see themselves as you're all part of this family, if I can use that term, and everybody's expected to do their part. So yeah, I agree with you, Pepe, but you can't leave out the other part. It's not just that the CEOs
that is, which is so foreign to us, obviously, very, very foreign culture. But they ended up, after World War II, we guided them. I don't think they were technically part of the Marshall Plan, but they ended up adopting an economic system somewhat similar to that of the West. And but I think because of their culture, they ended up having, in a way, I think it's a good thing. I mean, the standard of living in Japan is so much better than for the most part, it's been in the United States. Low crime, good health care, just the standard of living in general is a lot better than what you would find here. Or
I just
even a lot of Western countries.
in reference to what Alan just said, and I'm gonna close this, I'm gonna get back out of these clubhouse streets. The last thing I do with you guys. But Bernie Sanders, I hate to bring up Bernie, but he brought the burn. When he was running for office, he was the only one that really had a structured movement for the working class people. Like increasing wages, better health care for low income earners. Like I've never just been a Bernie fan, but this last run he did, I was like, yeah, that's some good shit for regular working people. He was talking about some good shit, and everybody kind of blowed him off. Even him partnering and collaborating with Andrew Yang, Taiwanese guy running. This guy is proposing UBI. Martin Luther King even spoke about UBI. This economy is so bad, yeah. Everybody could, I don't give a fuck how much you make.
Yeah,
You can all, but you can all raise under $500 or $600 every month, no matter what
Where does that money come from? I mean,
we can print money. Let me ask you this: you ever been to print money? Have you ever been to a Federal Reserve Bank?
Yes. Yes. I've been to a mint as well.
I've been to a Federal Reserve Bank. They print money every fucking day, and they run money every day. So figure it out. The budget will never be balanced for America. It never has been all the way balanced. Tell me one president where our budget in America has been totally balanced.
Okay, well here's what I think.
Never has.
Here's what I think.
It's never been this unbalanced, is the point.
Exactly. And this is the one thing I will say. Okay, whether you go far right, far left, you're in the center, doesn't matter. But let's just go far left. When it comes to the people that you would consider, I guess, parasitic, they're smoking reefers all day, they're doing whatever. I'm pretty sure they don't exist in Cuba. I mean, they lock up people. I'm pretty sure that, to give Cuba credit, a lot of things, a lot of the problems that you might see affect the black community probably do not affect the black community there, because they're not going to allow gangs, they're not going to allow people to not work, they're not going to allow people to do anything harmful. They'll quickly put you into a fucking prison. I mean, that's that. Any behavior they consider as being antisocial or against the regime, re-education or which might involve imprisonment, but imprisonment, is also on the table. Like, you don't. It's a lot different than a thing. But I mean, even if it comes to, but even if it comes to, even when it came to like the communist people, like to make they had this weird view about them. Like they were somehow that there would be a utopian outcome with them. But I mean, if you look at like how murderous they were, it was just like these are some of the most atrocious people. I mean, and I'm speaking of Japan, for example. We may not like it. I don't think that capitalism is a perfect system. I think it's what's been best overall. Nobody can deny that in terms of outcomes. But do I think that there's a lot of exploitation that goes on? That the system is inherently unfair? Yes, absolutely. I totally agree with that. I'm not.
Pepe, to your point about Japan, like, a lot of things, like, my coworker who was from there, she said in Japan, like, she knew a guy that owned, like, an electronics store in, like, downtown Tokyo. He would ride his bike to work every day, park it in front of his store, nobody, he didn't even have to lock it. And I guess, like, a tourist lost his, like, wallet with all his money. They mailed it back to his house with all the money intact. Like, that's how safe Japan is.
Yeah, but after working like an 18-hour day.
No, that's why. It's because if you do break the law, they don't circle around. There's no, oh, I was poor, my parents were poor, don't give me, give me 4 months instead of 12 years. They're like, no, you did the crime, you're gonna do this.
That's partially true, but I would say that, like, Howard kind of touched on something where, like, working the 14-hour days, it is a culture where these people, and they're known to be highly exploited, and they absolutely work their fucking people to death.
No, I mean, we worked till, like, midnight and year-end when we're doing fucking year-end accounting, like, to your point. And you would look at, like, midnight, 10, 11 o'clock at night, half the department was still working. Because to your point, they don't quit jobs because that's being disloyal. So you're
correct. They have a whole system where, I remember learning about this.
Sorry to hear it.
It's more, probably within the last year. I knew some stuff about their work culture, but people, when they come out of college, they'll get a job at one of these Japanese companies, but they basically end up from 18 to 80 years old working at that company. It's the whole like how we operate in the West, where people change careers. They're just applying for different jobs. It's not really much of a thing in Japan. Which it's very foreign to us. I don't know what to make of it.
They don't quit, Pepe. What they'll say is, we had a vice president. He wanted to quit because he had him on, like, a U.S. rotation, and they had him here for 4 years. So they said, he's like, I need to spend more time with my family. So what they did is they put him in kind of like this bullshit position. But it was not like he was quitting because they don't quit. They will keep you there 40 years.
Well, I would say, what some of the biggest problems that you see with Japan, you can kind of see with the United States and other Western countries. I believe their birth rate is lower than ours, and of course they're a highly urbanized country. They are, it's just like, how conducive of a culture is that to like the Japanese people existing? They don't have children. They basically wake up, go to work, wake up, go to work, or go to sleep, wake up, go to work. They don't. And so they basically work till they die. For what? What do they pass on? I'm somebody without kids. I don't mean this like in a mean way.
That's the pyramid scheme that they're having, like with their retirement. Like Social Security was cool when you had 42 workers paying in, 1 person drawing out. Now you have like 6 people drawing out and 1 worker paying in. That's, to your point, the same problem Japan's having with their retirement system because they don't have kids. They have an aging population.
Kevin, I wanted to address your thing about the housing and people not being able to afford housing. If that's okay, because I just looked it up. While the Obama presidency, his goal was to make housing more affordable. So he did 2 things that were significant in that regard. Number 1, the Fed kept the interest rates low. That's a big deal, number 1, because I just looked it up. A house that costs, I put it into mortgage calculator, the difference in payment for like a loan of 300,000 is $600. If you've got a loan for like $600,000, that's $1,300 difference. That's a big deal. That can make the difference between you qualifying and not qualifying for a loan. And right now, the Fed is not reducing interest rates. So if you've got $1,000 added to your loan payment in interest because of interest rates, you can't afford that home. That's the first thing that is making why people can't afford homes now.
But how much of that was a correction from, the 2008 housing bubble where they were getting some
It has nothing to do, and that's the thing. It has nothing to do with the housing bubble. There is one reason alone that inflation goes up: when the government prints more money than it's taking in. And we did it under COVID because everybody was sick and everybody was locked down, and we had the government payments to everybody so that the economy didn't completely collapse. But then right after, what did Biden do? Well, he had the quote Inflation Reduction Act, which printed another $4 trillion. And then, and I won't leave Trump out of this. Then Trump has added now another, $4 trillion to that. When you print money, it's simple. When you print money, it dilutes the value of the money that's there. That's
okay, but I'm going to call bullshit on this. What ended up happening is that when the collapse happened, okay, here in Phoenix, people...
Which collapse?
2008, 2009.
Yes.
So what ended up happening is that there were homes being built everywhere.
Yes.
Now, what's happening is after that, construction slowed to a halt, and there was the type of construction you see now is like they're basically building. It's more like basically condos and apartments. Now we have like. I won't get into the homes that are only for rent. They're not for sale. That are popping up everywhere here in Arizona. But we had literally a shortage of housing because they stopped building new houses after the 2008 collapse. And so because they stopped doing that, houses were basically, there was a shortage of housing, especially here in Phoenix. Like literally, during the pandemic, the cost of rent doubled.
Not even. They froze everything. That's what we're talking about. There's two separate issues. People being able to find a house is one issue. But once they find that house and they getting approved for the loan is the separate issue. Now, the first issue you're talking about, yes, that can be a problem. It certainly is. But there's the back end of it is that people say, well, I want to buy a house. Okay, the market is a seller's market, so prices are higher. But people were still able to manage that market. Because it's like, okay, I'm paying $50,000 or $40,000 over market value because of demand, but I can still afford it because the interest rates are so low. I
get that part, but
there's also the bigger issue. I think the consumer price index since like 1985 is up like 149%, but across the U.S. rent is up 208%. So whether you can afford to buy an home, even if you can't, the cost of rent has significantly outpaced the rate of inflation since 1985, multiple administrations. So it's not a Obama thing, it's not a Bush thing, it's just an overall trend of really crowding out the middle class and the lower middle class from affordable homeowning.
But what makes a home affordable? I won't dispute that, Howard. But what makes someplace affordable?
Oh, great, man.
Are you familiar?
It has to be. It has to be
More
built.
threats like that.
Are you also familiar with a company? I think they're out of. I don't know if
Well, it was a rhetorical question because.
But known as RealPage. Do you know who RealPage is?
No, I've never heard.
Okay, it's a technology company that
more threats like last time.
I know a little bit about this industry from being in it, but big property management companies across the country, a lot of them, not every single one, but a lot of them use RealPage. And basically it's like an AI app. It's an algorithm that determines how to optimize rents by market. And now there's a class action suit here in Phoenix where they're being sued basically for market fixing, price fixing on rent. That is also contributing to the overall increase in the rate of rent outpacing inflation. Part of it is also optimizing the technology that's now available to these large management companies, property management companies in the apartment industry.
Okay, and here and right there, I will concede that they do that. I will not argue that point. And I'm sure they're doing it. The problem is, and this has been an issue in California, and I actually went to a city meeting where they discussed this. Most of the property is not owned by these management companies. I forget the exact name.
That's true.
And that's so the idea that all these, that the evil corporations are trying to, they're the ones, that's why nobody can afford housing. Not only is that a false narrative, but they're at one of these meetings, this one guy had done the research, and what he found out is during the pandemic and to this day, property owners and landlords have actively worked to keep their rents down. And the only, when they raised them was when the local cities threatened to enact rent control. Then they were like, oh my God, there's going to be rent control. My insurance is going up. My property taxes are going up. I better get in that rent increase now before they enact this rent control. So it's actually, I don't know about Phoenix, but in California, yeah, people have been actively trying to keep it down. It's only when the government says, oh no, there's this, we gotta fix this problem.
But it's an envious, yeah, but it's like, this is where, like, when it comes to a lot of the quote-unquote liberals, these NIMBYs who, when it comes to the zoning laws, they preach one thing, but they do something completely different when it comes to preserving their wealth and making it so housing's more affordable. They want it to be so that they can maintain the equity in their home and continues to go up. Other people around them cannot, have affordable housing. And so, and I would say that I would say every generation after the boomers got hit pretty hard by this. But I would say the Zoomers are getting hit, really hard. Generation Z, it's absolute bullshit.
Hey, great discussion. I think I got to pick up my daughter. I'll try to jump back in later.
Alright, well, look, the other part of this I was going to say is, and this was significant too in terms of what Obama did, the ACA of Obamacare. A lot of people complain that it got more expensive, and it did. But it also got cheaper for a lot of people. And if you were paying, hang on, if you were paying, and I remember my costs for health care at that time, I was paying $800 a month And when it kicked in, that went down $500 a month because of the tax credits and payments, et cetera, et cetera. That's, again, that is a significant amount of money. If you're paying $500 a month less for your health care costs, and the interest rates are down around 3 or 4%, that makes housing a hell of a lot more affordable for everyone. So, you know, I just came up to say that. And last thing I'll say is that you know, it's everybody in their 20s. The 20s is all about you're now out of college. You're now in the real world.
yourself,
You're
loser.
not coddled by your parents. You're not coddled by your college. You're out there in the real world. You've got to survive on your own. And everybody in their 20s is scared shitless. But you will manage. And yeah, you're not going to be able to buy a house when you're 24 like the boomers did or the people before the boomers did. No, you won't. It will take you about 10 years to get established, to get financially secure. Now, there are people who will jump ahead and there are people who will lag behind. But it takes about 10 years for you to build up a career or a job and to get a salary to where you can start saving money and you can start and you'll be able to afford a home. And it's not just now, that's the way it's always been for most people. So,
But that's not the way it's been for most people, because like most people, I mean, we can look at first-time homebuyers before the age of 30, and we can look at when people are first having children. There is absolutely a problem. Like I don't see how you can deny that point. We're literally committing demographic suicide, like, just like Japan and Korea are.
yeah, and look, I can't argue with the stats. Hell, I'm the one who's always talking about stats, you know, with other issues. So I can't argue against that. I mean, and
Both
I
are
don't
bad.
have any data to prove what I'm
Both
saying.
are bad.
But we're also in a consumer, you know, economy. So I see, and I see this now. Yeah, they get out of college. What are they doing? They're buying a brand new Beamer. They're buying or a Mercedes or some other car. They're spending crap loads of money on their disposable income instead of saving it. You know, and you can't do so that by the time they're 30, how much have they saved? Do they have a down payment? I don't think so. Now that's me. I have no data on that, but that is my guess. If you want to buy a house, you have to save money because you need to be a good qualified owner. You have to have good credit, and you got to have that 20%. And then you got to have good income for 2 years on your tax return, because that income, they average it, and that determines how much of a loan they're going to give you. That's the quick answer.
Yeah, but I would say with Generation Z, which I'll call Zoomers, when they cannot afford houses, we can look at, you know, I'm 1 year away from being Generation X, so technically a millennial.
I don't even know why I'm talking to you.
I do think that they've been given the shaft. I mean, I'm just being honest. Like, I think that as much as like one of the things that I kind of think is invigorating is I hear these younger Generation Z people, and they're like so like fun. I wouldn't say seen all of them. They're either like really far left or really far right. But I see this resurgence, and it's just like, wow, dude, holy shit, that's amazing. But for you to say that, like, that they would be able to, and I'm talking about middle class children. There are people who grew up in middle class neighborhoods. They absolutely could not afford homes like previous generations. And you can't deny that. And the biggest bone I have to take with conservatives is over that. Like, I want to see like future generations actually inherit something, to actually live the fucking American dream. And you know, when it comes to like Republicans today, it is such a trash party. The Democrats have been trash for a while.
Okay, this is Pepe Mom, Brad, Matt, losers. Just had it out in the chat. She rage quit, kicked me out of the room. Glorious ending to trolling them. We didn't call it trolling, I would call it accurately describing them. So, here we are. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover. Hope you enjoy this room. We're going to find out if any of these losers want to come in and talk their shit. We'll stir the pot and play the game. I don't know if anyone will come up because we got a cloud on this room. It's kind of funny. I actually passed a lot of people now. I could care less if I ever talked to any of these people ever. And I never really cared to begin with, but it's just so abundantly clear. Today really set a standard in terms of conversations and communication. I'm not trying to self-center myself, but the truth is having conversations with Pepe and many other people is a complete and total waste of time. So here we are. Or if I call this a waste of time. Anyways, this is the way it goes. Okay, we're just gonna leave this as my response room to Pepe, his Wicked Witch of the West, and his enforcers, Brad and Matt. You fucking losers.
Sure.
Think about you. They just think about themselves.
They should.
That's what they do. They always think about themselves.
Sorry for caring, y'all. Sorry for caring about other people besides myself.
Yeah, that's a retarded statement. It's very distinguishable from what a liberal schmuck would say.
And so, and then I thanked him for including his name in the inquiry, which he didn't. So I said, oh, I found your LinkedIn profile. I sent you a connection request. It looks like you've represented some strong names in the past. Dude, all of it is bullshit. I know some of the owners of those names, and it's just nonsense, you know. So I said, I appreciate the transparency and introducing yourself, blah, blah, blah. I came across your previous portfolio. By the way, his website didn't resolve. I had to look up an archive. And I enjoyed seeing the quality of your names you work with. Blah, blah, blah. If you have a qualified buyer, I can also provide a discounted link. You know, I just played this game like I already know you're front running. If this is for a client, I'd be happy to discuss a co-brokerage arrangement, which of course I'll factor everything into that. Yeah. And he said, oh, thanks for getting back there. What's your best price? And then I responded, you know, I'm going to read the whole thing, but as mentioned, domain is available for $30K, with a discounted link. To considering a serious offer if you have a buyer ready to proceed quickly. But the domain is priced to reflect its value as a premium brand asset, you know, in the space and blah, blah, blah. And that's it, you know. I just didn't want to entertain too much bullshit. You know, the domain has a price everywhere. It's listed on Spaceship, on Seller Hub. It's listed on Atom. It's listed on Zito. It's listed on Afternic. It's.
I did not.
Anyways, you guys can speak about this. As far as
I just want to throw in there, and like I was saying, it's the only reason I came up on this.
But how you been though? On some real shit. You been good?
I've been trying to be good. I just quit weed this past Friday. Yeah. Cause it made me lazy. I gained weight. I've been just lazy. I wasn't even cutting my toenails. My toenails got long as hell.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, I know.
Crazy. Yesterday I broke one of my flip toes. So I had to go get it redone today, and it hurt so fucking bad. But luckily I didn't like break it too bad. But you said what, though, girl?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Who are you talking to, bitch?
Nobody.
You sound like a fucking troll. Like an actual troll, bitch. Like you sound like you're like under a bridge or something. Like you sound like you about to pop out and go like ooh or some shit. Like I don't know. Like,
My phone is on water.
no, that's not it. It's just you.
I left my phone on water.
It's just the decibel that she's saying.
My teeth in this class gonna change. Y'all gonna be stressed out before me. I promise you.
Biggs, look at this. There'll probably be some troll shit, right? Biggs, look at this.
No, what it is that, bro, the kids just be held bad. Like, for instance, one kid, I'll be telling him, like, bro, keep your hand.
Yes, y'all do. Yes,
okay, let's not argue that.
So I'm gone. I just came to say, be at peace. Don't go over there censoring yourself. It's not.
I can do it. Yeah, and listen, Malik, I'll say this to you, Malik. If not for the strength of the community, I would not have been able to get it done.
You could leave. I understand that this is a money grab. So
or she could sit on his lap.
The better question is, if there's only one seat, I take it or your woman takes it. No, I take it.
No, like I'll beat you up, and then she'll take it.
Okay, you can do that. Then you're gonna get sued. And you're gonna get
I'll get sued. You're gonna be dead. You're gonna be dead. We'll both be dead, man. We'll probably still be fighting. Okay,
of her age group. She'd be like, oh crap. She says that.
Yeah, I would do things to let that person know that there's a strong parent presence. You feel me? So it has to be, some kind of whatever your daughter's name is. At this point in time, I need you to do this at this time. I need you to do that. You know what I mean? I let my voice be heard. Because if they're in my house, right? It doesn't matter that they're not physically here. My kid, if he's on the phone with his friends, I tell him to watch that speaker shit. Like he's just walking around with the phone on speaker, and I don't know the phone is on.
Yeah, I hate that ghetto ass shit.
Not even that it's like on speaker loud. It's like, no, what I'm saying is it's on speaker and nobody's talking. It maybe, you know what I'm saying? Or he might have his headphone in and he's just walking around the house. That's like a spy in my fucking house, bro.
Right.
There's all the information in my house. You just got the shit open, right? So I look at it the same way with the games, right? If these people, it's a bold thing, right? Nobody's gonna control shit in my house from the outside, right? So as bold as they are, I would be just as bold. So I would make sure my voice is heard by these people so they get the gist of who is, this kid is under my tutelage.
Right. 100%. Sound like you buying that house, right? You know, little bitch in your house. That's what's up.
Yeah, but it's an everyday struggle, buddy.
I know.
Because there's a thin line between imposing on their childhood freedoms and discipline.
That's all it is. It's a childhood freedoms. I'm like, no, that's not a thing. The world is too dangerous for children who don't know how to critically think to be out and about and making free choices. So if you're controlling your family, that's exactly what you should be doing. And their kind of behavior is unacceptable, so.
Right, but in the same context, right, when I say childhood freedoms, right, it's already implied, right, that it's within the constraints of my
No, I don't think so. I think everybody else hears it differently. I hear what you're saying, but I think kids and other people think that means something else. But it's like, no, it needs to be very clear.
What do you think they think it means?
Well, I think when somebody says childhood freedoms, that means children are allowed to read whatever they want, listen to whatever they want, watch whatever movies, talk to whoever, because that is enabled by the internet. So they don't view the internet as a dangerous conduit. That's the problem. And as you said, so rightfully so, and so accurately, is, hey, all of a sudden I have a fucking spy in my house. Yes, that's exactly how it is. So that's like, you should say that to your kid. You're like, listen, when you're talking to your friends, imagine I was recording you all the time. That's stupid. That puts you in jeopardy. You can't make mistakes and rehabilitate yourself or grow as a person if you have no privacy. It's one of the most important things that Snowden said that I did not understand for such a long time. He's like, listen, you can't become your own person if you don't have privacy to fuck up in private and fix that shit before the world calls you out and labels you for it forever. We're lucky because maybe we grew up without the fucking internet. Thank God there's no fucking clips of me fucking, except here maybe in Clubhouse. But other than that, there's no footage of me being a stupid child.
He's right? Doing this. He's right though. Lion, you had something to say, but I want to ask him something.
Yeah, I wanted to say, the last thing, I use the internet as a teaching tool, and the last thing that I taught my oldest son, I was very proud of his response. It was, I showed, because, he's in high school now, and the last thing I just showed him was the football player who just married that biracial chick, and she's trying to hit him up for $40 million. So I wanted to know how much he understood about the world and his age. Yeah. In order for me to figure that out, I had to present him with a social issue, and I wanted to see what he thought about that social issue. So I told I played out everything. What's his name? O'Shea Duke Jackson gave a really good breakdown, of exactly what happened with the young man. So we watched the whole video, and then afterwards I asked him, I said, "So what you think? Before I continue going forward, what do you think?" And my son went, "That nigga a self."
You said, don't say that, and then you went, the lady was like, I'm
No,
so
I
proud.
ain't say no. I ain't say no. I said good ass.
That's so proud.
About 16, good answer.
Oh, hell yeah. At 16, that's a great fucking answer, bro. Yeah.
It's really hard to see that when the booty is up close. It has a way of like removing all the blood from your brain and all the oxygen.
Right.
It only goes there, and you're like, listen, I'm working on 20% GPT here. I don't got the critical reasoning, Pa. I can't figure it out, okay? That booty's too powerful, That's literally like the corollary to that lesson.
And especially at 16, yeah, you think what you think.
Exactly. They actually said that when a man and a woman are in love, it's the equivalency of being intoxicated under like some sort of drug or alcohol.
Like, you are normally a smart man, will make stupid decisions. And everyone's like, why? And you're like, well, I talked to her, and she basically made me believe that it was a great idea. And you're like, listen, if your friend said that to you, you would call him a fucking idiot.
But is that feeling part of, or maybe the whole of what we're chasing when we look for love?
Yeah, falling, giving up control, that's part of it.
What's actually happening on a biological level is oxytocin is being released, along with dopamine. When you are receiving something like a hand or a hug or a kiss or even long eye contact, so you're being once you provide a certain, as the male, you're providing certain things that's causing her to react toward you, and you're being patted on the head, so to speak. And so it's causing your brain to release these hormones, which is exactly what you like. So therefore, you keep doing it and doing it and doing it. She doesn't even have to actually.
And doing it well.
Yeah, she doesn't have to actually give in and give you sex. All she has to do is just keep kind of like, dangling the carrot in front of you, and all right, and that's what happened to this young boy. And I explained this to my son. I said, hey, listen, this is going to happen to you. He gave me the whole like, nigga, you lying, look, right? I'm like, yeah.
Sure, listen, there's a woman like that for each of us. That will blind you, and you will walk into the sun. You'll walk into traffic. You'll do all sorts of stupid shit.
So he was like, I said, look, hey, the one upstairs, that's what happened to me. But I just got lucky because she actually cared about me.
Exactly, and that's all you can do, is get lucky with someone who cares about you, yeah.
Right. It could have really, really went left. Like, I could be fighting over custody for you right now because she really didn't damn about me or you. She just wants my money. That could have actually happened. And son, that could happen to you. I don't want you to think with the little head, and I want you to, use the logical side.
God forbid if that ever happened to a man like you, I feel like that would turn into your full-time job.
I would turn it, I would be the biggest
like you wouldn't drive trucks as much. That would be your fucking job right there.
No. You know what? I'd probably be this guy. Like, I'll be on the news for like drive-by going like cakes in women's faces after that shit.
You gonna take it out on all the other women? What's wrong with Io Mike? The fuck? Io say something.
What we can do?
My daughter would be like, ever since my mama left my daddy, he's like, he went and bought a cake and he wears his mask. I don't know why.
a tingle and then it's fucking slap somebody's phone out their hand when they about to get the phone out.
Like, bro, do you realize he was just about to hand this woman your credit card? I just saved your life.
Shit. You'll pop up on niggas like Pops all the time. Where Pops been at?
Right. Nah, I just walk into a crowd. If I see a nigga look like he about to have a, like, he thinks he about to take her home. Brother, do you realize she already got holes in the condom? Yeah, she is waiting on you. Uh-oh, hey, brother, watch out. She's pretending to be drunk. She's trying to get you.
You think there's a difference between simping and tricking?
Yes. So, a simp is actually, like, he feels some sort of, like, strong, deep affection for the woman, right? A trick don't care about her or any other woman. He just wants to, get his rocks off.
But some people look at it like a trick's a simp, right? Because he willing to give up a good portion of his money. Right, yeah, you're right. Okay, all right. Because an extreme simp, right? It's like, okay, let's call him left, right? A far left simp, right? Is nothing like a far right trick. You know what I'm saying? But there is some overlap in the middle.
The overlap is what you stated, but to the core of what a trick is, he, in his mind, already knows that this ain't no relationship. He already has counted the cost of paying for, you remember the Puerto Rican princess?
Yeah.
Wait, right? But you know that if you with her, there ain't no marriage or future. I mean, and if you get this woman pregnant, your life is over. This is the woman who is literally built for tricks. She is designed in a laboratory, and her whole purpose is to accommodate certain men, the kind of men that like to be around a lot of women, and they don't mind paying for it. And the reason why is because their intention is never to be settled down with one woman anyway.
Yeah, but a lot of women look at tricks like simps, bro. Because no matter what, right, they feel like they have the upper hand, right? There's situations where a trick. Okay, I would say the biggest difference is that a trick wants the whole fucking cake. Like he wanna fuck. He most of the time niggas not gonna break bread unless you give up the pussy, right? That's a tricking situation, right? A simple situation, they could get away you could get away with stringing a simp for a long time.
Right.
And still get bread and stuff like that without giving the pussy.
Yeah, a simp will send food over to the house when he knows on a date after she just finished sucking off some other dude.
Yeah, a simp will watch the kids while you go work your shit.
How long before I see results?
You think that's still consistent in 2025? I think that's I think it's don't run, right? Oh,
you've ever seen. Meet the Chinese military's secret gun knife. You can load for bullets into its handle and fire them like a pistol. It's not just a tool, it's a stealth weapon used by Chinese soldiers for those critical, high-stakes moments. This knife is just... This is what happens when you crash with motorcycle. The inventor of motorcycle riding gear is truly a genius. Motorcycle riding gear is equipped with an 8 erection.
Hey, what are you doing over there? Come on, leave the poor guy alone. You better keep walking. What the heck? Oh, look, it's the hero. Yo, brethren, what up with these? You didn't get enough, Mr. Hero? You want some more? I do not wish to fight, so as soon as you apologize, I will absolve you and continue on the path of righteousness. What are you talking about? Me and the homies to apologize, right? I tell you what, right? We'll apologize, but then when he comes up my butt, then he gets you started. What a coincidence! Because that's such a damn good. That monkey just come out your crack, man? Right. This is some real shit, man. Let's go! Hey, don't forget your birthing gifts. You would have to get her to have to hey, go over there. Make a fuck you, right? Those instances work, right? But outside of that, every female not like that, bro. And if you tell a dim-witted nigga to just, oh, you want some pussy, ignore bitches. And that motherfucker, he gonna fuck up.
No, you're not. If you want, honestly, if that's what you want, I personally, I can't condone just getting sex. But if you're looking for the attention of the opposite sex, don't pay no attention to them. Focus on what you're doing, right? Whatever your craft is. What she wants is security. All you gotta do is basically just show that you that nigga that got the security. Not that hard. You ain't gotta say a word. You know what it's like? What's a good example?
This nigga the type of nigga that walk up to the bar and drop his bank account statement on that bitch.
No, I ain't saying you gotta. You ain't gotta be. You ain't gotta. No. You ain't gotta be the big money nigga. You can smell the money. These are. Come on, man. These are.
When I hear security, that's what I'm.
You're not dealing with some lame chick that don't know what it is out here. These are hunters. They're pretending.
Sweet Lion, are you saying you've only met women in your whole life who are prostitutes?
Well, listen, that one time I got with your mom, that didn't count.
Oh,
listen.
shit.
So, if you understand this, all of that needs to live when they realize that you kind of like that. You ain't got to be the wealthiest nigga, but you just got to be in between, somewhere where you don't look like some bum ass nigga. You know, you got stuff, handling yourself.
All right, let me ask you this, right? I'll pose a scenario to you, right? You go on vacation, you go to another country, right?
on her of ignoring?
I would just, no. Because she.
Right, it would be a different tactic for that girl.
And her, but here's the thing is, she has to acknowledge her presence. So what you would do, like if you one of those Hispanic countries, you'd be like, that pasta, bonita. And then after that, just kind of like do the little light skin, Captain Kirk baby died. And then after that, just
He's so smooth, bro. You're talking about some cake pasta. Yeah.
And so then after that, you wanna make sure that she kind of like turned her head or whatever. You got to attention. And then just if you were at some sort of like market or something like that, just stroll over there.
Nah, you're right though. You're right.
Like
If you hit him with some.
If she comes over there, she's gonna recognize that you don't speak the language. So now she's already curious because now you don't sound like every other nigga that was already in there trying to holler at her. And on top of that, you got you're English, so she's trying to figure out if you Britain or if you American, and if you're American, you already in. And so you stand over there and pretend like you give a damn about the apricots and shit like that, like you try to pick the right fruit. She'll walk right over there and be like, hola, and you start talking. Like, hey, how you doing?
That's alright. I get at a C plus.
It's not that
B minus, C plus.
Alright, so my approach when getting lady was I didn't realize how like intimidating I was to her because of my height.
Alright, I'm out of here.
Like think about
now
it.
You're lying.
No. She's like 5'2".
Wait, okay. How's up?
Ariel, what are you thinking? You want to hear more sales shit or no?
I've never worked in sales. I'm kind of glad I didn't.
My boss, when I was 20, he used to make me watch this whole thing.
Tell it. He's a guy. That's Jay. I don't like the whole thing.
Kelly Baldwin romance.
Talking about,
And he's gonna come up.
That's the world of the land. Who wants to be?
It is 7:30.
So who's up here?
Where's Mr. Rose?
Well, I'm not a week. I don't know. Go on.
Let me have your attention for a moment.
Because you're talking about what? You're talking about bitching about that sale you shot. Some son of a bitch don't want to buy land. Somebody don't want to be selling some fraud, trying to screw so forth. Let's talk about something important. Everyone here?
On with one.
Let's go see us for a one-on-one. Put that coffee down.
What?
Coffee closes only. You think I'm fucking with you? I'm not fucking with you. I'm here from downtown. I'm here from Mitch and Murray. And I'm here on a mission of mercy. His name's Levine. You call yourself a salesman, you son of a bitch. I don't gotta listen to this shit.
You certainly don't, pal.
Because the good news is
You're fired.
the bad news is you've got just 1 week to regain your job, starting with tonight's sit. Oh, but I got your attention now. Because we're adding a little something to this month's sales contest. As you all know, first prize is a Cadillac Eldorado. Anybody want to see second prize? Second prize is in steak knives. can't close the leads you're given. You can't close shit. You are shit. Hit the bricks, pal, and beat it, because you are going out. Leads are weak. Leads are weak. Fucking leads are weak. You're weak. I've been in this business 15 years. What's your name? Fuck you. That's my name. You know why, mister? Because you drove a Hyundai to get here tonight. I drove an $80,000 BMW. That's my name. Your name is your wanting. You can't play in the man's game. You can't close them. Go home till you wipe your troubles. There's only one thing counts in this life. If you sign on the line, it's done. Hear me, you fucking faggots? You may return with him to his new home. That's all. If you don't like it, leave. You may never leave. Always be closing. Always be closing. AIDA. Attention, interest, decision, action. Attention. Do I have your attention? Interest. Are you interested? I know you are. Good morning, sir. Hit the bricks. Decision. Have you made a decision? Christ. Matthew Morgan, job. AIDA. Get out there. The prospect's coming in. You can think you can get out of the way. I don't want the left. He wants to buy. You're waiting to give you their money.
So apparently I'm not 23 years. It was supposed to be an investment.
What's the problem, pal? You're such a hero. You're so rich. How come you're coming down here wasting time with such a bunch of bumps? You see this watch? You see this watch? Yeah. That watch costs more than your car. I made $970,000 last year. How much you make? You see, pal, that's who I am, and you're nothing. Nice guy. I don't give a shit. Good father. Fuck you. Go home and play with your kids. You want to work here? Close. You think this is abuse? You think this is abuse, you cocksucker? You think this is abuse, you cocksucker? You can't take this. How can you take the abuse you get upset? You don't like it. I can't say $8,000 tonight in 2 hours. Can you? Can you? Go and do likewise. AIDA. Get mad, motherfuckers. Get mad. You know what? Sell real estate. It takes brass balls. You like much chances. Money's out there. You pick it up. It's yours. You don't make a touch. You want to go out on lessons tonight and close? Close.
Okay, this is Pepe Mom, Brad, Matt, losers. Just had it out of the chat. She rage quit, kicked me out of the room. Glory's ending to trolling them. We wouldn't even call it trolling, I would call it accurately describing them. So, here we are. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover. Hope you enjoyed the show. We're going to find out if any of these losers want to come in and talk their shit. We'll stir the pot and play the game. I don't know if anybody will come, though, because I got my cloud on the...
Clear on the air. Like, their capitalism is a please. Fred,
and the whole, and now he seems to be winning. Things seem to be getting better. We seem to be in a progressive state of where we're going somewhere. I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I can tell you I'm hopeful. I'm more hopeful than I was under Biden. I'm more hopeful than I was in the pandemic. And I've been hopeful for a long time in this country. I'm hopeful today.
He's hopeful now.
great. I think he's way better than Kamala Harris. I mean, which is it's such a low bar that it's not even worth mentioning.
I think he's better than half of the politicians that went through. Who are you going to go with? Klobuchar, Buttigieg on the Democrat side? Like, there's literally people now pushing off the poll that Buttigieg is going to win Florida. You're not going to take Florida with Buttigieg. He's not there. His Secretary of Transportation state, where he was putting in green energy and he was road mapping it, he spent a massive proportion of that subsidies and tax benefits putting in charging stations. Guess where? In depressed areas. So this would be some people would call the hood or the trailer park. It was these areas, the poor areas. Motherfuckers are not taking their $75,000 Tesla or electric car to a trailer park to charge. I'm just telling you, these people are not doing it. So him spending that money on the infrastructure, trying to force the pool to actually acquiesce and buy an electric car is absurd. It doesn't work. It's not going to help anyone with the volume of he's not really a great politician. Infrastructure his response to I was going to do this, but I'm not going to do this. He didn't do any of that shit. He told you he was going to deport people. He's going to lock up the border. He told you he was going to do tariffs. He told you he was going to institute a trade war. He said he was going to get these other nations to pony up money for defense. He did tell, what else did he tell? What else? He did say he was going to be tougher on crime and those that are committing crime. He also did say he was going to do prison reform and get innocent people out of prison that were wrongfully convicted. He put up a woman to actually oversee and lead that, and so he can exonerate or commutate fucking sentences. He said all this. He said prices are going to stabilize and even decrease. They did. I'm confused why people are acting like this is just a moral outrage. He told you what he was going to do before he won. So, I mean, tell me I'm wrong, Pepe, but is there anything that's really, truly surprising that he's done so far that we didn't know was going to happen on day one?
I mean, but I don't think he didn't come out. Jesus Christ. I don't want to get it was going to be too controversial. There's some things that he said that he basically he was weak when it came to resisting these I guess you can say people. But I'm trying to remember. There was one point I wanted to respond to that letting you go and get it all off. Which I understand because I was going on for quite a long time.
No, I'm sorry.
No. It's just me being a retard. I took a pill to go to sleep, and I'm super tired. And
no, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to remember.
I came in to support.
No, it's not your fault. It's my fault.
No, I mean, stop me anytime. It's your room. It's your show. I'm here to support you. So, we can talk politics. It's a great conversation. I thought Alan contributed greatly. I know I don't give a lot of compliments to Alan. I think Mon did really great, and I think some of the other people brought up some things. We hit some good points, but I mean, when it comes on the track, looking at it, I mean, the Epstein, you could give him a little pushback on. I'm like, all right.
Well, Epstein, a prideful. I never cared about. You've been around me enough on this app that I don't really deal with conspiracy theories. I don't even find them fascinating whatsoever. I just, for the most part, I'm I kind of just miss a lot of these people. I got the hiccups really bad all of a sudden. But with that being said, like he said that he would release them day one. He didn't do it. And so, like, yeah, I'm obviously gonna look at him a certain way. It's just like, just release the fucking shit you promised you were gonna release. It's as simple as that. I understand people may make, promises they can't keep, during their campaign, but you said you were gonna release the goddamn files. Just shut the fuck up and do it. And you cannot be mad at the people that literally voted for you to do that and then call them losers and say you don't want their support when you were obviously pandering for their fucking vote. And so it is that is the one reason why I personally, I will stand on the side of the people that want the Epstein files released. I think it's largely like made up bullshit and nothing burger. I don't think, the Mossad or whatever stupid bullshit conspiracy theorists have as ideas is tied to that to the extent they would like to think it is. Made up bullshit. But, you can't make these people happy, regardless.
Yeah, I get that point, and I understand, and you guys have a right to complain. You're like, hey, dude, we're holding you. I will say, I don't think he actually said he would release them on day one. I went looking for that statement, and I couldn't find it. Someone else may have it, but it's fine. Well, I'll just agree that he made some references and used that as a political campaign winning tool to get everybody. I think if the Epstein files really had anything on Trump, it would have been released under Biden. I don't see any, like, they tried to shoot the guy. I'm pretty sure they would have released the Epstein files. I honestly, here's my whole take on the Epstein file list. I think it has nothing to do with Trump. I think there are some key political figures, but I think it would impact geopolitical relations at a very crucial tipping point. I think there's shit with Europe. I mean, we're aware of my friends already involved. We're aware of significant other leaders and monies exchanging through the Bermuda Papers and other avenues. Bankman-Fried had some impacts on this. So I think there's a lot of at play here, and I think the list or the people that are actually on the list are a lot of hedge funders, a lot of money makers, and a lot of money power makers that also exist in foreign countries that we have to have relations with right now. Releasing that would probably put some, I guess, detriment on some of these negotiations, trade deals, and the tariff war that we have going on. And I think that's why basically Trump is holding back. And for those of you that say he's on there, he's proof that he's a pedo or whatever it is, I'm going to tell you this. Trump was a Democrat way before 2016. He ran with Democrat shoulders. All the little wedding photos and party folders that everybody's putting up, you're forgetting one big thing. When you zoom out on those photos, those are actually donor organizations or campaign rallies or these are all people who run in a certain circle. What you're not going to be able to hide is the fact when you zoom out on those pictures, you can see the Clintons, you can see Obamas, you can see Bidens, you can see Pelosi's, you can see all these people, all these big dumb shills and all those other people all hobnobbing in the same fucking room with the same tuxedos on, with the same freaking stupid hairstyles. You can see all of them. And so I'm just saying, like, you can point to Trump, but he was a Democrat. And every time you guys do that Epstein thing, I'm just going to look at you and go, yeah, you guys are really stupid. You're focused on Trump, but you're not willing to clean the rest of your house. It's just Trump is the bad one. And I'm looking at those photos going, there's a Democrat committee member. There's another one. Oh, wait, that one's a congressional aide. Oh, that one's a, holy shit, that's a big-ass bug. That is a whole big-ass, fucking really big bug. I didn't think Texas group bug's that big. But,
is it a beetle?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's huge. It's like the size of my fucking hand, the palm of my hand.
There's these weird beetles you get that in Arizona at least that have, like, they have wings and then you have carpet.
Big king cockroach version. I don't know.
So,
yeah, there's like, shit.
Like, even...
And it's like, they're kind of crazy. What else? Coyotes, I don't like them fuckers.
I agree 100%. I think that just going against Trump and calling him a fascist, a racist, whatever, it's not going to work. I voted for him because he's absolutely the best option. Now, there are people who are going to say he's not deporting enough people, whatever. But what we do know now is that that spigot of just nonstop, immigration to the United States, it stopped. I mean, that would, if Kamala was president, like, that wouldn't have stopped. And she's a fucking retard. Not much, I mean, she's not literally retarded, she's more intelligent than average. But but then you have somebody who's like obviously not all there, like Biden. People were running the show, and it was obviously the same with her. I think it would have literally continued. I guess one of the weird things I would have to ask is, like, we talk about, like, even Japan, when I talk about how they have a much different viewpoint when it comes to their workers and they value them, they're absolutely known for not being open borders. And they have good outcomes. We have, not, in my opinion, pretty shareholders, C-suite executives, and people that don't really care about the everyday American. They just care about, like, making more money. And I absolutely despise these people. Like, you can say, like, I'm more of a Jeffersonian type of capitalist. I'm not. As far as, like, Milton Friedman, I get where there's a lot of people that there's a soft spot in our heart where we think that, like, we would all get together and value that type of capitalism in society, but I think it's too unrealistic. Much as, like, I think, like,
I agree with you. I think, like, unrestrained capitalism or the free market, as a libertarian say, isn't a bad idea. That's how you end up with toxic freaking sludge hills in Kentucky. That's how Flint doesn't have freaking clean drinking water. Fruitvale, California doesn't have purified water. That's how your glorious state doesn't have fucking, they go through trucks and they have to battle California for water resources to the Colorado River that just runs straight through. I mean, you gotta have some controls in place. I'm not a libertarian by now. Roger, people who mention other ones on the set. I'm not with them. I actually for smart regulations and actual legislation that helps promote and allows people to manifest their own dreams, not just whoever's the strongest wins out. I don't believe in that.
Yeah, obviously, I don't. To me, it's just like, and I think, like, when it comes to libertarians, we all have kind of a soft spot for them because, like, almost all of us agree because of how they take up positions on both sides. Not necessarily economically, but especially when it comes to, like, your freedoms. When it comes to, like, freedom of association, you should be able to say whatever you want. You should be able to own guns, lesbians, gays. You guys can do whatever you want. They're kind of considered to be, like, safe by a lot of us. But at the end of the day, I just don't see I don't see them as being a viable option whatsoever.
They're not going to be. Like, the Rand Paul, no one's going to back Rand Paul. And, like, I'm not saying the guy's bad. I'm just, your neighbor tackled you on your lawn and you're talking about the strength of America. I think you're a good guy. I think you have some great ideas. And I can agree with it and see the rationale. I don't think you're the one that's going to lead us into the future. It's too complex for that. We can't go back to this. Let's just let corporations figure it out and the private market will solve all our problems. No, it really doesn't. president. We tried that once. That's how we ended up with FDR. Remember that? It didn't go so well. He did. And why people wanted to keep it afterwards is because of all the crap that existed prior to that. And yes, there were dangers in it, and no one heeded those warnings. But at the same time, you have to govern people. You can't just base all of your governing decisions on the economy. You have to govern people. And I think libertarians lose that every time. Like, ask them, how are you gonna establish and fix global trade? What are you going to do about the 63% of the countries that we have under current economic sanctions? Are you going to list them? Are you going to repeal them? Are you going to import or deport some of these restrictions that you have on them? How are you going to challenge the shipping lanes? Are you going to let the best mercantiles win because, you know, the U.S. really wants to maintain those free trades? Are you going to present that military faction and allow the Navy to control the seas, or are you going to pull them back? Libertarians start to crumble really fast when you start talking about that global pressure and then that domestic governance.
I agree 100%.
Plus, I still can't forget, was that guy Gary or whatever, when he goes, what is Aleppo? I can't get that out of my head watching that debate. It just was really dumb.
I'm gonna close the room at 8. It's just, you know, normally I just fall asleep. It's only the two of us, and I don't think you want to, like, be on stage by yourself. If you want, I'll just close the app and go to bed. It's up to you.
No, I'm good. I came up to support you. I came to make sure that, so I guess a lot of people are here to see some fuck shit. I'm just going to tell you, you know, Pepe's on the app, so if you got your own little personal agendas with these, I'm good. I came up to support you.
It's just, you know, normally I just fall asleep. It's only the two of us, and I don't think you want to, like, be on stage by yourself. If you want, I'll just close the app and go to bed. It's up to you.
No, I'm good. I came up to support you. I came to make sure that, so I guess a lot of people are here to see some fuck shit. I'm just going to tell you, you know, Pepe's on the app, so if you got your own little personal agendas with each of them, try again. And as far as any of the other rumors or gossip, you know, I would probably just keep out of it at this point, just because, you know, it's kind of like died down. All the people that wanted to throw their stones, they went running, and then they hit. So apparently, yeah, you know, there you go. And could have came in, your shit, you lost. So I came up, supported you. We're good. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
All right, Jim. Well, good night, Carl.
Good night, man. You take care, all right? I'll see you around. Good. I came up to support you.
The views and searches.
So this chapter is wild. Fuck.
Hey everybody, this is candidate Congressman John Kitover. I'm running for Congress in the 16th District of Illinois. I was wondering if anybody in the Tanner 2028 presidential run is in Illinois and interested in working with our campaign to get signatures on our petitions for the March 27th, 2026 primary. Link is in the chat.
Brother John, you're very disrespectful. You do know that, right?
Well, there ain't much respect left in politics because they're all just a bunch of criminals.
So you just gonna join them and be disrespectful just like them, right?
Wait. That's about what? I'm sorry, I was texting.
About cheating in a long distance. Long distance relationships aren't really relationships. They're something else.
I mean, bro, like my relationship wasn't long distance. It was an hour away. And to me, that's not long distance. Long distance is where
An hour's not.
long distance is like if you go to see that person, you gotta spend the night and come back the next day because the drive back is too long. Like to me, that's long distance. But yeah, I mean, you know,
I really want to talk to this man, John Kitover. That's running. You said you're running for Congress. I have so many questions to ask you.
Yeah, I know him pretty well. I speak to him multiple times a day.
That's good for you.
What are you guys friends?
Yeah. What does that mean when somebody puts a red pepper on your thing?
It means spicy.
Be your best friend.
Really? Oh, there's John Kitover. That's John. What's up?
Hey, John.
Well, I was bragging that I knew you and I knew you.
John, how are you doing?
I'm good. What's up, Lord? What question do you have?
I have like this maybe 4 questions to ask you.
Well, go right ahead.
How would you cure racism?
We're gonna start with shut up, big nose. We're gonna start with the most.
Listen, you semi-man, you pure excuse, you trash bag, you. Don't start with me if you don't want to get wrecked.
Eat up bullshit and nothing burger. I don't think.
Fuck up a half a sandwich, you pathetic.
We can talk politics. It's a great conversation.
All you gotta do is stay out of my sight, or else it's gonna be the last thing that you ever do. And it's not gonna be a fun last thing either. It's gonna be horrible. It's gonna be horrible agony.
It's a dick measuring contest, don't worry about it.
He would have to have one for that to be a contest. What just happened?
I'm so
I have no idea. So
You gotta just start with me and you learn what happens when you do that.
Wait, Lord, what did you say though?
I heard him say something about how you end racism.
Yeah, he's starting to be.
I asked John how he would end racism, and Lord started with the Jewish shit.
Yo, get your
And you're gonna get what's coming. Lord, you're gonna get what's coming to you, Lord.
Okay, let's chill, please.
Lord, you're gonna get everything you deserve, Lord. Don't push your
Why
luck.
would you ask John, who we don't even know, how would you end racism? We're not even talking about
I
racism.
do know him. I do know him.
He's a closet racist, and that's why
I do know. Well, how would that make you a closet racist, ending racism?
You're just a weird Jewish man.
Why is that weird, man? What's weird about it?
Normal,
Explain what's weird. Are you in favor of racism? Are you a racist?
Wait, normal. You're Jewish.
Of course I'm a Jew.
Wait,
Well, you fucked up your opportunity. Next time, don't fuck up so much. You want to have such a fucked up life. You're reading the tea leaves here, bro.
Bro.
Jew? I love my fellow Jews.
I wish I could meet up with you sometimes.
Yeah, keep wishing. Why don't you wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up first?
Wait, honestly.
wish Hitler would have, completed his mission.
Yes, honestly, because
He was almost there.
Guys,
He was almost.
can I please ask this?
Yes, next time don't stumble and fumble over your words and you won't get in so much trouble.
I want to ask Mr. Kitover some questions.
Well, I asked him first. John, how are you going to end racism?
Well, I would pretty much stop listening to schmucks like Lord because obviously they are racist and they have no wisdom underneath, their brain cap.
Wait, hold on. I didn't even start.
Oh my God, is this okay to me?
Like the way it souls and coming together, they like want to hijack the room.
Yeah, I think
Not at all. I was literally just.
Yeah, okay, normal.
you just don't need to bring up popular issues. Like, it's unnecessary.
I'm not answering.
No, shut up. Fuck.
Like the rap, although it's gonna background a little bit. You're not going to be like the rap, although it's gonna background a little.
We're talking about being interested. If you want to talk about racism, you and John, you go into your own rooms.
Of course, I just had a question, and I had a question too.
We kill more Jews.
Fine, see what happens. If you look at Gaza, that's what you get. Go ahead, give it a try.
Alright, so the government decided to kill all Jews.
Say that again.
I'm just asking, you just think else.
Everybody's talking about the feeding time. Take turns. Learn to take turns.
He loves to talk about Jews.
Lordy, why are you such a fan, Lordy? Why are you such a fan? What happened to you?
Ask me how old you are.
Mediocre concepts.
Why'd you drop out of high school?
You're not going to be.
What happened? You had trouble with math?
Some like 5th graders just bitching at one another.
How long were you in prison for? You can tell us.
Just go ahead. Just clean it like over.
So what made you think that he was in jail? How does someone sound like a convict?
God forbid I waste my life. God forbid my life would be over in 28 years of this man choices I made. Right now I'm finding you an embarrassment.
Eliminate the Jews. Eliminate the Jews. Eradicate the Jews. Eradicate the Jews.
This is weird, bro. I got cooked right now because there was a mosquito attacking my wife, and she came right, here, and she left. Mosquitoes activate.
If that's your job, take care of the mosquitoes. That is a hubby's job right there.
Those mosquitoes, when they bite her, they leave really bad red marks. I don't understand, that.
Yo, John,
That's an overreaction.
I want to know what you're gonna do to eradicate as many Jews as possible.
I say Dave was in this jet ski, and he was by a swell,
Wow, that's really.
morning, Jude. We're good. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. I'll get out of here.
All right, Jude. Good night, girl.
Good night, man. You take care, all right? I'll see you around.
Please retweet on X.
hospital.
Brett spends 50 hours a week talking politics on Clubhouse. It breaks the law by making regular death threats and defaming and slandering candidate John Kitover. So fucked. What if he has a job? Wanted to come in there and help Dr. Pepe, huh? Kiss Pepe's ass, huh? Oh, your best friend, Pepe. Okay, this is Texas Children's Hospital notified Brad Stauffenberger. Please retweet the tweet because Brad, who decided to just kiss Pepe's ass, found Pepe, make sure Pepe was good. Well, Brad done fucked up. Done candidate Congressman Kitover, defamed me, libeled me, slandered me. So I have no choice but to notify his management team at Texas Children's Hospital. Well, Brad Stauffenberger, who makes regular death threats on this app, your management team has been notified. I'd expect Friday will probably be your last day working at the hospital, Brad. Hope you have a good time on the unemployment roster. I'm sure you'll get, well, actually you won't get unemployment because this termination was for your conduct. So, good luck finding a new position out in Houston, Texas, or Minneapolis, Minnesota, wherever you live. Good luck and God bless. Should have fucked with the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. Shouldn't have fucked it up. But, we are our own worst enemy. And unfortunately, you picked a fight with the wrong guy, Brad. I'm not going to let you get away with threatening to kill my friend Jane, or Bima, or Monica. You're no gentleman, you're just a crude, paganistic Viking. And Friday, you'll probably be an unemployed, crude, paganistic Viking. As I said earlier, good luck, God bless. If you come across this room, anybody, be sure to retweet. Click that link above. Retweet. So the hospital knows for sure that they see it. I'm going to let this room stay open all night so people can retweet and enjoy. Oh, look, it's Lord. Hey, Lord. Click the link above, Lord. Be sure to retweet.
stirring the pot, stirring the pot.
Well, hey, Serendipity, click the link above. I decided to notify Brad's management team at the Texas Children's Hospital in Houston that he comes down here, makes death threats, and libels and slanders me. So be sure to retweet. Thanks, Serendipity. And if you talk to Brad, make sure you let him know that I've notified his management at the Texas Children's Hospital. What up, Lord? Did you have a question for me? What did you want to ask me? Really, it only takes 15 minutes to file to run for Congress, so I gotta tell you, it's not that big of a deal. Thousands of people do it every year. To say no to every HR act that comes across my desk because I believe in a fair and balanced budget. Yeah, I got opinions on everything, but the fact of the matter is our economy is artificial. It's all based on borrowing and spending. We've created $37 trillion in debt, which has primarily gone to Fortune 500 and the top 1%. And we are living in a continued censorship and forced vaccination environment. Our liberties and our freedoms have completely eroded and decayed and destroyed. Interest rates are preventing people from buying homes. And the job market sucks, and they make up the numbers.
I agree with you. So like, let's see.
And then you got guys like Brad Stauffenberger.
I want to ask you questions about events.
Sure, let me tell you a current event. Brad Stauffenberger, a user on this app who goes by Brad S, who makes death threats to people on this app, who works at Texas Children's Hospital, he decided to pick a fight with me by telling everybody that I'm committing fraud and making stolen valor claims and things of that nature. So I've notified his hospital group, his management, and I'm sure by Friday he'll be looking for a new job.
Well, I don't really care about like other people's issues. I just wanted to ask you about the current events that are happening in the United States of America. The first current event I wanted to ask you about is in Washington D.C. How do you feel about ISIS efforts to remove illegal aliens from our country?
I think it's a good step, and I hope they get rid of all of them. And if they're not able to do it, I hope they arrest sanctuary city mayors and they utilize the police force in those cities to carry out the arrests and the mass deportations. Because if you break the law, there's consequences for leadership and for illegal aliens that have decided to cross the border illegally and set up residency here in the United States of America. If you go to any other country in the world, this shit is not tolerated, and you will go to jail for 2 to 10 years in many countries for doing what a lot of people are doing in this country. Does that answer your question, Lord?
Yeah, that answered the first part. The second part of my question is, well, there are some people of authority that have been doing bad things, and I wanted to know your opinion on what should happen to them. Some of these people, the first person I want to ask about is Dr. Fauci. What do you think, as Congressman, you would suggest to happen to him?
I think he should be brought up on charges, multiple felonies, and he should be arrested immediately and brought to justice. And everyone who is associated with him that carried out the COVID-19 scamdemic, plandemic, and Biden's auto pen pardon, it has no weight and is nullified because it was an automated signature by someone who's mentally inept. Can't give somebody a pardon with a computer because somebody sent an email granting him a pardon. So, I don't think that it'll ever happen, but Rand Paul has referred him to Pam Bondi in the Department of Justice for arrest and prosecution. I hope it happens by the end of September, by the end of August. Question number 3. What is your question, Lord? No more questions? Okay. I hope you have a great night. I'm going to let this room stay open the rest of the night, so feel free to stick around.
No, I have a question. Did you hear what I was saying?
No, I think you were on mute.
I said that the Israel's National Cyber Security Directive was arrested this week in Las Vegas for child predators ring.
Yeah, I saw Rand Paul or Thomas Massey today was saying that he's politically connected and therefore he got a pass to get out of the country. But apparently, proof is in the pudding. So when he's arraigned and his charges, and his court date is set, if he doesn't return, well then he's got a bigger problem on his hands. He's already got a huge problem, so he's fucked. He's never welcome back in the United States again, and there will be probably an international arrest warrant and extradition request sent to Israel to have him remitted here for justice.
And then I want to ask about the wars. Do you think that the United States of America should continue to give more money to Israel?
No, absolutely not. They got plenty of fucking money. They got plenty of military weapons, tanks, rockets, airplanes, tens of thousands of soldiers. They don't need a fucking penny from our already empty and depleted treasury where we owe 37 trillion.
Because from what I heard, Netanyahu was asking for help.
For sure, he's gonna ask for as much as he thinks he can get out of us. Oh, hey Jane, just FYI, I notified the Texas Children's Hospital.
Seems like you have a lot going on. I'm gonna leave you and go back to my room. I hope you get whatever you're doing together. That's about. Be blessed, and I'll get a good night.
Thanks, you too. So we had an Anon just pop in the room, and they had a little army helmet on their PTR. And anyways, I'm gonna leave this room open all night long so people can click the X link above, hopefully retweet, make sure the management at Texas Children's Hospital knows that Brad Stauffenberger goes around this app making death threats all day long for many years. And he has defamed me, committed libel and slander. And since we know where he works, we'll be filing a civil lawsuit against Brad. And hopefully we will basically garnish his wages at the Texas Children's Hospital. So thank you very much, Brad, for making your campaign contribution by slandering me.
Please tell me more about this man that you decided to sell me. I'm invested now. Yes, what? And where is he working? Let's talk about it. You brought it up. What did he say to you? Running for Congress, but he seems to not really have a big following. He only have 400 followers on X. He's like open nose button. You sure you're gonna win, guy?
Oh, hey, Anon. Look at the room title. Texas Children's Hospital notified about Brad Stauffenberger, their claims manager. Click the link above to see the X account.
Do you have any mental health issues?
No, do you?
No, you just sound like someone that has mental health issues.
Oh, really? All right, everybody, click the link above. Hope you guys enjoyed this room. I'm gonna let the room sit open all night long. A lot of people that have mental health issues love to project their mental health issues onto me. It's part of the fun game they like to play. I hope you guys enjoy it. Oh, hello, Jane. Welcome to my Brad Stauffenberger room, where I've notified the Texas Children's Hospital that he works at as a claims manager for libeling me, slandering me, defaming me, and also making death threats here on this app. To you, Jane.
Wow. Well, I stand with you. Good for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm running for
What the
Congress.
fuck? They shouldn't be able to get away with this.
Why is his account still here? You know, why are 4 of my accounts deleted while he comes on here for years making death threats and runs around?
Years.
He goes into Pepe's room like he's Pepe's hero. I'm just here to make sure you're okay, Pepe. Want to make sure everything's cool for you, Pepe. Well, I'm gonna make sure everything's cool for Brad because Monday morning he's gonna have to file for unemployment.
Gosh, that's exciting, John. I have a long history.
Well, I'm sure your deposition may be needed in the civil lawsuit. Because now that I know where he works, I'm gonna sue him, and I am going to wage garnish his ass. He's gonna be paying me for the next 3 years.
You're his daddy.
I'm literally calling an employment attorney tomorrow in Houston, Texas, and I'm suing Brad Stauffenberger, and I'm gonna garnish his ass.
Be careful, John.
Oh, you don't have to warn me. I don't go around making death threats because I'm not a homicidal sociopath.
I agree. You don't seem to be that way at all. I feel exhilarated by this news. Will you keep us apprised?
I will. Actually, tomorrow I might put it on conference call when I call the attorney to prepare the lawsuit against Brad Stauffenberger.
Wow.
Kitty also knows Brad on here. Kitty may like Brad, or she may hate Brad. I don't know, and I don't care, but Kitty is also a witness.
John, I'm coming real close to just a breakdown of every person that gaslights as a Muslim to a Christian, where I'm just gonna I'm trying to be Christ-like, but it's really, really hard, you know? They're disingenuous, they cherry pick parts of the Bible, and you go into their rooms and you try to answer their question honestly. And then when you answer their question honestly, they either get to the point where they want to be misogynistic and call you a dumb woman that I'm teaching or preaching when they're asking me the questions, and then they mute and silence me and kick me into the audience and then close their room off. I mean, I know that, and I'm not trying to, assume that they all have little dicks, but they're obviously having to overcompensate for something. And so, it is what it is. I'm just, I call a spade a spade. I don't hate on them for picking Allah and Aisha, and they shouldn't think that, Spirit breathed Jesus into the vagina of Mary. I'm just saying that, when you gaslight someone after asking them a question, it doesn't further your point. It just makes you sound like a dumb Muslim. Okay? Thanks for letting me get that off my chest. It's a big chest. Way bigger than that Dingus has in his pants. So about Brad, what were you saying, love?
I'm suing him because now I know where he works at the Texas Children's Hospital, so I'm suing him tomorrow for slander and defamation, and I'll also be notifying the police for all of his death threats, where I'll be sending audio and video to the authorities, so Brad faces repercussions. Because, if you fuck around with the campaign to elect John Kitover and you defame me and slander me, you think I'm just going to sit back and let you get away with it while they delete my Clubhouse accounts where you can come on here and still voice your stupid fucking opinion, Brad? Sorry, Brad, you fucked with somebody that went to the Citadel and was in the Army. You better learn how to pick fights, Brad.
Yeah, I will say this much, Brad. You're not the only one that served in the Army of the United States military. A lot of people on this app, a lot of people that I respect, including John, have served in our military. And I think that if you've been drinking, which I drink on Clubhouse a lot, and maybe, I don't know if he was in a complete sober, conscious mind, I will say this much, as far as Brad's concerned, he aligns with, at least politically, and, I mean, not ideologically, but, I think he's an atheist, but when it comes down to his, values, as far as, right of center, he's spot on. And I respect that, like, he, like my father, served in the Navy. I do have a great deal of respect for Brad. I think that he has a very passionate, patriotic heart for our country, and that he does put, like, American and American civilians first. I think that he's very knowledgeable on a lot of different facets when it comes to that. But for him to persecute you, to wish harm on you, hey, Brad, I love it when you get riled up about shit, but if you listen to this, it's your friend Kitty, otherwise known as Chrissy. Don't do that, man. He's trying to fix Chicago. And that is where my mom lives, and that is dear to my heart city.
I'm basically at that point where I don't care if people get hurt after they attack me. Like, reap the repercussions of your words. If you slander me, defame me, and make death threats against people like a child on a social audio chat app where supposedly you're this amazing guy, it's not gonna fly, and you're gonna get you're gonna get reported, and you've been documented. So today he reminded me on the chat.
You always doxed him. So don't talk about where he works, where he lives.
Oh, no, we're at that point. I'm doxing him, I'm reporting him, I've recorded him, I'm notifying
the same
authorities.
thing to you. These are two of our friends.
Kitty, there's no employer for him to report me to, unfortunately. I'm not working, and I'm running for Congress. I used to work for the Treasury, where I also have a lawsuit against Scott Bessent, the head of the IRS and the Treasury at the moment. So
Oh, great.
yeah, I'm filing all the lawsuits now, and I'm going to get on that March primary, and I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to go to Rockford, I'm going to Peoria, I'm using Clubhouse money that we raised on this app, and I'm getting those signatures, and we're going to defeat Darren the Hood. If we don't defeat him, it'll still be a victory, because they brought down a lot of dragons on the way.
That makes me love you, John, and I know that that's where your heart's at, and I hate that something takes you off. I don't know what the conversation was about with Brad. Again, I don't know the state of mind that he was in. I wish you could work it out, but I support you.
There's no working it out with Brad. He's a brain-dead fucking Cro-Magnon moron who is a homicidal sociopath, and I don't respond well to bullies. And, Brad can pick fights and tell beautiful Jane here, that he's gonna do all kinds of horrible things to her, but it's not gonna work. If you do stupid shit, you will reap the repercussions of stupid shit. Yeah, Lord Mikey likes to keep telling me that I sound off. I'm sorry, Lord Mikey.
You sound fine. You sound fine to me.
I'm a little upset.
Hey, well, okay, you do sound upset, but that seems appropriate, gentlemen. Have you considered in parallel, you seem very clear about your legal path, and hey, non, whoever it is, John, I spent a fair amount of time in the corporate space, as you may know, human resources. Sometimes I've written just on LinkedIn. I'm never related to Brad's stuff, but it's very easy to get the name of the head of HR or the CEO of the company and let them know what their employees, who are all, every big organization, as you well know, says, you are not just representing us when you're at work, but also when you're not at work.
Well, the greatest thing about Brad Stauffenberger. No, that's okay. The greatest thing about Brad Stauffenberger is he's here 50 hours a week during work. So, so basically, if you click the link above, you can see Texas Children's Hospital has Instagram and X profiles, and also their public relations department. So, I just want to get this out of my system, but I will be calling an attorney tomorrow, and I will be paying, to essentially try to wage garnish him at Texas Children's Hospital.
I get that, but you can tell all that to your.
Oh, I see you're way ahead of me.
Jane, you know,
It's okay,
amazing thing just. Yeah, I just want to tell him really quick. Yeah, well, what I'm saying, John, is everything that you said in the end, which is really impactful to me, falls on deaf ears, because everything that you said in the beginning part of it shows that you're willing to seek to, and this is a lesson to myself, to his level. So if he's willing to say things that are slanderous, that are even dox doxing. If he did that to you, if he called out what, where exactly your address is, your street address is like Cicero Street, and it was 5250. You know, like if he was sitting there saying you work at Anderson Cooper law firm, you know, if he was sitting there telling you, telling rooms in Clubhouse with replays on or not, you know, family members, if he was doxing you like that, I would go off the rails on him. I would. But now when I hear a dum-dum on Clubhouse, Clown House, as you call it, say things that are hateful, slanderous, untrue, about, let's say, if they want to say stuff about John, that he didn't really serve the military, or maybe that, you know, he's never earned any of his own money, or that he's not very intelligent, that he really...
Hold on, Kitty. This isn't supposed to be a roast of John Kitover. It's supposed to be a roast of Brad Stauffenberg.
I've heard so many stupid things that people have said about you that I know without a doubt there's a bit of truth to it, you know, sure. But for the most part, I would come straight to the horse's mouth and ask you to your face if this is if this is the truth. And so if Brad says that stupid stuff about you, unless it's like harmful to you or your family, then you're only harming your own, if you want to make it through litigation, then litigation, you're only hurting your own lawsuit, and you're definitely only hurting your own character by playing into his stupidity. Let him be Brad. Brad acts like a dickhead sometimes. Really pissed me off when you're on you know, I think it was
Restart this live.
Veterans Day or something like that, because he was but I knew he was belligerently drunk, and I've been like that on Clubhouse too. So all I'm saying is that let him take the L by being the asshole, okay? You don't have to sit there and take it to a place where it's going to distract people.
Kitty, this is the great thing about Kitty. When
what you're doing politically, and that's where I want to put my focus and interest on.
you know, politically speaking, this ties into my campaign. He will be the first lawsuit against somebody that slanders, libels, and defames me. He's the first. So you'll have to listen to the actual evidence and the 2 days of slander and libel against me, as well as the death threats against Jane and many other young women on this app. So until you actually hear him using vulgarity and profanity and sociopathic death threats, as well as defaming me, I would just say, you know, hold your opinions until you actually hear the videos.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair. And then Brad, if you listen to this replay, if that really where you go, especially you can say what you want to say to John, but to a woman, I mean, I don't ever bring up, and I think it's sad and it's horrible about his wife. I would never bring up that, especially her as a woman, and then to put her down and to criticize her and wish harm on her. The fact that you would do that, Brad, if you listen to this, it's not just an injustice of your personal character, but it shows like a weakness in everything that is good that you do stand up for. So don't, just stop. I don't care what the reasoning was, where John pushed you over the edge, because I know that he can be a smart ass sometimes. Just don't.
I guess I'm stirring the pot. You know what? Lord might be right. I guess I am kind of stirring the pot with this, but nonetheless, I'm a little upset. So, you know, maybe this is just me doing what everybody else does on this stupid app, which is emotional processing.
I wish the Lord would talk about me doing God's work right now by taking you down from like you were at 11. Or more of like, I don't know, 7.5 right now. You're still scaring me just a little bit. I'm just kidding.
Okay, we're going to invite Lord back up to continue the roast of John Kitover. Go ahead, Lord.
I'm not 20s. It's like, you tell me you're running for Congress? I think about the way that you move, or like the things I'm hearing coming out of your mouth sound presidential, you know what I'm saying?
It's not about running for president, dude.
Respectfully,
Respectfully, bro, I'm not running for president, bro. Respectfully, I'm running for Congress, Lord.
Respectfully, you sound like a bitch. And it's like somebody that I want to run for Congress is somebody that I want to be a solid fucking man, a solid grown man. But don't like doesn't go around stuff I was talking like a little bitch. You know what I'm saying?
No. Before John gets to go. Now you've awoken the dragon.
Dragon, you telling me some weird shit.
Hold up, John. John about someone that you obviously probably, I don't even know how long you've been on Clubhouse, or if you know how to navigate, like, to tie your own shoes each day. But listen. I would rather trust someone that says grab her by the pussy than I would someone like Joe Biden. And if that's not diplomatic enough for you, if that doesn't work for you, Lord, someone who has to literally talk about who has to call himself Lord. I mean, like, I would hold more stock and more masculinity in someone that can actually call themselves by a name than something like Lord. It's like, really, what are you trying to do here? Grow the fuck up. Tell your mom you're sorry for whatever it was that you did last week. You want to come home and that you're a little prodigal son. Yeah, yes, but the thing is that they respect you even less. By what you're saying, they respect you far less.
Never will ever go for anybody like this again. Because you're a bitch.
So what jurisdiction? Well, first of all, what state do you live in? I don't even care what affiliation you are, right or left, blue or red. Yeah, of course he's a bit. I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry, and I didn't stop myself. But he was calling you the B word, John, and I don't think that you're a bitch. But he did kind of talk like.
Well, see, Kitty, this is where projection comes into play, where if somebody casts vulgar dispersions against you, generally that shows their lack of self-confidence. Because if your claim is that I'm a bitch and I have no self-confidence, but you're coming here at 1 in the morning to tell me that I'm a bitch and have no self-confidence, is it really me or is it you? So that's the thing about projection, where especially when you cast dispersions on somebody, is it really worth your time to cast a dispersion on somebody and, slander them? It's a you problem. So maybe that has something to do with Brad Stauffenberger as well. Maybe we've learned something here this evening.
And the room I was just in, too. I mean, honestly, that's a key lesson for me, and I wouldn't have came in here so red hot. I think so, for sure. And if that little bitch has understanding, if you listen to the replays on this, we don't care about your vote. But for everybody else that wants to, help, all proceeds to, well, the link will be somewhere where you can find it. I don't have it on hand.
And thank you for your campaign contribution, Kitty. It will not go to waste. I promise to you that I'm going to do a lot of the heavy lifting myself. And if you were here, I would take you to Rockford and Peoria with me, and we would get the signatures to get on that March primary.
I'm working on getting up there, and if I can donate more, I will. And I definitely will.
Well, don't worry about the money.
If not, I'll get my family there because they will definitely be 100% backing you. And I don't know anybody on Clubhouse that considers themselves to have the same mindset and philosophy politically like you. And yeah, Brad's one of them. A lot of things that you talk about, he talks about too.
I know, there's a lot of things I agree with him on, but
he's so pissed off.
there's a lot of things I don't, I can just play for you. Go to Pepe's room that he just had, and you can hear what Brad's political positions are. He talks a lot of shit. He thinks he's hot shit and he knows everything. It's unbelievable. The guy is in no position of power, but yet he's got opinions on every senator and congressperson who's ruling the country. Meanwhile, he's a fucking claims manager at a children's hospital. He denies little kids their health insurance. Or he's going to the health insurance companies and fighting for the children. I'm sure there's a lot of good things about Brad, but you know what? It doesn't matter if there's 99 good things and one bad thing. I would consider the one bad thing that he has done against me is drag me for 2 days and slander me and not even have a conversation. Just vociferously word vomit out slander and defamation for 2 days straight and make death threats against women. What kind of a man makes death threats against women all day long on a social audio? Somebody with a fucking, probably brain clot. So, it's not a health problem. It's a personality problem. Maybe it's a traumatic brain injury from the war. I don't know.
Well, I don't want to talk about that. I don't even want to go there. Maybe it's PTSD from losing the strongest woman in his life. My phone is dying. John, take care of you. All right, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like to bring up their children or their deceased spouses, but that'll only take you so far in terms of sympathy with the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. It won't work on my ears because when you make death threats, either against me or against women that I know, and you defame me and slander me for 2 days straight, sorry, your management has got to know what you're doing. You're not going to get away with it when you attack me. It's just not going to happen. So, Mr. Tough Guy, I hope you like the unemployment line because you know what? You probably won't get unemployment when you get terminated for the crimes you're committing, the laws that you're breaking, the fact that you're not working, that you're here on Clown House talking all day long, Brad. If you try to drag down somebody, they might grab you and drag you down with them. So be careful, what you say, Brad. That's all I'm saying. Okay, I'm going to leave this room open, and I hope you all have a good night. This is Texas Children's Hospital notified about Brad Stuffer.
thou hast had 5 husbands, and he whom thou hast now is not thy husband, and that thou saidest true. And the woman saith unto him, Sir, I perceive that thou art a prophet.
Cohabitation.
In other words, she's saying, how do you know this? How do you know this about me? How do you know that I've had all of these things all of
It was candidate like candidate Congressman Kitover. I just want to say Clubhouse is incredibly pathetic. After having made many, many recordings of Clubhouse as well as X Spaces and having exclusive content versus actual intelligence versus people who are just wasting their time doing gossip and drama and stirring pots, it's such a huge fucking waste of time. It's unbelievable. So if you kick me from your pathetic little room and you think you're actually doing anything on this app, believe me, you're not doing anything. You're wasting your time. That's the only message I have for you. So I'm waiting for Mojo's return so we can kick this campaign back off here on Clubhouse, because otherwise it's a total waste of time. And there are some pathetic ass people here who are wasting their time doing nothing. Just wanted to let it out, let everybody know my thoughts.
As normal as it was when you first got here. That's not the attitude. And if this is going to be reduced to an economic zone, then the public cannot endure, right? And through history we've seen.
America came from those same people. America got wealthy and powerful because of the slave population that they had with them. And these slaves had created many over 5
Man, you give your ancestors too much credit, Lion, because it's called the industrial age. It's mass manufacturing and automation of mechanization.
I want to roll here. Getting kicked from every room.
But I think if you would have changed it, you would have called like what?
You say, you know that.
Hey, good evening, my fellow Americans. I'd like to make a request that you donate to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. I will put the link in the chat. I know Uncle Ruckus is good for $10, because Uncle Ruckus and I, we go way back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was there when he escaped the monkey house known as Talking Apes and liberated himself from a group of idiots. Morons, you might call them. Stupid people, idiots. Uncle Ruckus freed himself from living with morons on this app, but I see he's exchanged.
Good job.
I'm just saying that Uncle Ruckus lost one group of morons and apparently found another group of idiots.
So as a man, I'm asking y'all because I
satisfying just to be able to just like fucking just pay for pussy for the rest of your life? Or
Well, shit, I mean, tricky. I mean, tricky. Yeah, I mean, tricky. I mean, different men have different meanings of tricky. So you have to, because you got some stupid niggas. You take a woman to dinner. How you tricking? So you know, you really have to see like what he means.
I thought it was for power trip purposes. Like I could buy you if I wanted to.
I mean, different men, like, there's different men have different meanings of it. You know, there's a man over there, like if he's in Africa, tricking and the dollar goes far, the nigga might just be buying drinks and food, right? You in America, I mean, it's just, every man's different. So I don't, you know, you have to really ask him. You know, some niggas might be blind, you know. I don't know. But we've been hearing all this manosphere talk all day, really for the last 5 days. So my question is this, at the top, is the manosphere, is it anti-black women, or is it about men's empowerment? I hear different things, right? I hear that it's about brothers getting together and trying to become better, talking about finance and fitness and being good husbands and good fathers. And then I hear some of the rhetoric, which to be honest, is a little bit negative, right? So, and I'll be honest with you, if you ask me what I think that whatever good can be done gets overshadowed by the negativity, right? So to me, whatever good is being done, I think that it's a little bit
I'm upset at you people.
self-destructive because it's hard for you to, if the goal is to do well and the goal is to make a profitable community and to be positive and to mentor young men and old men, I think the negativity will get in the way, if that makes any sense. But that's my opinion. But to the title, is it, you know, is it about, you know, is it about anti-black women? Are we against women? Or are we about just the upliftment of men? I'd like us to talk about it. Tell me how y'all feel. Everybody's opinion is welcome. Mamiya, if you'd like to come on stage, we'd love to have you. I'm sure you have some comments on this, so you're welcome to come up.
Well, I was always taught that a nation could never exceed its weakest link, and this was kind of like a NOI talking point. You will always be judged by the state of your women as a nation, no matter what. Especially if you are to be the leaders of that nation. So you can't have one without the other. You have to work in tandem. And so I just don't see.
Well, thankfully, I got it.
I said that.
I got about an hour.
I wasn't saying you were. Okay, yeah. I was just speaking on those were some of the teachings that I was taught. Like you never exceed. Like even as a parent, you are only as good of a parent as you are of the children you bear as fruit. So like that kind of concept.
Well, that's nice to know. Yeah, I'm good for about an hour to Strange New Worlds comes on.
Okay, so I guess you're one of the leaders of the manosphere. So is it about anti-black women or is it about black male empowerment?
As always, the devil's in the details, isn't it, John? I would say that it's definitely black male empowerment, no question about that. But with regard to being anti-black women, I would say it's critique of black American women. I would say it's a critique. And I think the critique is long overdue. And I think when we look at the evidence, you see it. So, look, black women have critiqued black men for decades. Black men have taken it on the chin. Sometimes I don't even disagree with it. But the ladies are going to have to get used to the fact that it's our turn. And we're not going back, as your not going back. And you just have to get used to it. You're gonna have to get used to brothers expressing themselves and reflecting on whether or not what they say has a real truth to it. Putting on your big girl panties and getting on with the business of upping your game.
It doesn't seem like that you gotta get used to it because all those manosphere dudes are dying. One of them got ball cancer. Kevin Samuel died. They're not even surviving. So ain't nobody really used to it. No one's listening to that. No one is. And I don't give a fuck if you gonna put some old ass video. Everybody know how I look. I never ducked it. I never lied about anything about who I am and where I'm from and what I do. But I got you, homeboy. Unlike you, I'm not no broke bitch, and I guarantee you, I got you. Okay? So you ain't gotta worry about that. So don't sit up there and fucking be posting no old ass video of mine and saying, "Oh, this is how." That's who I am. I don't give a fuck. Like that was such a long fucking time ago, and your woman was fat, and she fucking lost the weight just like the fuck I did. So you need to shut the fuck up. And you the one who was talking shit about big women, and you had a big woman, and you was the one talking about baby mamas, and your woman was a baby mama. That's fucking crazy. All the shit. You the liar, and then you're the liar. You're the liar talking about you guys were at the Four Seasons. That's where y'all all stayed, and Shannon just said y'all was at the MC because the Four Seasons was too expensive.
No.
Okay, there's a few rooms at the Four Seasons. But you act like all the conclave members were all balling and staying at the Four Seasons. You be just lying so much.
I didn't say that.
Yes, the hell you did. Everybody heard that.
I said that. I said I stayed there. And with regard to my lady friend, I know you want to talk about her a lot. No surgery. Didn't need to go under the knife. She did it the old-fashioned way.
But what was you doing? Okay, and I'm proud, and I'm happy that she did that. What were you doing? What were you doing? What were you doing? Don't worry about how. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how I. It doesn't matter how I did it, as long as it got done. It don't matter how. It doesn't matter how I did it, as long as it got done. But the fact that you sit up, no, because you sit up there.
Vulgar dispersions against you. Generally, that shows their lack of self-confidence. Because if your claim is that I'm
okay, this is Texas Children's Hospital.
You're coming here at 1 in the morning to tell me that I'm a bitch and have self-confidence. Is it really me or is it you? That's the thing about projection, where especially when you cast dispersion on somebody. Is it really worth your time to cast a dispersion on somebody and slander them? It's a you problem. So maybe that has something to do with Brad's stuff. Well, maybe we've learned something.
And I was just
So I had no choice but to notify his management team at Texas Children's Hospital. Brad Stauffenberger makes regular death threats on the set.
And if that little bitch happens to understand,
I'd expect Friday probably be your last day.
we don't care about your vote. But for everybody else that wants to
I'm sure you'll get, well, actually, you won't get unemployment because this termination is your conduct. So
Thank you for your campaign contribution, kid. It will not go to waste. I promise you that. I do a lot of the heavy lifting myself.
Good luck.
And if you were here, I would take you up to Rockford and do it with me, and we could get the signatures to get on that march with prior.
You know, we are our own worst enemy. Unfortunately.
Oh, don't worry about the money.
I'm not gonna let you get away with threatening to kill my friend Jane or Bima or Monica. You're no gentleman, you're just a crude, paganistic Viking. And Friday you'll probably be an unemployed crude, paganistic Viking. As I said earlier, good luck, God bless you. Come across this room, anybody, be sure to retweet. Click that link above. Retweet. So the hospital knows for sure that they see it. I'm gonna let this room stay open all night so people can retweet and enjoy. Oh look, it's Lord. Hey Lord. Click the link thing about projection, or especially when you cast aspersions on somebody, is it really worth your time to cast an aspersion on somebody that it's just, it's a you problem. So maybe that has something to do with that stuff. So maybe we learn something.
Hey y'all, I ain't black, but I'm narcissistic. Can I be a part of the Black Narcissist Party?
So weak. Are you a narcissist? How are you a narcissist?
I'm
In the military?
I'm filing a lawsuit against the clubhouse user who slandered me for the past 2 days. Does that make me a narcissist?
How are you gonna do that when you don't even know who they really are?
Oh, I know who they are. I got the LinkedIn and everything. I know the hospital they work at. They're fucked.
Wow.
Yeah, let me put it on my PTR. You can take a look at this asshole, because he's a narcissist son of a bitch. Let me show you his face, his ugly fucking face. Look at this
I might know him.
ugly motherfucker. Ugly motherfucker.
She said, is he really white? I don't know, he might be white.
He ugly. He's an Irish beer drinking, shepherd's pie eating.
Oh, he look like he ain't about shit though. He on Clubhouse? What the fuck is
Oh yeah, his name is Brad
Where he at on
Stauffenberg.
Clubhouse?
Oh, he all around. He comes up here. He makes death threats to women on the app all the time.
Oh, where I be at? Mango, where these people be at on Clubhouse? I never seen that part. Is there like another site? You know what? Now I'm
There's multiple sides.
Oh, wait, Shawty. I'm convinced that Clubhouse is segregated now.
It might be. It might be.
Cause I barely ever stumble. I was like, where do white people go? I don't ever care what's somewhere.
Yeah, they used to have a lot of rooms before.
They like to be in that little good resident.
Me too. Or I'll be on the stage. They had a stage that was what is it called? When you're impromptu comedy. I don't know why I just went out of my
I mean that little love and light room.
Yeah, and now all they have is a lot of these rooms that you're just listening to like some video.
Yeah.
Those are a lot of the rooms that I see now.
They even used to have real estate motherfuckers over here.
Yup, they did. They already.
We back.
Oh, hey, Serendipity, click the link above. I decided to notify Brad's management team at the Texas Children's Hospital in Houston that he comes out here, makes death threats, and libels and slanders me. So be sure to retweet. Thanks, Serendipity. And if you talk to Brad, make sure you let him know I've notified his management at Texas Children's Hospital.
Very quick and easy.
Admittedly, the legislation that Rokana and I
He's not buying protection for Palestine, right? He's not buying.
A good point. He's going to get some ROI on his on his money he's going to get.
Yeah. So again, like he invested in all these district attorneys for the last several years all around the United States. He owns all these district attorneys, and where there's all this chaos going on around the United States. And he's doing a lot of things in Europe and all around the world with his Open Society Foundation. I just want people to think, when have you ever known George Soros to not make money on his investments, not get something in return for his activism? Especially when he's putting tens of millions of dollars into it continuously for several years. What's he buying? He's not buying, Palestinian solidarity or a state for Palestine, right? He's buying the deflection of blame away from Jews. He's buying protection of Jewish.
Truly is at times, because Soros is so demonized, rightfully so. But a lot of people, especially the MAGA people, a lot of people don't realize he's even a Jew. They just default to Soros, rightfully so. But then it's
George Schwartz, he changed his name too.
Did he really? Of course.
Absolutely, of course he changed his name. And do you really believe his story that when he was 12 or 13 years old, relied on him, little 12, 13-year-old, to point out whose wealth they should strip? People actually buy into that bullshit story.
Yeah, just like the whole Trump.
Imagine the lies they tell him. Yeah, because he was so smart, or his dad was so smart, they were able to change up his identity and get him an ID saying he was Christian. That's why they trusted him. And they needed his intelligence to figure out who's who in the concentration camp so they can steal that person's wealth. And he still repeats that bold-faced lie to this day. So it's just incredible to me that a gaslighter like Soros has done nothing but cause havoc and currency destruction and destroy economies by betting against various currencies, like the pound, of course, and the currencies in Thailand and Cambodia to destroy those economies. And he's proud of it. He's proud of the fact that he's reinvested his wealth into like NAACP or BLM and all these divisive movements just so they can create race wars. And then, sit there and laugh. And then they'll also hire instigators to go and, infiltrate these college campus rallies and turn them into riots. So the cops show up. That's how they're winning.
Yep.
Absolutely. He destroys them.
He gets that place. Can you remind everybody who our Treasury Secretary is? The lovely guy? Mr. Scott London?
Scott Bisick, he was his prodigy for one of them. He's got many.
Yeah, worked for him for 40 years. I think he still does. Helped crash the plane.
Homosexual too, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think he's a Jew. I thought I was 100% correct on that. Not 100% correct. I think he's a Jew. I know he's a homosexual.
He's a homosexual. I'm not sure if he's a Jew. He's probably not a Peter Thiel.
Yes, exactly. He's another Peter Thiel. So he's a Jew in spirit who's a homosexual that adopted 2 kids like Dave Rubin through surrogacy. And he helped Soros crash the pound in 1992. As, again, like I said all the time, the dollar's lost 97% of its buying value. And like we were talking about with Sam earlier, as Jews say, our future lies in the rising east, and China's got all these new bridges, these new transportation systems, everything. As Americans, there's drug addicts all over the street. And I just want people to be consistent. It's like they hate when Soros people are in Biden's administration, rightfully so. But when Trump has the guy that's in charge of our fucking monetary system, being a Soros guy, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Never mind the fact that, again, he has specialties in crashing dollars and pounds and all that, as we're on the way to probably crashing the dollar. But I digress for now.
I just want to reiterate because I get a massive knowledge dump. It's very twisty, turny, and involved. I just want people to understand this. There is a movement that opposes Israel that's called anti-Zionism. Right? If you're an intelligence agency, if you're a government, if you're the government of Israel, if you're the intelligence agencies over Israel, and there's this worldwide movement that's against you, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to manage that? Well, obviously, they're going to engage in subversion, infiltration, the best way to defeat the opposition is to lead it ourselves, right? This is classic intelligence operation. So you have to think, you have to use your brain and understand that, okay, there's an anti-Zionist movement that opposes Israel. That means Israel is going to try to get control of that opposition and lead it themselves so that it can't amount to anything. Of course, that's what they're going to do. Right? Of course that's what they're going to do. You have to understand that. You have to be able to see that. And it turns out that, that entire anti-Zionist space, and you've got, people like Nico Palet, whose dad was a general in the IDF, hero of the 6-Day War. Israel white supremacy, you know, and they, you know, so just, we have to get sophisticated here and understand that of course they're going to try to contain these things. Of course they're going to try to get control of them, right, so that they won't amount to anything. They're going to try and steer them. Well, how are you going to do that? Right? How are you going to do that? Well, it turns out there's 6 major anti-Zionist organizations in the world, and 4 of them are led, funded by Jews. So it's like, hello, to McFly, you know, and oh, and by the way, they use all the anti-Zionist rhetoric that Soviet intelligence used during the Cold War, and the KGB, that was being run by Jews on the Committee for Anti-Zionism, right? So you had anti-Zionist Jews in the Soviet Union leading the anti-Zionist movement, and now you have this curiously, this Jewish-led anti-Zionist movement that is like blaming everybody but Jews for Israel, right? So put the pieces together, people. You've got to see these pieces and see how they fit together.
QAnon and the White Hats are going to save us, just like Operation Trust with the Bolsheviks and the White Army is going to save us.
There you go.
Everybody sit back and relax. You're all good to go.
Yes.
Control. Hillary's in Guantanamo.
And by the way, this goes back to 1920 and Winston Churchill's famous op-ed, Zionism versus Bolshevism, struggle for the soul of the Jewish people. These 2 factions of Jews have been duking it out over whose vision for worldwide Jewry is better. The Zionists or the Bolsheviks, the left-wingers versus the right-wingers, right? And they've been duking it out for decades, right? And so but Zionism is mostly one. You still have this small, you know, sincere faction of, you know, probably rank and file Jewry who does believe in anti-Zionism, and they absolutely do want a 2-state solution, and a lot of them it's because they fear for their family and their Jewish family and brethren in Israel. Like they want peace, so that their brethren in Israel are no longer in danger, right? That's part of it too. My point is that these movements have been shanghaied, they've been subverted, they're being controlled. Money's being funneled, NGOs are involved, the ADL's involved, strategic paid influencers and bot operations are involved, and they've taken control of it. And it's just a very, very small group of Jews doing it. But the returns are massive because you have like billions of people in the world that are, every day you get on Twitter or on the other social media platforms and you hear about how Israel is a bunch of settler colonialism from Europe. And these Israeli Islamo-fascist Nazis and these Sino-Nazis. And Netanyahu's like Hitler.
Oh my God, I hate the Czech.
This is all.
That's an angle one.
Yeah, and if you blame Jews, then they'll attack you for being anti-Semitic. Well, it's not all Jews, you know. And so they're getting wild ROI on this anti-Zionist operation.
They'll sacrifice their own, like October 7th. And the festival.
Yeah, who cares? What's a few broken eggs, right? Big deal. They do this, right? They're ruthless, even to their own, you know, for the greater cause. So my point is, people, you have to see that, you have to know that intelligence agencies and governments are going to try to control the opposition against them. How are they going to do it? And explain to you how they're going to do it. And I'm showing you that Soviet intelligence did it already. Like Jews and Soviet intelligence already did it. So they literally just like they moved their shop from the Soviet Union over to Israel after the fall of the Soviet Union, brought it on over, and business as usual just kept it going, right? And it's very useful because it blames white people and Christians and Europeans for all the problems instead of Judaism and Jewish supremacy. And it splits the anti-Zionist left from uniting with the anti-Semitic right. Now, if you can imagine what would happen if the left and the right come together against worldwide organized Jewish supremacy? But we can't, because we're fighting with each other. One side's anti-white, one side's anti-Muslim, one side's anti-Israel, one side's anti-Semitic. It's like they can't come together, right? They wanted us to vote for not Claudia Sheinbaum, but Jill Stein, the anti-Zionist Jill Stein. Well, what did she want to do? She wanted to amnesty all the tens of millions of illegals in the United States and establish more immigration courts and bring in more immigrants and like just continue this flood of demographic transformation into the United States. This is what anti-Zionist is. You know, show me an anti-Zionist Jew and I'll show you a Jew who's anti-white and wants to flood country with multiculturalism, right? Show me a Zionist Jew and they want to constantly take the United States to war. You know, and anyway, so
they're damn good at what they do.
You know,
We just can't come together because, you know, like Sean King, he's doing this great work by exposing this pedophile in Vegas, right? But Sean King is this lefty shit-lib anti-white guy, right? There's a white guy posing as a black guy because he hates white people and he pushes anti-whiteism, right? Anti-capitalism and all these types of things. And so they're like these shit-lib lefties. I'm saying that just, you know, and it's just really distasteful with people on the right, the anti-Semite nationalists on the right. They don't want to have anything to do with those people because, you know, they're anti-white, they're anti-American, and they're communists. You know, why are they communists? Because for decades, the Soviet Union was like seeding these groups and these movements with communism. Right? That's what they were doing. So we're still reaping the fruits of like decades of, you know, global Soviet intelligence operations. And international jury. Yeah, and international jury is a vector that they worked through while the Soviet Union existed, they were working through international jury. Soviet Union goes away, guess what? International jury still exists, right?
I can't tell you how many people I saw the other day, including that faggot cop Drogo who's still buying the QAnon fucking psyop somehow and pushing it, although he's got to be paid to do it, like Liz Broken, but he was saying, you guys really gonna
Donald Trump of any blame for that prosecutor?
Yeah, remember? Yeah.
Tom Alexandrovich was released just speaking through the local DA and had nothing to do with Trump's intervention acting on behalf of Israel. I mean, that's just not far gone news. They'll never hold Trump accountable for his clear guilt involved in allowing for this Jewish pedophile to escape justice. And it's not even the first time. I mean, this has happened routinely. Just real quick before I forget, we had a subversive in here earlier. He was trying to chase after you, thinking that you're trying to get him canceled. I didn't know anything about him. You were tied up at the time. We dropped him anyway. And he's likely listening in the tunnels. I think you know who he is. Andrew, you know who he is?
Andrew Meyer.
Yeah, I've never heard of her. I don't know who you're talking about. Never heard of her.
So let's not presume the gender. Okay, well, if you never heard of her, then he's probably got you mistaken with someone else. But he came up here gunning for you.
But don't taste me, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one, yeah.
I don't know who you're talking about. I didn't hear anything about that. I don't even know who that is.
See no evil. Okay, well, let's clarify. I'm sure the tunnel rats will be relieved now. They're scared that they might get their accounts canceled because that's going to happen to a Jew, right? Yeah, sure. All right, well, Sam, we have an aspiring Congressman John here. Maybe he can get some tips from you on how to manage without taking the APAC money. He's trying to make it to Congress. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm not taking APAC money, unlike Darren LaHood. I mean, if APAC called and said, hey, here's $50,000 like they do to Darren LaHood every year, I mean, you know what? Maybe I would take that money to run attack ads against Darren LaHood. But speaking of Andrew Meyer, don't tase me, bro. I know Andrew Meyer from Clubhouse, where I made a lot of recordings of Andrew Meyer talking about 9/11 and how it was an inside job and a huge cover-up. So he reported my YouTube account and got my YouTube account clipped. Andrew Meyer. So anyways, but yes, I am running for Congress here in the state of Illinois in the 16th district against Darren LaHood, and I'm waging war against all kinds of dragons that just appear out of nowhere and attack you all day long, try to defame you, slander you, libel you. Um, it's unbelievable, the pieces of shit in this world who call themselves Trump, MAGA, or Republicans. They basically, people have a lot of personal problems, and I think a lot of people project them onto you as you talk to them in social audio spaces. So I think that's probably one of the issues that goes on in the social audio ecosystem, is that there's a lot of projection and very little actual information. Nobody reads books. Nobody does grok queries. Everybody is literally just like on the warpath to project and attack over the past 48 hours.
Yeah, John, I'm not sure if you heard Diligent Space earlier. You had Congressman Massey on, and he mentioned that he's demanded for the Epstein files to be released. He had a personal conversation with Pam Bondi himself. He said something will get released. There's a news release that something might get disclosed. Who knows? They'll likely be redacted anyway. What are your thoughts on the Epstein files?
Yeah, I heard the whole Thomas Massey interview with Diligent Citizen today. I recorded it, created all kinds of clips on YouTube. He says September 3rd is when they're back into Congress, and I think he said end of September, mid-September, they're going to have their press conference on the front steps of Congress. But he said he's also going to do a drop, that they have some some juicy gossip, which is going to cause a major problem. Some type of poison pill that he says he's going to drop. So, you know, I, I just, you know, the fact, I just think all this stuff is going to get redacted and you'll never see it because I guarantee you that Jeffrey Epstein was playing both sides of the fence. He was doing espionage, first of all, for himself, for his own personal power and his own personal blackmailing and financial arrangements. And then B and C, he was probably, or even D, he was probably doing intelligence gathering and payoffs with not just Israel, but also the UK, and Prince Andrew, etc. So Epstein was the man in terms of carrying out international espionage, blackmail, manipulation on behalf of a lot of people and also himself. The guy was worth $800-something million.
Real quick, John, 1 second. What the glitch is going on? True. Do you see how many people are in the space? It says 2,780 for me. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, we're getting botted. Bot attack. I mean, that's what happens when you rely on an Israeli company check to deal with bots. You know, they'll attack a space they don't like, so.
What the fuck? What the?
Welcome to the Jewish bot attack.
What does that do? Doesn't that put you to the
Or
top?
pass them now, yeah. Them bots.
It's fine, don't let it bother you, it'll pass. Comes and goes.
I mean,
Sorry, John.
I would
That was
go.
wild.
I would go as far as to say that Epstein may have even been involved with who was the owner of the Twin Towers?
Larry Silverstein.
Larry Silverstein.
I would be. Well, I don't know what the connection is there, or if he has any. But if Epstein is that high up and he had.
Well, Lutnick, Epstein, and of course, what's his name? Larry Silverstein all knew not to go to the towers that day.
Well,
and you're aware that Epstein's neighbor was Howard Lutnick. They live right next door to each other in New York. And we know Lutnick knew not to go to work that day, even though 658 of his employees did. They got wiped out. And because he had to take his kid to kindergarten, supposedly. And Silverstein, he had to go to his dermatology appointment. Epstein likely wasn't around at the time. Well, he was busy doing his human trafficking or whatever it is he was up to that day. So yeah, there's absolutely a connection there. Plus, they were both bankrolled by Les Wexner, in addition to Mike Jeffries. I'm not sure if you read about my thread on him. Are you aware he's being prosecuted for human trafficking as well through his connection at, well, he was the CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, which is owned by L Brands. That's, of course, Lex Wexner controls. He's also Jewish, by the way.
He's a
And I never knew Epstein lived next to, or Lutnick lived next to Epstein for 23 to 25 years.
Next door, from 98 till...
That's wild.
And his home was gifted to him, by the way, for $10 and considerable offering. And then he took out a loan for $4 million, which he paid back in 2018. So Wexner gifted Lutnick a home. What do you think of that, John?
Huh. Sorry, Heidi, did you get up here? Heidi, when you disconnect, I'll send you a mic because you can't get up.
There are 7,600 listeners. So what kind of swarm attack would you call this on the next 9,000 listeners? There are 9,000 listeners now. This is incredible.
Hey, everybody, just go follow me. Yeah, just everybody, if those people are real, go follow me.
Yeah,
If they don't
follow
me,
all the speakers, Mr. Bot, so we don't have to pay for fake followers like everybody else.
What the hell does that do, though? Does it, like, discredit the space or something? And now Heidi can't connect.
I think if everybody leaves and joins at the same time, it kind of like gets reported and the space can get knocked or something like that.
Yeah, I can crash the space.
It's a DDoS. They're trying to DDoS the room.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
But, you know, X is a big platform, and chances are 10,000 listeners won't crash it.
They don't like it when we start exposing their intelligence operations.
No, it's when they join at the same time or leave at the same time that it sometimes crashes.
I'm pretty sure they bought these bots. It doesn't cost very much to do it. I think they have an allergy towards exposure of the Epstein files because they really want to move past it without any accountability. So,
but don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if it's not probably it's probably not even Israel that's doing this. You do realize it's probably our own government that is trying to DDoS the room right now.
Or some of their Indians as well, the programmers they hire, because you realize Israel does outsource a lot of its IT services to India. They'll do their dirty work and bidding for a small price. You know, their labor's a lot cheaper, so it could be the
where do you think all these vaccines came from for COVID-19? I saw videos of Indian manufacturers that made tens of billions of dollars from U.S. taxpayer money to poison us with vaccines manufactured in India.
Well, I mean, but let's be honest. There was the Jewish-run Pfizer that made over $100 billion just in 2022 alone, just from the mRNA vaccine alone. Of course, they've been criminally fined, but nobody's been fined for the COVID vaccine. And there was Talzaxid, I believe he's Moderna as well. He was the CMO there who was also pushing the vaccine. And Danielle was also pushing it as well. So
he's got one in his office still. And I threw on the nest a Jew admitting that
there's RFK that wrote a book and claimed that it increased the fertility rates for Jews while it decreased rates for whites and others, right?
Heidi's stuck on connecting. Heidi, you're stuck, so I'm going to remove you from the space real quick, and then hopefully that'll unglitch you.
Send her a mic.
She's like, do you hear it? Does it say connecting for you? It's spinning?
It does.
Well, I already sent her a mic, and I told her to reset.
Okay.
So
yeah, my DDoS thing's fucking up. Yeah, true.
I'm going to ask Rock.
Looking at Dr. Stanley Plotkin, he's the father of the vaccines. He's been in the game for over 4 decades.
How do you get
He's the one who made the claim that none of these vaccines have been tested for safety, and yet they're still marketed as if they are safe, even though they cause all kinds of side effects. They've only been widespread in use since the 1970s. We went from like 3 or 4 vaccines to over 70.
You know what's crazy too? Yeah, 72 of them. Which, like I said all the time, people that don't know and all the bots, you can hear it. If you give your children all 72 quote-unquote vaccines, because again, they're not, because they've never been tested and they're fucking not vaccines, they don't work. They're given 13,000 micrograms of aluminum, 600 micrograms of mercury, which is fantastic, and 200 chemicals, including baby aborted fetal cells, formaldehyde, like egg yolk or whatever, so then you get all these allergies and you're stuck in big pharmacia your whole life. And then the way they juke the stats too, I found this out last week, like they did with the pandemic with the mRNA vaccine, they said you technically weren't vaccinated until 2 weeks after your second vaccine. So if you fucking just pulled a Tiffany Dover and died after your first quote-unquote vaccine, I call it quote-unquote because it's obviously not, especially that one's literally not, got voted in the 9th District of 9th Circuit Court in D.C. like a year and a half ago said that it's not a vaccine, it's gene therapy, aka gene editing. But if you were, after your second dose of mRNA, if you died within 14 days, you were not, or had a side effect basically within 14 days, it did not count, you're not counted as vaccinated. And they do the same thing for childhood vaccines. If you die within the I believe it's first 2 weeks, you are not considered, it's not considered a death, because the number is crazy. It's like, I'll have to find it, but I don't know if I have it. It's like something like 70 to 76% of SID, sudden death syndrome, happens in the first 2 weeks, but they don't count it as a death because they just juke and rig the stats because they say that you're not vaccinated because they know that it's going to kill people within or children within the first 2 weeks, babies in the first 2 weeks. So that's how they rig it, and then people nobody knows better, and they're still fucking poisoning their children every day. All right, how do you kind of figure it out?
Thanks for that super chat. What you wrote. Thank you for the space, the hard work every day you and Joanne put in. Since you're here a couple days a week, you challenge anyone who cares about the future of humanity in America to go on the nest and toss Truth $5 for the Spaces threads he does daily. We gotta help our own. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support. And I'll keep doing it. The support's great, but I feel an obligation to expose as much truth as possible. Hopefully until the day, while my account's still active, I'll keep at it. Appreciate the support, so thanks for that vote of confidence as well.
You're welcome. And everybody, go up there, put your money where the mouth is in front of the nest. I won't go on a rant like I did the other day because I don't want to sound like fucking, I don't want to have people hit me up saying, well, you and Truth Teller's putting you up to this. No, obviously he's fucking not. And whatever, it doesn't matter. People already know. But I already explained it the other day. We've got to help our own, put our money where your mouth is. $5 at least. If you're not going to subscribe, go up there, toss him $5 for the amount of work that he puts in. And again, including Joanne, Tyler, and all these people that come up, especially Joanne, every single day, staying up late nights with me. Possibly after this, if I open up space with OC, hopefully, and other people and stuff. So go up there, toss $5, and let me figure out Heidi here.
Dude, I literally blocked her from the space to remove her, and then let her back in, and she's still in limbo. Like, she's just stuck there. It's crazy.
I don't know, we brought Prashana. It must be her connection. Not sure where she is. But,
yeah, you're connected.
John, is there anything else you want to add?
No, I just thought the Thomas Massey thing today was fantastic news. It seems like he's well organized, and the fact that he's coming on X to speak about these things publicly is great news. And it's a shame that he's the only one, that you really see in Congress. Again, the guy that I'm running against, Darren LaHood, takes APAC money. He pushes the vaccine on all his constituents. He said, if you don't get vaxxed, this pandemic will never end, and you'll never be able to go back to work. So that's the type of asshole he is. But yet people will probably still continue voting on him. But over the next couple weekends, I'll be driving to Rockford and Peoria. So if there's anybody in Illinois that wants to help get petitions signed to defeat rhino vaccinologist Darren LaHood, please follow me, message me, and I'll send you details on where we're going to be and how we're going to get signatures. Thanks, everybody.
All right, well, good luck to you, John. Hope it all goes well and be safe. You know, those APAC guys are pretty ruthless. Thomas Massey will be the first to tell you saw what happened with his wife. Unfortunately, God rest her soul, just for exposing APAC and the fact that all congressmen that take it back money end up getting their handlers as well as babysitters. So,
Yeah, we sure are pretty far ahead of the other ones. I'm scrolling because I know you followed me back. I'm scrolling through some of the timelines. So you got that lovely Vivid guy talking about October 7th and all that, but we can save that for another day. But Tisha, did you want to jump in because you're always quick, and then we'll go to my guy William.
Yeah, thanks guys. I appreciate it. It's obvious history repeats itself. I love that you guys brought up Operation Trust, because there's an awful lot of people making money off selling that Q nonsense. Liz Grogan, she will never, ever mention Branson. Isn't that interesting? Why?
Oh, yeah, because she went to his island.
She went to his island, absolutely.
hanging out with the Bronfmans there, Sarah.
Yeah, she'll never bring it up. I tried to, I cornered her, she will not speak on it. I mentioned, I actually posted something below about the $500 billion for the Stargate project. That's below, if anybody wants to read about that. And I wanted to mention, I'm sure you guys know about this, it's so crazy, that Trump decided to put back up the Albert Pike statue. Is that paying homage to the grandfather of Freemasonry? I don't know. I'm just putting it up there. That's crazy. But to what Jonathan said earlier about doing something, Megan Walsh was in the room earlier, and she's starting a project called Better Ways. It's just basically doing simple, keeping things better, and doing it in better ways locally, where you just help each other out, like giving a single mom a ride or whatever it is, just doing small things for the community to help each other out. Yeah, so I just wanted to add those things in real quick. And what do you guys think of the Albert Pike thing? I mean, it's is it obvious? Like, hello, like he's paying homage. I think so.
It's just part of trying to fulfill that end of times prophecy they really want to achieve, right? So Albert Pike made that Third World War prediction, besides the first two, and Trump's probably part of the self-fulfillment part of it. He's the one that's going to possibly get us into that ultimate Third World War. So this way, the Jews can end up, building the third temple and get their Messiah here and wipe out 2/3 of humanity. So I don't know. There's probably some symbolism behind it, but everything Trump does is usually as a result of a directorate from above. He does as his paymasters tell him to do. So I don't really pay too much credence with what he says and does. Like, look at him right now, just squirming and worried and insulting people over the Epstein list, just completely losing credibility with his own base, just from the way he's talking now.
100%. Thank you guys. I appreciate you.
I have Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, and I gotta admit, it is a pretty interesting book. Freemasonry was very popular in America in the 1860s all the way up to 1920s, 30s. The first skyscraper in Chicago was a Freemason building. So Freemasonry in America and the world is an interesting history in itself.
Prashant. Go ahead, William.
Hey, Truth, how are you? Great space here. I truly enjoyed listening to that speaker, Sam Parker. First time I heard him, really good. I like how he doesn't just recite statistics and this and that, but he presents in a way where people who may be hesitant about detailing others now not have just the confidence, but they're armed with the reality and the talking points, the logical conclusions presented, and I think they'll feel less alone. That's what the Jew wants. They want you to feel alone when bringing this up, and so I hope a lot of people repeated that, and I certainly did. Second thing, I don't know if y'all just know, 5-6 hours ago, the Cracker Barrel logo was sent through a Jew filter. Now, the new Cracker Barrel logo omits the white man with the barrel to the left and the words "Old Country Store" have been omitted. You don't want that. I mean, you walk into a store, old country store, you're not going to expect to see some blue-haired, cuffed-out lady, pierced-up tattoo, doesn't give a shit. And, of course, the CEO of Cracker Barrel is a Jewess, Julie something. And, unbelievable. And one final thing. If anyone has information on this, I have this theory that David Portnoy and Michael Rappaport are the same Jew. So if anyone has information on that, please forward it to me. Anyway, great space, and that's it. I land there.
They probably have common ancestry. The same grandparents, great grandparents were only inbreeding. That's why they look similar. They're separate people for sure. None of them can act, and somehow they made it. I think Rappaport is more dependent on getting his George Soros funding, just where you can promote Israel all the time and deny things like apartheid. Whereas Portnoy is just he's just a nut job, man.
You see, Michael Rappaport's herpes sore on his lip has infected over 8,000 people.
Sure it's not 6 million? Is that for real, John? 8,000?
At a minimum. I mean, I'm just making a joke.
Don't stare at it too long on your phone screen, or it passes through the cyberspace.
If he's on X, space becomes contagious. Be careful, guys. Don't get too close.
Liz Broken claims to have brain damage from from getting a fever sore or whatever you call it, herpes on her lip. She claims to have brain damage from it. She does.
Look how the room went down to 492 people after that DDoS attack. That was wild. I've never seen that on X before.
I've seen it get much higher, like 50, 60,000 in big spaces.
Yeah, I guess we're not that big of a deal yet. We'll work our way up.
7 to 8,000 bot attack. That's respectable though. That's not those things. You're definitely you're onto something there.
So how do you, let me ask you a question. How do you defend against being labeled a Jew hater, anti-Semite, knowing that if Israel wants to stop any type of American organizing in terms of stopping funding, stopping weaponry? I mean, basically the status, a lot of people want the status quo to stay the same. So I'm just wondering, how do you defend against being labeled, anti-Semitic?
Talking about the country or a person?
Here as a person here on Spaces doing, patriotic activities, because, if you believe that 9/11 was an inside job or a cover-up or a Mossad operation, or you believe all the subsequent wars and all the spending was a plot to essentially protect Israel from Saddam Hussein, from Gaddafi, from all these people that wanted to destroy Israel, I'm just wondering, how do you as an American who is a patriotic American firster, how do you defend against the label of being anti-Semitic?
Well, first of all, you can't worry about being called a name. That's number one. I get called a Nazi, anti-Semite, Jew hater, a racist, probably for some combination every day, literally every day. You have to, number one, not be worried about it or let it phase you. Although I do acknowledge that if it's new for you, it will be jarring, it will be dispiriting, it might hurt a little maybe hate Stan Lee, the comic strip, artist, the comic creator, Fantastic Four, X-Men, these types of things. I mean, does anybody hate Stan Lee? Does anybody hate William Shatner, Captain Kirk, I mean, maybe some people do, but there's, the point is like, do you hate Jews or do you disapprove of certain actions and behaviors, right? So if somebody accuses you of being a Jew hater, just say, okay, name the Jews I hate, and that usually shuts them up. That's one strategy. There are others, but you'll figure it out as you go. If they call you, and by the way, everybody should remember this if you don't know it. If you get called a Nazi, a Jew hater, an anti-Semite, a fascist, a Holocaust denier, a Hamas supporter, a terrorist, or half a dozen other names, these all just mean that Jews don't like you. That's what it means, right? And that if you oppose Jews or Jewish power or Jewish agendas, they will smear you with one of these labels. And usually the label tells you what you're running afoul of. Like, if you're supporting Palestine too much, well, now you're a Hamas supporter or you're a terrorist. If you say, well, wait a second, maybe the Third Reich had some good economic ideas, maybe National Socialism wasn't all bad. Well, now you're a Nazi, right? If you want to close the border, and control immigration and deport people, you're a white supremacist, you're a fascist, right? But these all mean the same thing. They all mean that you oppose Jews and Jewish supremacy and Jewish power and Jewish agendas. That's what it means. It means that they hate you. That's what it means. And they'll always attack, strike out, cry out pain as they attack. That's what they're doing when they call you those things, right? So, you just can't be fazed by the names they call you. You have to remember, when they call you these names, it means you're usually over the target.
Yep.
And just keep pushing forward anyway. And if they really challenge you and you want to strike back, just say, okay, name the Jews I hate. And make them name some Jews you hate. And they probably won't be able to name any Jews you hate because it's quite likely that you don't really have a visceral hatred for any specific Jew. Maybe a few. Maybe there's a few. And if there are, then you can be sanguine about it and say, I hate them. They sent the SWAT team to my house 9 times in 4 days like they did to Lucas Gage. Maybe they'd say, well, maybe I hate some Jews.
Yes, and also the way I go about it is don't give it any attention. Just ignore it for the most part. Because they want you to fight back, then they get you caught up.
Yeah, mine is if you must engage, that's a strategy. But normally I just ignore it, just blotting and move on or ignore.
You can just cite Shulamit Aloni. She was a former Knesset minister and won some Israeli Person of the Year award. And she stated clearly on this one episode of Democracy Now! And anti-Semitism, that's a trick that we use to stifle legitimate criticism of Israel. And so it's just resorting to ad hominem essentially to try to demoralize you and stop you from just observing criminal behavior.
She divided that. In Europe, they accuse you of Holocaust denial. In America, they accuse you of anti-Semitism.
Yep.
Right? So it's geography dependent. Now, Victor Ostrovsky, former member of the Mossad, he says that, the Mossad would use the B'nai B'rith to smear people in the media. People, if there was anybody in the media stepping out of line or not lying.
ADL derived from B'nai B'rith, if you recall, right?
Correct.
Leo Frank was a member of B'nai B'rith before they developed the
Right, yeah. In fact, it used to be called the ADL of the B'nai B'rith. Yeah, right, exactly. But the point is, that was the organization they would use to smear people as anti-Semites. And he says that's a stink you can't wash off. But he's like, if there's a journalist or somebody popping off or saying things that Israel doesn't like, they'll just get in touch with their B'nai B'rith contacts, and then the B'nai B'rith will conduct a whisper campaign and a public relations campaign.
That's Rachel. There's Rachel, the nicest woman in the world, who adopted a Palestinian child whose guns like someone off, and she literally became an anti-Semite of the month a couple months ago. So it's like, don't come at anyone basically against Jonathan, like Sam said, Sam is on Berkeley. I do. I don't care if the latest is on the Congress, doesn't matter to me, but there's one kid that I just unfollowed. Well, I don't person trying to say for this and that. But yeah, just ignore it. That's the easiest way to do it. And like Sam said, unless you have to, then you can engage it. And I almost say even, hey, I didn't agree with it or this and that, then let's have space about it and talk it out instead of being weekly about it and doing all this shit over comments and stuff. But yeah, just ignore it. That's just your day go away.
Well, I mean, in 2001, when 9/11 happened, I'm only 19 years old. Everybody is very naive at 19. Nobody understands the history prior to 9/11. So you're innocent. At on 9/11, a lot of innocent Americans got wrapped up, but I don't have Israeli derangement syndrome. I've got George Bush and Cheney derangement syndrome. If we want to be self-reflective and personally responsible, I mean, it's Colin Powell and people in our government that let us down, that instead of doing a controlled response to 9/11, we are now $37 trillion in debt with a pandemic, scamdemic to top off 25 years of war. So I'm just saying, you could sit here and blame Jews and Israel all day long, but when it comes to our own government, we live in fucking clown world.
Well, see to that though, I was gonna add one more tip to how to deal with the label Jew hater or whatnot. That's that first of all, why is it they don't take issue with Jews blaming all Germans collectively, still collecting reparations for them? Why is it that Jews get to generalize for those they don't like, for those in the Italian mafia, those in the mafia, Italians, to add that stereotype to their good name? Then they have a problem with others, Gentiles, calling out Jews for their criminal activity. Now, again, I have no problem condemning guys like George W. Bush and Cheney, but we look at the people that were surrounding them was, they won't mention Paul Wolfowitz or Richard Carl or Scooter, three Jews that were responsible for the foreign policy plan and its following 9/11 that took place. But what preceded 9/11 was, of course, a great memo that was drafted by the State Department. That was by, again, individuals like David Worzer, again, Richard Carl, and also Doug Feith, three Jews who had to find to invade Iraq, and also Syria. This is 96 and in 98, Bill Crystal and Richard Kagan, two Jews, in addition to Paul Wolfowitz.
That's Robert Kagan, by the Robert husband of Victoria Nudelman.
Yeah, Bill Cruz, and Kagan is short for Kitover, which is short of his name as well. He said they put Plaza on Kitover, the Bolshevik Jew. So you have all these Jews in charge of the State Department that devise these policies that end up becoming foreign policy for America to get into wars against countries like Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Libya, later Yemen, and of course Afghanistan, and later on Somalia, Pakistan. So they come up with these plans to destroy these countries, and then they create a psyop, a false flag in 9/11 to be able to justify the war, just like they did in 10/7. So you have to see the strategy of these Jews, and they do get caught a lot too, like with the Lubavitch affair. What was the plan there to want to bomb strategic sites in Egypt? The Jews picked it up and they got caught. It didn't happen. So no one's not condemning the treasonous government for lying to get into the Iraq war, but you also have to remember with Benjamin Netanyahu pushing for that war, and what's the clean record was actually directed at him. There's really a policy memo that was written before him, he took power in 1996 to do his first term in Israel. So he was the one, and it was Israel that came up with the faulty intelligence, claiming Saddam Hussein had bought yellow cake in Niger. So they provided false evidence to push America into war, and also claimed there's one mass destruction of the war there. So
That was 9/11. I don't know exactly.
he made the prediction that the towers, and we wrote it in his book, that the towers would be destroyed. Just like the rabbi made the claim too, he's just thinking around 1995, 96, 5 years before that. How did they know?
I didn't know that. I thought he said something like now the Americans know how we feel or something like that. Something along those lines. And then the way I would say it, basically, it's just some fucking one of my favorite movies about people hating like a vocal.
Why did Netanyahu say 9/11 was true? Why did he say 9/11?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Why did he say that?
May I interrupt? I remember on 9/11, Netanyahu said that day, now Americans see what we go through every day.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, it's like someone thinks to be true, yeah, less. Remember that lady from right over here? butterflies, but it's like, no, yeah, our governors and birds are responsible as well. Like, just like Trump's dictating, Donald Trump.
Yeah, what about when they do stand up to world jury when JFK does the thing to kill him?
Yeah.
McKinley was 100 days into his presidency in 1900, he got killed because he was investigating Northern Securities that was owned by J.P. Morgan's dad initially, and the Rothschilds, because they knew about the corruption and money laundering they were up to. He was going to shut them down, so they killed him.
Yeah.
And Theodore Roosevelt takes power without an election. So when LBJ took power,
I was going to say, okay.
They controlled the outcome for the next 4 elections all the way into World War I. So they were the ones that Theodore Roosevelt would then take power again, then you had William Taft, and then you had Woodrow Wilson. Even before 1913, there was still in American politics.
It's like they did now with controlling everything right up until 9/11 and the Cold War terror. Here we are, where they ran, they made everyone hate neocons, rightfully so, and people like old white men, and they run McCain against Hillary in 2008, so then Obama against Obama, and then Obama wins, he gets in there and just does their bidding, and then they
The point I'm making here, if you're going to blame the likes of George W. and Dick Cheney, and sure, rightfully so, they make money off Halliburton, made a lot of money from Iraq War, no question about it. Then you also have to give credit to those American presidents who stood up to global jury and paid the price. Richard Nixon paid the price too.
Yeah,
George H.W. Bush never been assassinated.
Yeah, so I heard
his presidency because he suspended $10 billion of aid to Israel. So whenever American presidents, white American presidents, stand up to global jury, they pay the price, whether the loss of election or some bullshit scandal, like even Clinton and the Lewinsky affair, because he wouldn't release Jonathan Paul, so they publicized the tapes, the Lewinsky tapes, because they responded.
And then all of a sudden it shows how much these Jews truly quote unquote care about us. As soon as you do one thing, they go against them. Boom, you're Nixon, you're Clinton, you're George Bush Sr., all these things, you're JFK, you're McKinley. And that's why I say, like, I joke about it, don't joke about it. Like, the only ticket I would vote for in 2028, and I ain't voting for anyone. I am a political atheist. I am opting out of the system. But the only ticket Fuentes loaded it on Alex Jones and probably know who's on. Dan here running. I don't think it's true, but I hope. But the only one, like I said all the time, I'm kind of doing my best to roll it into existence if it's not going to happen. I hope it does. Is Dan area no shorter 2028. Then, like I said, in the same breath, if that was to somehow come to fruition, which I truly hope it does, really do, but I don't think it will. But if it did, I don't put it past these motherfuckers. That's why people say they back up and stuff. I agree with them. And Maddie as well, like Maddie Wack, Birthday Podcast. There really is no political solution. They have this shit on a stranglehold, and if someone rises up that is legitimate enough, they will, in 2 seconds, do what they have to do, because they're not going to give up power. Yeah, it's a good point. And then just, again, like I say all the time, to Cui Bono, that's what I go to Cui Bono, Israel. Got the Greater Israel Project, got America to go to the Middle East, a bunch of fucking going, just dying for Middle Eastern wars for no reason. Again, 22 to 27 veterans committing suicide every day because they're went overseas when they're 19 years old. Their frontal cortex isn't developed. They said, why am I killing these Muslims for no reason? I have nothing against them. And they come back and realize, well, shit, it was all for Israel. Or they double down like some project in Kennedy and Mike Brooks would say they're this great hero that saved the world. But yeah, it is true. At the end of the day, it is what it is.
Yeah, John, one of the tips is if you want to have a long career in politics, aim for the younger demographic because they're going to be your voter throughout your career. And a lot of them are anti-Israel and they understand the Jewish problem much better so than their parents and grandparents. So keep that in mind. And we know
Do they understand the clown world problem?
Sorry?
Do they understand the clown world problem? The Rashida Tlaibs, the Ilhan Omars. I mean, is this country not inundated with clowns?
Yeah, see, that's where I knew what I did. That's right. Go ahead.
Before my phone dies. I've been trying to get up here for a while and it wouldn't let me. John, yeah, do you understand, John? Because I heard you a little bit ago. Oh, by the way, hi everyone. Here to keep you in.
Hi.
So yeah, hey, I'm walking around the neighborhood over here. You might hear some birds talking to me. Maybe tweet. So anyway, yeah, John, I'm listening to what you're saying, right? You gotta fucking remember that they put both sides of the fucking coin. Both sides that are walking like people like 10,000. They put both sides of the fucking war. Both sides of every free operation, right? 2017, when I went back to my hometown, Tampa, Florida, for a trip, my Arabic Lebanese friend took me out for a nice Mediterranean meal at a restaurant in Tampa called Biblos. So we went there, we had a good time, and we got in our car, and as we were driving away, we stopped at the stop sign, we got a little bumper from behind us, from behind us. So everyone stopped, he stopped, we all up in the car, and I looked at the behind the bumper, and I told my friend Lisa, I said, all right, no big deal, you didn't scratch mine, let's go. No, I want to call the cops. No, it's really not a big deal. He's like, you can just get it fixed for not even $10. Let's just go. It's too much to sit here. Maybe police were now. Yeah, okay, fine. So then we walked to the car. We asked the guy, I said, do you have insurance before we call cops? I didn't want to get into this shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about police. Like, don't call them. But he was so adamant that he handed his ID. He was a Palestinian, an arms dealer from Midtown Air Force Base in Tampa. And he had a Florida driver's license and said safe driver. How the fuck does a Palestinian get, and they're being wiped out right now, completely wiped out right now. How the fuck does a supposed Hamas leader, right? We wiped out Gaza because they're all Hamas. Get a driver's license that says safe driver, and on the license it says arms dealer from Palestine. And he works with MacDill Air Force Base. How does that happen, John? Like how?
Well, Laura Loomer has exposed on the State Department some fucking asshole employees have been allowing these women, pregnant Palestinian women, to come here and have their anchor babies.
I'm talking about
The hiding thing, they do. I've said it for a while. They put these people in the shit to leave, and when I'm not sticking up for them at all. I'm not defending them. I'm not on their side at all. But they put them in places so that people, to be honest, like yourself, John, can say, "Oh, look, what do we do about these dumbasses?" Which they are dumbasses. When we have on Twitter AIPAC openly bragging about owning Congress and saying it pays off to be pro-Israel and all this shit. Trump bringing a engineers from grave on October 7th before he's elected and all this stuff. So that's just like the Dearborn, Michigan. Yeah, I want.
John said that he would take AIPAC money like at the beginning when he just came out like, John, would you take AIPAC money?
Listen, we have $600 in my campaign account. If AIPAC wanted to send me $50,000 to attack a guy that they've already sent $50,000 to, if they're that stupid to give me the money, I'll take their stupid money.
So, John, you can't see America first. You can't see America first. So, so this was in 2017, and we're in 2025. Imagine if they let Hamas run around America, right? Arms dealing with a license to do so, and then they get on the fucking Fox News 13 bullshit channel and say they're the enemy.
I don't understand. His driver's license said he was an arms dealer. What are you talking about?
Yes, his driver's license. Because at Big Deal, if you work at the Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, I don't know where you're from, but in Tampa, Florida, when you come in and out of the Air Force Base, you have to have a legit required license to do so. And he had a MacDill Air Force Base license that said arms dealer. Like, I couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, whoa. And I went back to Lisa. I'm like, just don't call the cops. Don't call it. She called them. The cops came. He said, why did you call me for something stupid as a bumper? And he left. That was that. But I'm so glad that it happened that night because I got to see that license. Now, after they took down Syria, the first thing they did is burn down the Passport Immigration Center. So you don't know who's daddy. And they issue IDs from Turkey. In Florida, Puerto Ricans used to issue IDs to Cubans. It's very deep. They run both sides of the fucking story. About every operation. And don't forget George W. Bush took a piece of paper, ripped it, and said, this is what the Constitution is. It's just a damn piece of paper. So I'm with Richard or John Deeser, whatever he says, it's way beyond that. Way beyond learning. Way beyond any of that shit. It's time to fucking rock and roll, man. And I'll speak up. I don't give a fuck. I got in the not jump the Trump in Purple Pill last night. I was talking to some friends at Bambi in Gaza that I support, and he showed me like 4 pieces of pineapple. They haven't had pineapple in 7 fucking months. And it's down there in the Purple Pill. These motherfuckers haven't had pineapple in 7 months or beans. But the USA government, McDill Air Force Base is letting supposed enemies run around with a license, arms dealing license. Fucking make it make sense. I'm pissed. But when I walk, things in my mind just get stuck. You think more like what's gonna walk to me and talking and I'll get my I don't know.
So what do you think was at George Bush Sr.'s funeral when they passed around those notes? You know, I've always wondered, what do you think the secret message was that George Bush Sr. wanted people to know at his funeral?
I don't know, that seems like a QAnon psyop to me, to be honest, because for a little while, I was never a QAnon person, but for a little while, it was like, okay, alright, that is pretty interesting, but I didn't think that was like in my opinion, now that I look back on the QAnon thing to make everybody think like, oh shit, here they go, it's coming, Trump's gonna come in, they're gonna lock everybody up again, and we're gonna MAGA, blah, 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 and Hillary's gonna be in Guantanamo, look at our faces, and I mean, at the end of the day, some of them are like, Pam Bonnie's literally an IMDb, she's a literal actress on IMDb, and a lot of them are actors or actresses. I mean, Anna Paulina Luna, whatever her real name is, former stripper, all that. I think that was one of the ones, though, that I will say, though, that was pretty convincing at first, because it was like, what the fuck, but nothing's come of it, so I think it was just another psyop to get people believing and buying into the 5D QAnon, Trump's gonna come in and arrest everybody, he's got them all scared, and did this whole thing over the last couple of years, whether it's fucking with, what's her name, Eugene Kell, the wacko lady that said Trump raped or whatever, yeah, it seems like he's pretty bad at doing that, but I doubt it was her, but they did that on purpose with her because she was a fucking whack job crazy lady they put out there, so everyone, even the people on the left, were like, shit, maybe even Trump is being persecuted, and then they did all these Jack Smith ones, and I fully believe this now, some people disagree, but I fully believe it. 1, 2, 3 cases he gets with Mar-a-Lago raided, all this stuff, he's gonna go to jail, he's gonna go to Danny Wallace, he's got to go to Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, he's got to go to Rikers Island with Letitia James for all these cases that are brought up, and it's this big bad guy, and they're coming to get him, and then Flynn's on his side, and Roger Stone, the 3 Avengers, they're fighting the deep state, they're fighting all these guys, all this, while Roger Stone literally in 2015 or 2016 looked up, I forget whatever he looked up 2 weeks before, I think Russiagate came out, he's on Google, typed up in, he's obviously linked up with Jews and Netanyahu and many other things, and goes back to Nixon, obviously, and with that whole QAnon psyop shit, Flynn's Unity 200, among other things. But all of a sudden, just magically, just right before Trump gets the election rolls around, right before, just poof, Letitia James drops the case, Benny Wallace gone, Jack Smith, all these DOJ things, boom, poof, 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 and then the fake assassination, which I didn't think was fake for the most part. I thought it was sketchy until that video that just came out recently where the guy's ushering the camera in right in front of the fucking thing and pointing cameras at Trump as the flag dips down the back. It was just all along, and they did a good job. Just like the pandemic, they hit us hard. They did a great job building up Trump and saying, hey, he's this hero. He's fighting everybody. Look at all these people hate him and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden he gets elected, and he's sitting there with Obama, and they're laughing, having a good old time. So that's without a doubt what that was for a while. The thing with, like you're talking about, again, that seems like, I think that's what it was. That was the one that seemed most believable to me, but nothing's happened from it. So it's just more, they're all on the same side, obviously, at the end of the day. All these quote-unquote elites are on the same side, and they just play us off each other.
So you don't think Michael Crooks actually got a shot off on Trump's ear? You think that whole thing was staged?
I don't know if Crooks did or not, to be honest, exactly. I don't know that much, but I'll throw the thing and I'll DM it to you just in case you can't see the nest. Sometimes people can't. I'll throw it in the front of the nest because it's.
I've seen the video of the camera people, you know, getting in the front, but that to me seems like that's what camera people would do. That's what I would do if I had my cell phone. I'd want to film it, you know.
Well, yeah, with the cell phones, I mean, I threw it in the front of the nest. Anyone hasn't seen it. If you have a cell phone, I get it, yeah, but the fact that these people are literally ushered right in front of him by Trump's little, whatever, not secret service, whatever the fuck, manager guys or whatever they are, that they're ushered right in front of him and linked up talked about before. I mean, obviously the flag dropping back perfectly in the background as he's on the ground. I didn't think it was, I was down the middle because, you know, this guy, Corey Pumpetier, died, unfortunately, and rest in peace.
to me the most besides the flag is, because I agree with you, anyone with a camera phone in the audience, yeah, they're gonna do that. But these people that are ushered by this little fucking minion guy in the front, the Secret Service agent stares directly at them with an AR-15. And if anyone knows anything about law enforcement, because people are trying to say, oh, those guys were already cleared, the cameramen, it does not fucking matter. If there is bullets actively flying around the president, and you are going to go directly in front of the president and point a camera literally 3 feet away from his face that could be in today's day and age with technology, that could have a bullet inside of it and shoot him right in the head. And they've got the Secret Service agent staring right the fuck at him as they take that picture. Then they get ushered off to the side when he's coming off the steps, and they take another picture. It's just not going to happen. I mean, I know law enforcement. I've asked them about it. I already know it myself. They would, that Secret Service agent in front that stares right at them would say, get the fuck on the ground right now before I shoot you in the fucking face, because you're not going to point something at the president. I don't know who the hell you are. There's bullets flying left and right. The threat hasn't been neutralized yet because the snipers didn't take him out yet. So with the Crooks thing, I don't know. It was weird. I mean, he obviously, I don't know if he got shots off with someone else, whatever it was, but then they obviously had no silverware. His whole apartment was clean. They cremated his body like Bin Laden. But it was another thing, and then these Jews, I've seen Jewish people talk about the ritual where you get your right ear nicked or whatever, which I don't even think it did, but whatever, the symbolism of it means they're our guy and stuff. And it's crazy to think, and then, unfortunately, Commandeer died. If he did, I don't want to go that far down the rabbi hole and say he didn't. But then there's more of the gematria shit, which I don't even like, but the Jews do follow it, and Trump gets up and he yells, fight, 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 right? 3 things in a row, fight, fight, fight. There's your 666, and Corey Commandeer there's 333 right there, the firefighter who died. And then they misspelled his name at the RNC, which was weird. But seeing that, the flag dip, the cameramen, and then, like I said, all the other things. And then you know what it was, too, honestly, to add on to that? Everyone jumped on board then. Elon, Mark Andreessen, the PayPal Mafia, David Sachs, all these people jumped on board and said, well, I got to support Trump now. I got to support him. Everybody's got to support him. So it's like they all knew they were waiting for it. CNN was there for like the first time. It was the first rally they covered in forever. The whole Crooks thing makes no sense, too, because the motherfucker's walking around the roof for like 30 minutes. There's hammered people like in the audience like, hey, that guy's got a fucking AR up there. What's going on? Hey, cops, do you want to do anything about this? Literally fucking like hammered like in the video. They're like, bro, that guy got a gun? Holy shit, he's got a gun. Hey, Secret Service agent. Like, what? What's going on? The window behind him was supposed to have security. So I don't know who took the shot, but it was another way to build up Trump to make him be this god-like figure in QAnon and MAGA's eyes, which he has become in certain ways. And luckily people are seeing through it now, but it's just because I don't like to go down the rabbit hole of everything's fake and rigged.
Don't forget, Zuckerberg went on Joe Rogan immediately after and said that was the most badass thing I've ever seen. And that was after he had his falling out. And then he had an apology tour with Trump. So, Zuckerberg platformed Fauci for countless months, for years, encouraging everybody to get the COVID-19 vaccine through Meta. So there's Al Capone was brought down by the IRS. And I think a lot of these billionaires who do nonprofit charities to essentially avoid paying any income tax, they should be brought down in the same way that Al Capone was brought down.
I agree. I've maintained this for a while. I agree because I've said for a while because people did that. People fell for that side up like, oh, Zuckerberg's taking testosterone and he's face now because he got a haircut. I've said the exact same thing as you. The exact same thing. I said, I don't give a fuck what he's done. He banned myself off of Facebook. He banned millions of people off of Facebook. My grandparents died from the quote-unquote vaccine. My mom took 2. I hope she's going to be fine. My dad took 5. Like I say all the time, my friends one of them has tinnitus, one of them has AFib, wears a fucking pacemaker. Another friend who's a nurse who had 2 miscarriages. And people bought that psyop. I hate it. Mark Zuckerberg has so much fucking blood in his hands, it's not even fucking funny. And Rogan and them revitalized his image and said, oh, he's face now. He's a good guy. He's riding on jet skis with an American flag. He's so cool. He's our guy. It's like, no, he literally is just as much responsible as people like Rachel Walensky, not as much as Fauci. He's a monster. But I agree in that part because I hate how people fell for that. Well, he literally censored everything while the vaccine was coming out, killing everybody. You couldn't even say the word vaccine. And because of that, my fucking grandparents are dead. 700,000 Americans, like me and Truth talk about all the time, 20 to 25 million worldwide because of people like him. So yeah, fuck him.
Well, he can do his little sailboard around Hawaii all he wants, build his doomsday bunker, but I take some reprieve in knowing he's married to one ugly stupid bitch. And him and his ugly stupid bitch wife Priscilla Chen, they built an anti-inflammation $150 billion nonprofit in Chicago because they got guilt complex for the fucking poison that they mass spammed across the country on their spam ad network, known as Meta Fake Book.
Don't worry, every Satan minions have their day. Don't worry, you can't mention fish in Hawaii because they're so fighting some contaminants from the Fukushima. And one day maybe a tsunami will come and take his shit away. See, all about the material things. These people are all about material, and they think they're going to get away with it, and they won't.
Well, nobody escapes this. Everybody goes through the same gate at the very last day. And I just know that, when he goes through there, he's going to have to hang his head in shame because he's a little bitch.
Sam, I DM'd you earlier. I don't know if you got it. I just wanted to make sure, see if you did, because I don't know how it works when people don't follow each other. But get back to me whenever you get a chance. Truth, do you want to say something? I don't see anything. Let me swing.
No, Prashant's been waiting a while, so we love
Yeah,
your
okay.
friends.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I wrote down a couple of notes. That Massey and Diligent thing, that concerns me. I'm going to have to listen to that. I'm personally not too fond of Diligent and his ongoing support of Trump's crimes, even though it seems like some of them he doesn't like right now. So I'm going to have to listen to that and try to make sense of it, because it doesn't feel good to me that Massey went with Diligent, but that's a small point. The other point, a couple of points I wanted to make was anti-Semite. I got a real easy answer for the anti-Semite. Some of you may or may not like this, but my best friend for many years, and he's here in Hawaii with me now, he's a Jewish lawyer. He was the former deputy district attorney from Los Angeles for many years, and I text with him most days and talk with him on the phone most days. And he's my best friend, literally in Hawaii, and he's a surf buddy, although he's too fat to surf now. But so when people tell me I'm an anti-Semite, I say, well, tell that to my best friend here, Jewish lawyer and former deputy DA of Los Angeles. So I guess that doesn't fit too well, does it? And then the third point I wanted to make was vaccines, and I know this beyond a shadow of a doubt because I traveled around the country with RFK's gang and Del Bigtree and Harley Tommy and Brian Hooker for 3 or 4 years to the CDC, into Washington, D.C., and Sacramento, and Los Angeles. So it's not 72 vaccines, it's 72 doses of a much smaller number of vaccines. And if you say 72 vaccines, they'll slam you because it's just not accurate. It's 72 doses of quite a lot smaller number of vaccines.
How many doses were there in the 1970s?
Yeah, well, I was going to get to that point. And it wasn't in the 1970s, there were almost no doses. But the key year is 1986, because that's when, who was it? Reagan signed the act to take all liability away from the vaccine makers. So the big change here was 1986. That's when it went from almost none to massive amount of doses. So make sure that when you talk about that, and you say it's doses and not vaccines, because it may be only 12 or 16 vaccines, but it's 72 doses. And the other point I wanted to make about the vaccines is the World Health Organization a few years ago, they did a meeting on vaccine hesitance, and there were members from all over the world at that meeting. And kind of the host of the meeting, there were two hosts, a guy and a woman, and the woman that most of the speaking. This is absolutely what this woman said in that meeting. You can probably find a video of that meeting by going to the WHO and looking for it. A meeting on vaccine hesitance. And what the woman said, she said it. The woman who talked most in this meeting more than anybody else on the MC of the meeting, she said, to the whole level, all over the world, the World Health Organization said, we put ourselves in a very dangerous place. That's the first thing she said. And she said, we put ourselves in a very dangerous place because we have substituted natural immunity for vaccine immunity. Now translate that. You can't translate that for yourself. I'll translate it. But essentially what she admitted is that
natural immunity is much better than vaccines. And we put ourselves, as she said, in a very dangerous place because we've substituted vaccine for natural immunity. She said it, I didn't say it, and she said it to people from all over the world. So she admitted that natural immunity was better and that we're in a dangerous place because we've substituted for vaccines. Another thing she said in that meeting, beyond a shadow of a doubt, none of the vaccines in the current schedule, none of them have been properly tested. She said in that meeting, you can all listen to it. If you really want it, I'll search that meeting out and let you listen to it. I know where you can find the shorter version. It's on the highwire. Come pick that episode 143 or 142. That's where you'll hear her say the things that I just told you. She said it. She said essentially that we put ourselves in a dangerous place because we substituted inferior vaccine immunity for superior natural immunity. That's what she said. And she also said, to repeat myself more clearly, that they've never been tested. None of the vaccines on the state has ever been properly tested. She said both of those things in that meeting. World Health Organization. So I'm
Stanley Plotkin already stated this.
yeah, I know he said that once more, as I said. I know he said it all the way through. So I know he said that because like I said, I traveled the country on this meeting and I listened to Stanley Plotkin say it on the same, it was on the same show, the highway. So I know all that. So I don't want to go on forever, but George H.W. Bush, one of my least favorite stories about that demon, makes me hard to believe he was speaking against the Jews because in the first Iraq war, he was president, right? And there were 60,000 Iraqi troops that surrendered, gave up, threw down their weapons, and surrendered, and were marching back to Iraq. And I think, wasn't that around Kuwait? Was that first war around the Kuwait issue? Is that correct? Does anybody remember?
I believe so. The first one, yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Kuwait was land drilling and everything.
Yeah, and there was a lie about that too because the United States gave Kuwait permission to drill underground into Iraqi territory, and then the United States gave the permission to attack Iraq. So they were kind of playing both. The United States government was playing both sides of that game. They gave Kuwait permission to steal Iraq's oil, and then they blamed Iraq when Iraq was attacking Kuwait. They were playing both sides. But the thing back, if you get back to the thing about Bush, after the Iraqi soldiers, 60,000 of them, number that I read, surrendered, threw down their weapons, and were marching back to Iraq, George W. Bush ordered a whole bunch of American fighter jets to literally mow them down. Mow down 60,000 unarmed Iraqi soldiers. That's what George W. Bush did. So I had one more point, but I've already said it.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I think they call it the highway or something, I forget, where they fucking wiped out all those Iraqis.
That was George W. Bush, and he wiped out unarmed Iraqi.
What they called it? They wiped out fucking column after column of unarmed.
Yeah, the highway.
Right, yeah, they play both sides of each other.
Highway of death.
Kuwait, you guys can drill into Iraq, land drilling it's called, and then they did it just curiosity, the XCH that I talked about a lot, has talked about it, and then they basically, I think they engaged down to Greenland, whatever, and then he went in and then they used it against him, obviously, and we're going to speaking on that, which is wild, I've talked about it before, because Joe Kiriaki was talking about it. It's like propaganda is so overlooked, rightfully so, but like it's used in so many ways because there's videos I've seen it since John Kiriaki talked about it a year ago on one of his podcasts was on. Like when they liberated Kuwait or whatever, we liberated Kuwait, there was like when Americans were going down the streets, American soldiers or whatever, like all these Kuwaitis were just waving American flags. Everyone's waving American flags, cheering on the soldiers and everything, and I mean they're probably happy to be quote unquote liberated, whatever. I don't know the situation too well, but when you stop and think about it, like, you know, at first glance, people don't stop thinking about it, rightfully so. They just see it like, oh wow, they're happy, but it's like, wait, how would all these motherfucking Kuwaitis, like hundreds of thousands of them, just get little tiny American flags to wave around, like, you know, to make the Americans think that, hey, we're doing a good job, we're liberating people, so we want to keep going to the Middle East, and, you know, hey, don't go against the war, this is great, look at the Kuwaitis are happy. And then, like John Kiriaki said, he knew the guy, or some guy, he asked think is going on. It just goes to the point of just how much our government just little things like that, it always stuck with me. It's like, wow, that's so crazy to think about. So the average person will not think about it rightfully so. We'll just see it and be like, oh, well, I guess they're happy we're there. And like I said, they might have been, they might have not been. But that whole thing was just, like you said, they played both sides off each other, got a nice free war out of it. And again, we bono Israel because Iraq gets slowly overthrown. And like Sam said earlier, it's just all about balkanization. It really is. Syria, Libya, Lebanon, they're trying to do it too. Iraq, obviously, and they've done it slowly but surely. And here we are, the Greater Israel Project's a couple months away, possibly. I don't know what's going on. We'll see. Yeah, it is wild. But yeah, you're right. I forget what it's called, but Bush and Cheney authorized them to just wipe out like 60,000 Iraqis homeless that had no means to defend themselves. It's called like the highway to hell. They just support the bottom.
And lest we forget, don't forget the daughter of the ambassador or something was telling us all about the incubator babies in Iraq, just throwing them out on the floor. Complete lie.
Another one, yeah. It's always babies. They always use babies in ovens, and babies in incubators, and then I forget what it is, something else. It's always babies, always.
Babies.
What'd you say, Joanne? Sorry.
The 40 beheaded babies.
Yeah, exactly. 40 beheaded babies in ovens. Even the Vivas twins a couple months ago, they said, oh, Hamas strangled these Vivas twins, the babies or whatever, and they killed them, blah, 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 big bad Hamas. And it's like, well, number one, logic doesn't add up because why would they strangle babies? Like if they were gonna kill them, they'd just fucking shoot them, unfortunately. But they didn't. Their family came out like a couple days later and like, no, that's a lie. You guys bombed them to smithereens like a couple weeks after they got taken hostage. Like what the fuck are you talking about? And of course, then they got shut up, just like the 4 IDF tank women soldiers that got released. And one of them was like staring at the Hamas guys, and then they come back and they're battered when they went in somehow. Like, yeah, they're awesome to us. They're actually like really friendly, and then within like a week they completely changed their story. Like, oh, actually, they're the devils. We need to go back in there. And never mind, nobody knows that Hamas offered, obviously, on October, I think, 9th and 10th, to return the hostages because they're trying to just do a hostage swap when they've offered probably 15 plus times since then to return the hostages. And then Netanyahu says no every time. Bezalel Smotrich snuck it in like 2 months ago, like widely. Not many people picked up on it, and I've talked about it a few times. He said, like, I think it was right before the Iran war, it was right when it was happening. He's like, well, our focus is now shifted to the Iran war, and we no longer care about the hostages. They're not they're not in our attention anymore, or whatever. Basically admitting what we don't know the whole time, because if they got the hostages back, they can keep genocide in Palestinians, because everyone's like, well, what the hell? And even like Sam talked about before, a lot of the stuff with these anti-Zionist protests, the quote-unquote good Jews in Israel that are protesting against the genocide, it's like, well, you're sitting in Tel Aviv, and some of them probably are good and do care, but you're sitting in Tel Aviv, why don't you go down to the border and actually try to stop these Jewish supremacist settlers, or just whatever, these fanatical Jews that just go and take all the aid trucks and just smash it on the ground or break it up so they can't bring it into Gaza and give it to the starving people that are there. But anyway, I digress on that. It's just extremely frustrating. Trump's just going to let it all happen because he doesn't give a fuck. As he said before, just hurry it up, get it over with.
Have you guys noticed that all of the Zionist propagandists, they only post the hostages as being like women in their like 20s that are like decently good looking nose jobs? Like it's like every single quote unquote hostage is just like a 20-year-old fucking female that's like good looking, or it's a baby. It's never like some Jew with a snozzle nose, like what do they think that we're all so stupid?
They're banking on your stupidity, and they're banking on memory loss. First motive on any operation is when they execute it, they always make sure that you have some sort of memory loss via some kind of like a program that
propaganda.
Yeah, propaganda, all of that. So yeah, they literally do think you're stupid. 100%. That's what the movie Idiocracy is all about. And Hollywood is one of the big sides. Don't you guys ever realize every time we're on some sort of space, everyone always brings up a movie that they've seen that kind of relates to what's happening now. Oh, remember this? Remember that? It's all because of spelling. It's a big fucking huge broad spell on everything.
Yeah, Candace did a good job explaining that. I think she was on with Charlemagne the Fraud.
I didn't hear her. I didn't hear her.
It was like a year and a half ago she did it or something. It's like a minute, but I'll send it to you. I'll find it.
Yeah, send that to me after she,
like a minute and a half.
after she interviewed Harry Weinstein. She didn't give
Oh
me
yeah, no, obviously.
challenging questions. I lost respect for her totally.
I lost a lot of respect for her.
So I don't even look
She
at
did
her.
a good job exposing where you were talking about how the Pentagon's behind every city. They're even behind Transformers randomly. They bankrolled that, but they're behind all of them. And then when you think about it, it makes sense. Obviously, they're behind Black Hawk Down, they're behind Lone Survivor. They committed that was a complete fake. What's his name? Marcus Control admitted. Yeah, they just came to me when I was in the hospital and said, "Here you go. You made a whole fucking Hollywood movie on you that Mark Wahlberg's going to star in. Just sign your name." He said, "All right, sounds good."
Yeah, they made a Hollywood movie on 911 and nobody caught it. The Last Kiss Goodnight with Samuel L. Jackson and Gina Davis. They were instructed to shoot buildings. They shot one building in Times Square, New York. Oh, we'll just blame it on the Muslims. It's right in that movie. Last Kiss Goodnight, Samuel L. Jackson, Gina Davis. So I don't know what Candace said, but I've been in the know for that way before Candace came on the scene. So yeah, in all the movies, and Idiocracy is a really good one too. Idiocracy shows you how they poison your water, they poison food, and how
so many.
That, yeah.
I mean, there was one thing
And
called.
one really good one, and I'll land. I swear to God, I'll land up.
No, take it. You're right.
Rat race. Nobody caught this one, not even Kitover, and a whole bunch of also Jews in rat race. And there's a good saw these all-time rich millionaires sitting on a penthouse in a casino, tell these people that there's bad money in the law, go get it. And I think Hitler was even in that, was did like a cameo in that movie. It's called Rat Race. It shows you how they get you all distracted to follow that materialism and to follow that money bag, while they take everything from you from there. And when they show the people the penthouse, like the sort of like the leaders we have now, they show how they think you're stupid and how they're laughing at your ass. It's very dehumanizing in every sort of way a human being can ever feel. I mean, they can't really feel the way that the Palestinians feel, the Gazans feel, but yeah, it's dehumanization, ritual, banking under the my laws.
I just gotta interject real quick because I got a jet. So thanks for having me. Good to hear Heidi there at the end, and I'll see you Saturday, Keith.
Sounds good, brother. Glad you saw
I guess
that.
Talk to you guys later.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming out. Have a good night.
Yeah, it's karmic retribution. It's all stuff that the revelation of whatever you want to call it, tell you what they do. And Ryan Sikorsky is will be into this more so. Because it is both things I believe where because they're a Satanist and they want to get their karma up off them, because if they tell you what they're going to do and then you go along and do it, then they're like, well, the thing I've always used before, you were selling apples and then Heidi comes along to buy an apple and it's a poison apple and I sell it to her and poison her, then I poison her. If I write poison apples and then she buys one and poisons herself, it's like, well, you knew what it was beforehand. Well, they also do it to get people's consent because it's in the back of their mind, all these things, just like weird things like fucking Neos and the Matrix, passport expires on 9/11 somehow, and then Contagion and all these things where, whatever, I Am Legend, all these movies about viruses, this and that, and then all of a sudden, pandemic, right?
You just reminded me of one thing that I have to tell you when you're talking about passports. Keith, do you know, just for a regular, normal citizen, not of Jewish descent, how long does it take to get a U.S. passport delivered to you when you first apply for it?
I do not know actually, because I've never had one, but I'm gonna need to buy one soon because I'm going.
About 3 to 4 weeks, so about a month.
Okay, that'd be good. I need to.
But if you're a Jewish descent, guess how long it takes you to get a passport?
271,000 seconds.
Yeah, probably. We're close, but 3 days, like opposed to 3 weeks. So you see how they're trying to even make it difficult for Americans to leave.
Yeah, that's just damn. I'm writing it down in my notes. Yeah, see, there you go. There it is, right there. Little simple things like that. That I actually now I need to. I'm glad you said that because I'm going to Vegas. I think my dad and my friends and my buddy coaches for the Raiders, and going in November 17th, I think. But because you need a real ID now, thank you, Donald Trump and fucking Christino, you need a real ID, which is related to Agenda 2030, so they can tie everything into you with your monthly balance to your credit score. I will not be getting that, even though my dad already got it. It's like, just fucking get it, dude. $3 not that big of a problem. Like, I'm gonna explain it to you. You can use the password for that.
6 to 8 weeks, but you have to pay extra to expedite it. It's 2 to 3 weeks. You see?
Oh,
so,
there you go. So I gotta pay
yeah, so it's even longer. I'm just giving you the if you pay extra, you can get it in 2 to 3 weeks. If you don't, you gotta wait at least 2 months. But if you're of the Israeli descent, Jewish descent, it's 3 days.
Yeah, so this Hollywood stuff, yeah, it's kind of crazy when you finally wake up and you realize that it's actually more government operation, or like even much studios are owned by Jewish interests because they funnel the money that's sent to Israel back into Hollywood, and they make movies to basically create a narrative. Like, for example, in the movie World War Z, one of the only nations that is still safe is Israel itself, like a city in Israel, because the Mossad intelligence was smart enough to build a wall when they saw that the world was falling apart. And that's just like one example. Like, even the movie like Saving Private Ryan, where like the Germans are vilified, especially that scene where the German soldier, it's just like all of these movies, if you're not able to like kind of see past the curtain, like the Wizard of Oz kind of thing, that it just basically controls you in every single kind of way. If you're not seeing past the bigger picture, and it's all government controlled, and most normies just think, oh, it's a Hollywood movie, like, it's entertainment, like, bro, what are you talking about? The conspiracy theory. Yeah, sure, like, Columbia Pictures is owned by the CIA, all these other big studios are owned by basically, like, we all know that the Jews control Hollywood, and they've been creating these narratives since the 1930s, and I mean, they've been in control prior to that when the Zionist Congress was created in the 1880s, so it's just like a lot of fucking, what's the word for it? Like, you gotta break.
You gotta break the programming and stuff, but you're right. I mean, because we all know who owns Hollywood and stuff, and you're dead on. I mean, that's why I threw up from Massive Economy Kansas money. She just was one of the eyes when I first saw it. And again, people behind Transformers, but they're behind everything. Behind Lone Survivor, behind Black Hawk Down, behind Saving Private Ryan. Then obviously all the Spielberg, all these Jewish, whatever Spielberg is, director, whatever it is, directors and stuff. They're all behind it because what do they need? They need to galvanize. There was one that came out recently, whatever, I forget, something about another war in the Middle East and stuff. And then, I mean, there's a bunch of really good, and they're always usually the best movies. They're a bunch of damn, like Black Hawk Down says, fucking damn good movies, but they just glamorize it, obviously, and then make young Gentiles, unfortunately, because they're young and impressionable. I don't blame them at all, including myself when I was younger, and like, hey, shit, I'll sign up for the military, you know, that's badass, that's patriotic. They just get everybody, and you're dead on. So many people do that. Well, come on, bro, you shouldn't go that deep down the rabbit hole, as I call it, to silent, but, you know, come on, not everything's silent. It's like, no, it is, and it's funny you say that, because I was watching, I gotta finish it off later whenever I'm done on Spaces, Sam Tripoli was on Rogan recently, and I started watching it. He is the best. I love Sam Tripoli. I need to actually listen to him more, because he was cooking on so many things. He was talking about like Zeppelin and blimps and stuff. I forget what it was, but then he was talking right out the gate. They talked about how all these planes have been crashing, all these plane things have been going on. How that thing that happened a couple months ago, I think it was under right before Biden left office, with that helicopter hitting that plane in D.C. and then crashing in the river, which is like a sacrifice or something, a Holocaust sacrifice or whatever. But all these planes are falling out of the sky left and right, blowing whistleblowers left and right, down whether they're dying or surviving, and talking about in video James O'Keefe inside Boeing. They're like, yeah, we just basically put duct tape on the fucking thing and let it fly. And it's all, and Rogan like does a good job of playing ignorant, which is aggravating. I actually don't hate Rogan as much as I do like people like Tucker, because I know Tucker has an agenda. I know he's gonna push JD Vance on us. I know he's gonna push China. I know he's basically Israel, pro-Israel and all this stuff. Rogan's just obviously a stoner, but he is funded by Thiel and other people. He knows what's going on, because he kind of shut Sam down, but not much. But he's like, you really think they're like, you know, crashing planes purpose, and Sam Tripoli's like, yeah, dude, the agenda 2030 and 15-minute cities and smart cities, they don't want anybody traveling. They definitely don't want people flying around the world. So all of a sudden now, left and right, these fucking planes are just falling out of the sky, and then Sam Tripoli is also dead on. I've said it a lot the last couple of months. They want to blame DEI. That's why they put in DEI, so then they can blame it, and then they can inflame both sides and have white people, especially MAGA people, be like, oh, these fucking dumb dicks, these dumb whatever, black people, blah, blah, blah. Words, a lot of the time it's manufactured accidents, whatever, or what they do is they do a good job of setting the conditions for things. They take away a few people out of control towers, so there's not enough staff or whatever. Then planes are, you got FedEx planes almost hitting commercial airliners. You got like South Dakota recently, there was a fucking like B or whatever, B-52 that almost hit another airliner. So they set the conditions, but it's 100% for Agenda 2030, keeping people out of the air and keeping people afraid to fly and all this stuff so they don't move around as much because they're eventually going to lock us down, unfortunately. Not, but with Palantir and their, again, you own nothing to be happy in their Agenda 2030, you're only allotted 1.5 flights per year. They carbon tax all this shit, but he did a good job, Sam did, because they do want to blame DEI because then people just say, oh, well, it's just DEI, that's what it is. Trump's going to get rid of that and everything will be better. It's like, no, they're doing this on purpose so that people, again, don't want to book plane tickets, don't want to move around as much, or scared to do this and that, and then it works, and they want your fear levels high, like I've talked about a lot recently, which he hit on as well, which is what they capitalize on. But yeah, there's so much, he's like, everything's a psyop. Like, I'm kind of there, I don't like to go full everything's a psyop, but a lot of shit is a motherfucking psyop. And once you really realize every Pentagon movie, or every war movie is sponsored by the Pentagon because they want to get people to go die for Israel, why wouldn't they? It makes sense. And then they get to, like you said, in the meantime, make money, demonize people like the quote-unquote Nazis and all this stuff, and then demonize Muslims and say, yeah, see, look, all these, every movie's about a Muslim. What's the other one? Yeah, American Sniper with Chris Kyle and with Bradley Cooper. Another great movie, but where it's just Muslims running around left and right. Make the awesome Americans go in and kill everybody and all this stuff. But yeah, it's wild. William, go ahead.
Sure. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Oh, yeah, you brought up something that caught my interest about the Trump assassination, and I really haven't looked into it. I mean, with so many available waking hours and so many problems, you're gonna kind of pick and choose them, but you said about the cameraman pointing the camera right in his face with the Secret Service person. That sparked my interest on that, and it also made me think of something else I've never heard.
Did you video, William? You've seen it, right?
I didn't. After the show.
You can give it to you. You don't even need to, I'll throw it back.
Oh, awesome.
Because you don't need to listen to it. It doesn't, you don't need the volume. It's only 50 seconds. And you'll see within the first 10 seconds what I just threw it down there.
Thank you. No, thank you. I want to see that. And then, I'm sure this had been thought of or brought up. I've never heard in my whole life. JFK assassination. We had, but I call this guy the prequel of the dancing Israeli Abraham, or whatever the Jew who filmed it on the 8mm.
Bruder, yeah, Bruder.
Now, here it is. He never flinched. Correct. Right? 3 words. There you go. Right place, right time, fine kite. Pull off that. He never flinched. Right there, dancing Israelis. I'm surprised that was never brought up. I caught that also you just did about the cameraman. The Secret Service guy with a flick. And then, for some reason, I'm just thinking JFK gets shot. And we know, even if it was on a fucking tripod, it was moving with his hand, so the kite cannot say, oh, it was on a tripod with this, no, never flinched. I mean, there it is, dancing Israelis in 1963. Anyway, that's my thought.
No, see, that's why I love these conversations, because little things like that connect. That's a good point. Like you said, again, to my point, your point is, bullets are flying. I don't know how Zapruder's going to sit there and just be perfectly still and not be like, oh shit, like you said, just flinch just a little bit. That's all you need. Because he's not farther away. But that's a good point.
And also, Zapruder had like a state of the art video camera for the time.
Watch it, and you don't even need the volume, but watch it and get back to me in like 50 seconds. It's wild. the guy, you'll see what it's in your DMs and stuff there. Yeah, the guy ushers, some random guy ushers them right in front to take pictures. And again, nobody covered his rallies for like 18 months. Some little minion of Trump ushers this guy. This guy would be fucking on the ground ducking if he wasn't the guy that ushers the cameraman right in front of him. Then he ushers him to the side of the stairwell where Trump's falling, where he's coming up the stairs, and they're taking pictures like him at that point, like a foot away from his fucking face. And like I said, anyone that knows law enforcement, I've asked law enforcement that I know, I've watched, all I do in my spare time is watch law enforcement videos. They do not fuck around it. If you're just an average cop on the street pulling someone over, never mind you're a Secret Service agent who you can see my comment below the thing in the front desk. I took a screenshot. He's staring right at the people with the cameras. If that is real, and that Secret Service agent is an internet and it's not fake, which I do 100% believe it is now, that guy, like I said, is going to say, I will shoot you in the fucking face if you do not get on the ground right fucking now. I will shoot you in the face if you point the guns right at them. If you literally would say those exact words, you could possibly shoot them. Because a camera could easily have a bullet inside of it that could launch right into Trump's face. People, MAGA people are coding saying, oh, those cameramen were already cleared by Secret Service, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't fucking matter. The bullets are flying, the president's getting hit, apparently, which I don't believe he did. It does not matter. All bets are off. You're going to get shot in the fucking face. You're going to get told you're going to get shot in the fucking face as you're pointing a camera directly at him from feet away, and some little fucking Jew boy basically ushers them all around. Then the flag drops in the background and all that stuff. And then the added thing when you look at it more, Trump's on the ground for like 20 seconds, or like 10 to 15 seconds, which is so sketchy. They easily fucking catch up his ear or something like that. And then they're in the perfect position to catch the flag just in the background as it lowers, get that iconic shot of Trump saying fight, 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 666. And then the guy who died is Corey Compton's here, of course. There's your 33 years of training, but it's just wild.
Keith, what you just said about the Trump assassination is the same thing as what Building 7 is to 9/11.
In what or you mean how it's
in terms of the smoking gun? I mean, the best right there. I mean, Building 7 is the smoking gun. There's a million of them, but it's the top one, and it shows well, something's going on here. What you just said, fuck yeah, secret. But everything you point out, Secret Service. Whoa. There you go. False flag. So yeah, your point's great. It triggered my point about JFK. So yeah,
yeah. So don't get me going on 9/11 because I can get going.
Oh God, no.
Well, I just threw it in front of the house again. I don't want to keep telling something else, but if you go to the 1 minute and 30-second part of that, again, people don't even need volume. The smoking gun for that. Never mind the fact that the fucking 220 stories of towers disappeared, disintegrated into thin air. But if you take it one at a time, 110 stories each, disintegrated into thin air within, I think it's 8.8 seconds. That the towers, which is the thickest steel on top of the thickest steel, inside of the thickest steel, disintegrated into thin air. But the smoking gun by far is to the right side at like a minute and 25 seconds. There's like a 70-story tall piece of the tower that's still standing. In conventional wisdom and physics say that that piece of the tower would fall over sideways and it would crash a bunch of the buildings to the left or to the right, whichever way it falls. But instead, as people can see, if you go to minute 25, they put an arrow on it, it just fucking disappears into thin air. And I have no doubt now from all the research I've done that it was, they call it, I don't know what a cold and hot directed energy weapon difference is, but they call it cold directed energy weapon because there was cars burned all around there, everywhere. I believe there was like fucking, either way, there was 110 stories.
Thermite detonators crisscross.
Or like, I don't know, 20 to 25, 30 stories high. It was only up to the lobby high that was left over. Like when you watch the building disintegrate in that video up top, that steel's just disintegrating. And that cannot be done by thermite. It obviously cannot be done by flames.
You don't think it was thermite detonators?
But they did something. And also there's a hurricane I posted about. There was a hurricane off of the fucking coast. It was about to hit New York City. But just before it did, it got because they either use some type of weather modification or some type of energy, but you cannot disintegrate a building into dust without some type of technology. We all know that Dartmouth on them are 40, 50 years ahead of us, and that was one of the first times I used it. And it's a rabbit hole I've been going down a lot more recently because I already knew about it, but it's just fascinating how much we've been lied to. And the thing about, like, they say, oh, they had the Israeli whatever T-93 or whatever inside the building. Yeah, that actually, from all the research that I've done recently, that is because, and I know it sounds crazy, I wasn't one that believed it, but people said it was Project Movie, and it wasn't planes. I know people say they saw it there, but there's been serious evidence that say that the way the plane was coming was going like 500 plus miles an hour, the tail fin was sheared off. And I know it sounds crazy because I wasn't a there's no planes guy, but I believe there wasn't, and where the planes hit was right where those massage people were laying the whatever in the fucking elevator shaft before the painters or whatever the hell they were before the towers got hit, and that is basically probably what the hell ever didn't hit the building, the quote unquote planes that did hit the building. Those bombs went off, and then it looked like the plane hit it, and then of course everyone thinks the plane took it down or bombs did. But thermite cannot make steel disintegrate into thin air. It's not possible. Never mind, it talks about what else collapses the stadiums or whatever, and it had like a Seattle stadium like 10, 20, 30 years ago, had like a 2.2 on the Richter scale, and that was like a quarter of the weight of the Twin Towers. And when the Twin Towers fell, it was like a 1.1 or something on a Richter scale. It barely even registered. So that doesn't make sense either. Never mind, again, there was cars all around the place that were burnt, like, like fucking, like Hawaii and behind it and everything. So it's some crazy ass shit, I know it is, but it's something that needs to be looked into. We've been lied to so much, and there ain't no damn way that a building, that 110-story building can disintegrate with thermite. Fucking 8.8 seconds, something like that. And again, the thing on the side, 70 stories tall, the building's already gone. Why does it just disintegrate into dust?
Well, that's the giveaway. The 8 seconds is the free fall speed of gravity. So when you do thermite cuts into the solid steel structure, when you turn it into dust, it falls at the speed of fucking gravity. And same with World Trade Center 7. Office furniture fires literally demolished a solid steel skyscraper. It's the biggest lie and biggest, it's not even a psyop. It's just fucking common sense that World Trade Center 7 was thermite detonated that day. And the World Trade Centers were also most likely thermite detonated.
Yeah, World Trade Center 7 definitely was, I don't know what it was, I'm sure.
Yeah, 100% pull. You can look at any other controlled demolition, it's the exact same thing.
The other one though, there's been all fun things, I forget what it is, but if it falls at whatever, like if it was a demolition that wasn't a direct energy weapon through thermite or whatever, there's something called the pancaking effect where it would take longer to fall and then it wouldn't take 8.8 seconds, I forget what it was, which you would have said, but I forget what the review to that is, because I want to be sure what I'm saying, I'll have to look it up again, but World Trade Center 7, yeah, that was obviously, and that's why they put people in 2 camps, that's why this revisionist or visit 9/11 thing does a good job, although they're crybabies about Jews having an influence in it, but whatever, I can still take their word for what it is. And Judy was the only person who's never been interviewed, she's got like a master's degree and a bachelor's degree in like 6 different things that are all specialties on this. And World Trade Center 7, yeah, 100% not an office fire, that's insane. I don't know why Ryan Dawson of all people thinks it is that. That's just, I don't even know why they only took that thing for other reasons, but that one's obvious. But thermite, 100%, I'll prove it eventually, that's where I dive deeper into it so I can know exactly what I'm talking about. It does not make 110 stories of steel disappear into thin air, just go poof, and not land on the ground and stack up 30, 40, 50 stories high like it was supposed to. It just sits there, it's just gone. Everything's just gone, dust, boom. And they somehow find the fucking passports somehow.
Well, don't forget.
Didn't we let China come in and take all that steel?
That's what they say, but that's part of the psyop as well. They say, oh, China came in, they took the steel and everything. But that's been disproven because they weren't there. They weren't there fast enough. They wouldn't be able to remove all that steel. And there's guys that were there, firefighters, reporters, and stuff. That were there. Even stuff Knopfler, who was the propagandist, pushing out a lot of propaganda that day. They were there immediately. They're like, there was nothing there. There was nothing on the ground. There's something too. I forget what it was about desks, toilets, like all these things that should have like been there, or whatever. I think that it's one of the two. There should have been there. They weren't there, or the other way. Either way, there's also guys in like the stairwells that, if there was a pancake effect, would have been dead. There were like 6 or 8 firefighters that were on different levels of the stairwells, from like level 4 to like level 16 or whatever, or higher. And they said that they just remember it collapsing, and all of a sudden they looked up and thought they were in heaven because they saw a blue sky. But then they were like, wait, I'm alive. How the hell am I alive? This fucking tower just fell on top of me. So if it was a demolition, it would have fell on top and it would have killed everybody below it. But the fucking thing, as you can see in the video up top, it just turns to dust in midair. It's just boom, boom, disappears. 100% disappears into thin air. Nothing, no steel. That was the thickest steel in the world. Again, inside of it, on top of the thickest steel, which is inside of it, and then more steel inside of there. It's absolutely insane, but you know, they take my word for it. So you have to sit up there and research it, and everyone can research it themselves and look into it. That's where I got it from. It's great to be the lights, but that's where they put us in. Oh, it's planes, this and that, and the Larry Silverstein thing, because he's a Jew. That plays to as well, where he says, yeah, I said bullet. So then everyone rightfully goes to, oh, well, 100%. There was bombs and everything, and there was thermite, this and that, and you would need, I forget what it is, you would need like 600 gazillion pounds of thermite to do what happened there. And then you would need it all to go off at one time. And then the firefighters, rightfully so, they said, oh, I heard explosions and stuff, but the thing I was watching the other day on it, talking to bunch that, talking about how there's fire extinguishers, there's like toilets and stuff, or bathrooms, there's pressurized tanks and stuff, because when you see the building falling, there's like windows that are getting shot out before that, and people are saying, well, that's explosions going off early, but no, that's just the pressure, just cool.
No, that is part of the controlled demolition.
I heard a first-hand account of someone who was in the building, and when the plane hit, I guess all the impact from the impact of the plane that shot through the elevator shaft was blowing all the freaking floors, elevator doors wide open, and there was like nothing but hot, intense flames coming through with the fuel. And he said that some people that were standing in front of the door of the elevator on that floor just instantly like lit up, like instantly charred.
Yeah.
Don't forget Shanksville and the Pentagon were fakes too. Those were rockets.
2 days ago, he said actually the thermite thing, the flag responded to me and threw it in the front desk and said, "This what's 100 pounds of thermite look like in action look like?" And he threw it up in the front desk. It's whatever he says. And then Stu had somebody on about it a while ago, I guess, because he's the thing now. But it's in all these experts, they do it just like the JFK thing and with everything. They make an industry out of it where everybody's an expert, this and that. They get platform, but they don't platform for one woman. Judy Wood, the only person who talks about her once was PPD. He asked a couple people, but they don't platform her. Who's been the one who wrote a book on it called Where the Towers Go, which I've read and did for his part of the documentary, like an hour and a half long documentary. Where did the fucking towers go? Where did 20 stories of steel go? It just doesn't make sense. And then this is what I was talking about. So there's 50,000 filing cabinets, 500 toilets and sinks, missing tables, chairs, and computers. I believe all of them just somehow that's what it was. All of them so 50,000 filing cabinets, 500 toilets and sinks, missing tables, chairs, people, computers. There was paper everywhere, but all that stuff just disappeared. 50,000 filing cabinets, never mind vending machines, all this stuff. So if that was an explosion from thermite or whatever, or in a controlled demolition, then there would be pieces pieces of toilets and pieces of porcelain toilets, pieces of filing cabinets, pieces of vending machines all over the place, but everything just literally fucking disappeared into thin air. And again, the real smoking gun is that thing at like a minute 25, the 70-story tall thing that is still standing after one of the towers falls, and it somehow just fucking literally turns to dust in midair. It should tip over and take out like the whole block around it, but it just goes right by out of nowhere. The amount of stuff that was in
Yeah,
there.
but Keith, it's a picture perfect replica of a controlled demolition. Haven't you seen how buildings go down? They don't fall over; they literally pancake, and that's what happened.
Keith, there's something else. Can I? Yeah, go ahead. I recall that day. Now, what you said, everyone looked at that. They called it the speed, whatever. As Keith says, 1,000-foot pole. Now, look at, and the kite doesn't show this. I recall vividly on the day of 9/11, the South Tower, the first one to fall. When it fell, it initially kicked a fucking pancake. What did it tip back? A pancake. So everyone take a look at the South Tower when it so-called collapsed with that direct energy weapon. It kicked to the left. And when I say the top, where the so-called plane, I'm not going to get into it, wherever the explosion was, everything above that tipped to the left. And then it turned into dust. So you can say, symmetry on the tilt? Yeah. So it's the same fucking thing as Keith is pointing out, not as visible, as what Keith points out with the spear, much more visible. But there you go. There's a spear, same thing. I mean, you're talking about 30 fucking, or maybe 40 stories of the top 40 stories of the towers coming down, as opposed to the North Tower, which the direct energy weapon worked better. It came down symmetrically, better appearance. And I knew something was funny, even though when I saw it live. I'm not going to get into that now. The South Tower, though, take a look at that, Keith, and it is exactly what you describe as that 1,000-foot pole. It tilts to the left, and just, we're talking 40 stories, just symmetrically tilts back to its original position, and symmetrically comes down like the North Tower. I'm going to...
I know you're right. First, the DW worked well, it went down perfectly. And the second one at the top, like you said, the top 40 stories was tilted up to the side. So it should have kept going that way, but then it just all of a sudden everything below it just disappears into the fucking thin air, and then there's a bunch of things in that rednectar in the front or down low. This guy does a good job, really good job. I don't have to revisit because they do. That's how they get everybody in every psyop. They get everybody into a plane, or it was a demolition from thermite and stuff, and then they get the two Lucky Larry Silverstein to go and say, yeah, we pulled it, and we decided to pull it, which then adds to the, 100% thermite. And I believe, I'm sure there's probably thermite added, but where the T-93, or whatever the hell those Jews were called, those Mark people, or whatever the hell they were, putting bombs inside of the elevators or whatever, that's exactly where the fucking plane hit. Exactly where it hit. Even the plane doesn't make sense either. It literally goes inside, like the nose comes out the other side. It makes no sense at all. It should have been strong enough to.
I'm just going to say this, I've done 2 decades of research. In my opinion, without a doubt, they were CGI. I mean, a plane doesn't go through a building like Wile E. Coyote goes to a fucking mountain on Bugs Bunny. I don't mean to be funny, but it was CGI all the way.
Versus concrete reinforced steel. It's basically impossible. Anyway, just for anyone who cares, I put up my full 9/11 thread. There's like 15 and 20 posts on there with all the evidence in the world, including the CGI claim and much more. I'll probably do a space blog at this space. I do some space almost every day, but I'll definitely do an 9/11 space. I'm going to invite some of the specialists I interviewed last year. Dan Henley, who's a captain, and also Richard Gage as well. He's the head of the Architects and Engineers Association, so can relitigate all the stuff. I mean, there's also another guy that went through the phone calls that were bogus as well, so lots of evidence there. But yeah, it's clearly a psyop. I've got all the evidence in that thread. It's got over 1 million views. The evidence speaks for itself, then, including the density where it is happening to be in the right place. wasting my time. Guys, in another 10 minutes or so, just a quick reset. So, discussing the FC Files, episode 17. This was the Mike Jeffries connection. For those of you in late, definitely check out the space from the beginning. It's worthwhile. Mike Jeffries, of course, was the CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch between around 92 until 2014. He was running a human trafficking operation under, of course, sugar daddy Les Wexner, owning the company. Jeffrey Epstein was also overseeing the operations at CFPOA and full financial authority as the trusted financial advisor to, of course, Les Wexner. Yeah, this went on for, they say, from 2008 to 15, but I believe it was probably longer. And Jeffries, of course, retired. They got arrested in 2023, 2024 for two separate cases. He likely won't face charges. Now he's got dementia/Alzheimer's. May not be mentally fit to stand trial, though he's abused hundreds of boys in this case, but no one seems to care because, well, it's not girls or minorities who got abused, it was young white men. So, always ignored, overlooked. But that's why I felt the need to raise this issue since, well, when Jews are involved, you see trafficking cases, whether it's Mike Jeffries or Les Wexner was financing or Jeffrey Epstein, they don't get a lot of attention. So it's where we're giving it the attention it deserves.
No, it's such a good point. The boys still get overlooked, unfortunately. Nobody else.
They're a bunch of gay boys, some of them, and not for that lifestyle, but still, you know, fuck over. You find the heterosexuals and abuse them as well, right? So, yeah, we'll go do a few more hands and call it night. We're going for 5 hours now. I'm getting tired. So, you know what next tomorrow space.
He's a bitch.
Happy man, so you got a hand up. Is there anyone else?
He's a bitch.
Yeah, U.S. Monarch. Monarch. U.S. Monarch did agree. You want to go U.S. Monarch?
That's what I got. I like this stuff. Happened to chime in.
I love bitch.
Someone was talking about the CGI plane going in the building. That's an interesting one because I just wanted to comment on that. When I was 11 years old when that whole thing happened, and I remember watching the video over and over, and I was watching the whole thing over and over. I remember being a kid and looking at it and thinking, this is strange. It's almost like the plane is phasing through the tower. And at 11, 12 years old, I thought it looks fake. Like this doesn't look the way that colliding pieces of metal would act. And so for years, it was just a private thought to myself. I think that was either edited into the video or it was a projection or something was going on. And it wasn't until, now I'm 35, it wasn't until recently that I found out there's a common theory that people hold, which to me, it's just an affirmation of my instinct. And I think, yeah, like this, clearly, that was a fake thing that we saw. And now that we actually have the tech to fake it better, well, it's too late. The old video has already been circulated.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm trying to find the thing I was watching a couple days ago, where it shows there's also a bunch of anomalies too, where it shows there's like a weird UFO, like the thing, and I 100% do not believe in UFO or anything, but there's part of the project thing that I completely there's a bunch of random on the right thing trying to find the thing. It just pops up like some little thing pops, some discrepancy, so to say, pops up, and like Jim said, like William said, the planes, like there's pictures, there's beams of plane, like it says 9/11, whatever, hitting a steel building and somehow cuts through the whole thing like butter. But like a plane hits, a bird in front of a plane, and the whole fucking front of the plane is like shifted up and everything. And then they've done the metrics on it, like the plane was coming in at whatever angle at like 562 miles per hour or something like that. And at that angle, the tail fin would have sheared off, and it wouldn't have made it. And also, and then it's like, where do people go? I don't know. That one's a mystery for now. Then there's Shanksville too, with the plane. They allegedly took over the plane and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. But there's no debris there. And even, there's just so much. I wasn't a guy, like I said, that's why I'm invested in it. But I wasn't a guy that believed it for a while. Like, no, there was planes, people have seen it. But I truly believe anyone that saw it on the ground saw Project Bluebeam, which we all know they have. There's
something the other day actually that I retweeted that they've been working on, the government's been working on for decades, called the face of Allah or something like that, where they want to try to project like the face of Allah into the sky when they're fighting Muslims. So then they'll be like, holy shit, let's not fight anymore because they're seeing something. And we know the technology they have, and it just, again, it doesn't make sense that a plane would just somehow fucking slice through the thing and then it goes through the other side of it. What I get, when people have a very hard time, because I myself did it for a while, like, no fucking way, we see the videos, we see the planes. But again, the technology that we have is out of control, it really is.
It's terrifying.
I was there, and I saw the plane hit, but, I was in Hoboken, and a phone call came in prior to the thing hitting and said, there was a driver saying, why is there a plane going down 7th Avenue? So, there's that. So we were looking at the building, like, waiting to see what was heading towards the tower. So, I don't know. But I do know that the driver saw that.
Professional,
I found this thing.
have recreated that, have done an exact simulation of that flight trajectory that took place that's supposed to struck from the tower, the second one. And no pilots ever claimed they could ever carry out that trajectory themselves. They said it was physically impossible. It's just way too risky, especially given the altitude and speed, that type of impact. They said impossible, there's just no way. That's why I have to believe flights were real.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I love truth. And I love I don't say I love myself, but I love that I can change my mind. I was, for a while, that's when I'm open-minded to everything. Because it's like, my grandmother was there, I was like, Tisha, other people said they saw it, but it can be fucking Project Movie. It 100% can. I found the thing. It's up in the front of this. You fast forward to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. It shows the mystery planes or whatever the hell it shows the UFO thing I'm talking about, this discrepancy that pops out from when the thing comes from the right. And the second plane it says right here, was supposedly going 587 miles per hour. Like Drew said, there was a bunch of pilots that tried to reenact it or asked about it. They were all like, yeah, you couldn't direct that plane into the building like that. And again, at the angle that it's coming in, the tail fin would have sheared off at how fast it was coming in. But again, I get it. I know it sounds crazy. Do your own research. Look into the thing that I'm talking about up in the nest. Do whatever. Look through that. I just know that they lie to us, and I know that they love to sit here and say, there's, the plane took it down, and there was planes 100%, you're a crazy maniac for not thinking there was. And again, I was on board with that, or it was, we pulled it, and Lucky Larry Silverstein says we pulled it, which just adds to it, like firefighters just walking around with a bunch of sticks of dynamite or whatever. They would have to have so much dynamite on it. And the thing that's 4 back in the nest, it shows, or 4 or 5 back in the nest, it shows, like I said, below it, what thermite actually does, and it doesn't do what the hell the building did, where it just fucking completely disappears in thin air. So, like, why didn't it just,
Greg says it would take 26 million pounds of thermite to detonate each building. 26 million pounds of thermite.
And you can put it all in Ziploc bags as powder.
So you got the EP, right? The Israeli students who had access to the building months prior. The EP, everyone knows the EP, right? The EP had access.
Yeah, there was the other thing. The Israeli students.
They don't have to thermite all over the building. They just have to put it in necessary places in order to create a.
Installing in the elevator shafts.
Exactly, yeah. So they had access. They had access. A lot of first responders reported bombs going off. A lot of first responders reported no planes being bombing the building. But even if it was a plane, okay, think about military technology. How hard would it have this plane being piloted? You got to think about the pilots that were allegedly the hijackers. First of all, the allegations of the hijackers that these people were trained in Florida in flight schools. These people were like CIA assets. So at the very end, is full of CIA
Pictures
assets.
we got there,
Like,
even with no
at the
discussions
very
and nothing.
at the very above, at the very best, there's CIA assets. And then you have the very first victim I put in the nest. His name is Daniel Levine. He's an Israeli ex-commando, ex-IDF, former founder of a fucking tech company, which is still
Occupying. His name's Daniel
Louis, whichever, but his company basically helped create the idea of hashing on the internet. They control early data of the internet. And this guy, the first victim, died in an attack on the plane. He just disappeared on the face of the earth in the attacks. And they say he was the very first victim of 9/11. And the IDF commando was special forces in the military. What are the odds of that? You couple that with Larry Silverstein. You couple that with the Israelis. You couple that with the girl who was interviewed saying, hey, this is what happens in Israel every day while she's smiling. You couple that with the fact that 9/11 directly benefited Israel. You couple that with the fact that we invaded countries that Israel was adversary with. We didn't invade Pakistan. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
Well,
But
I have
who benefited?
something really big. May I? Oh, I forgot.
Yeah. No, you're right.
This is really big. I forgot about this. I
I
read
think
this.
this is really dying things. PSYOPs, to be honest, because they want us to feel bad for them.
I read this on the internet once. Document this about 15 years ago. Truth might know. Here it is. I read the mastermind of 9/11, Mossad person. When he found out about it, was in Singapore with his son. When he heard when it was quote unquote successful, he had a bottle of red wine that he toasted with. Has anyone ever heard that?
Yes, I heard that.
I used to know his name, at least was pretty. He was a top Mossad guy. He and his son, allegedly were in Singapore at the time of 9/11 during the attack. When they heard it was successful, this Mossad agent, I wish I recall his name, ordered a bottle of red wine, made a toast, and his freaking son was there too. This is what I read. I'd like to hear any thoughts. That's it.
Please, I've never heard of it. I've read a lot about that. Everyone knows about Congressman spilled on September 10th announcing that there's been some.
Oh, yeah.
The very next day, power blew up on the hack financial scalping unit. Now think about this, right? If you were
Or the Pentagon.
yeah, like if you were out.
Yeah,
Right?
right.
Whether
That stuff.
now they say it was fucking Bin Laden. Bin Laden was a CIA asset. He wasn't even a real fucking person. Okay? The only reason that they captured Bin Laden in the raid of his compound was to put a cap on it and basically say, oh, look, problem solved. But in reality, Bin Laden is not a real fucking person. He's a boogeyman. Okay? You gotta look at the benefit from 9/11. Larry Silverstein is a merchant in this situation. He made a little bit of money, but he was the one that took the risk. He's the one that helped set it up. He's not the mastermind. Look at how Israel was founded. It was founded on terrorism. It was founded with the ear gun and the Lehigh. It was literally founded on terrorism. They were the originators of domestic terrorism. They created it. They were so bad that they frankly said, we're going to make it illegal because you're blowing up too many buildings. And then what did they do? They taught Europeans how to do this. Like it was a big part of the Irish Civil War with England. Like it didn't go away. It became an export. What happened? An act of domestic terrorism. And you can say what happened in 9/11 is very similar to what happened. It's very fucking similar. Look at the facts. None of it makes any sense. None of it. I mean, like, if you want to throw another conspiracy on top of it, you gotta go with the most likely thing. Like, you can say Project Bluebeam. That opens up for questions. I think the questions aren't even answered. thought they could get away with it. It doesn't really matter.
Oh man, Bush was in on it. But the thing about Bush that's so wild is what he was doing at the time. He was sitting in a fucking schoolroom reading a book to a bunch of black kids that says kite hit steel.
Yeah.
Kite
So there's
hit
a lot
steel,
of
and the kids are reciting it back to him. And it's that famous meme where there was the dude whispers in his ear, "Oh, something just hit the Twin Towers." As literally, you have kids reading off of their teachers having to read kite hit steel, and kite represents plane. So hit steel, like what the fuck? And then like the way it was talking about before.
He was in on it. On the New Jersey side, there were tripods set up all across the Hudson River.
That's footage. I mean,
The tripods. Yes.
circa 2006 didn't get that kind of footage.
Yes.
They get that footage in 2001. It's insane.
Nobody should have. Go right in the end. It was on its way in. No explosion. It was stopped.
What was going on with Building 7?
Oh, no.
We don't need aliens to say, like, hey, there was something fishy going on. We know what happened. It was the Israelis. So any kind of, like, concept that it was aliens, I'm sorry. The only good explanation of aliens for 9/11 is the fact that Israelis have access to technology that maybe we don't have access to.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's a discrepancy. It looks like a UFO with the thing that I threw out there. Like when you go, it's the one I'll throw back from the NASA bookmark it. And again, do your research yourself. You don't have to believe me and everything, but I've done this on recently. And I agree with you on everything. I agree. That's why like this 9/11 revisit. I'd love to try to get him on his faces. He responded to something like 10 minutes ago. I think he slapped something for like 10 minutes ago, and he does a good job. But like he does this whole, I think in his thing, it's like, oh, the Jews or whatever. It's like, no, obviously it fucking is. Yeah, I mean, our government was in it, the CIA was in it as well, but they fucking, like I said all the time, cui bono, they benefited the most by far. They got the whole quote-unquote war on terror after that, and then they got to wipe out Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld, got to wipe out $2.3 trillion worth of fucking money. And like Goyen was talking about before, Goyen United, my guy, wild, the day before the quote-unquote plane hit the Pentagon, which obviously did not, that's absolutely insane. That was obviously a missile. The day before they shut off the fucking surface to air missiles, the air defense, because they were known for routine maintenance.
So that's another thing too. Like it could have been a plane, it could have been a missile, and if it was a missile, with the archaic like Photoshop ability that we've had like since like the early '80s, it's very easy to go back and doctor up when they put it on TV. Like the delay of the footage that was on the news, they were able to have time to doctor up some footage. Like it wouldn't take that long for an art student, let alone an Israeli art student, to go on Photoshop in 2001. And again, the stuff that we have access to now, they probably had access to in the fucking 90s. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, look at
40, 50 years ahead.
Like, it's very obvious.
Yeah, dude, those are crazy. No, I agree, and I agree with everything you're saying. That's why I think, that's why, in my opinion, the only thing that is a psyop, and again, we'll never know what this one is. That's why I think they say the first one that died that day was a Jew or Israeli or whatever, because that gets more sympathy for them. Yeah, exactly. But it's also real quick, through third back in the nest, because that's what I was trying to explain before, and this is something I just looked at the other day. This kid actually just responded to 2 seconds ago to the 9/11 revisited guy just responded because the explosions going out the windows or whatever. Firefighters carry these things in the street truck called Scott packs, which are basically the pressurized things on your back, and that's what the explanation seems to be for all those windows that are blowing out before like the building takes on top of itself. Because again, there's like things inside the bathrooms or whatever. But real quick, when I read off the thing, it's only like one paragraph. It says this where it's just there's so much shit inside. Each tower had 110 floors, 1 acre each of office equipment, furniture, machinery, toilets, etc. Most of the contents of the towers were never found. So like that's what's absolutely insane. I don't know how the hell none of that it does. As you can see, the towers did not collapse in on themselves. They peeled open like bananas. That's what I was trying to explain earlier. I forgot the way that I explained it. They peeled open like bananas, which they did. They just fucking peeled open and disintegrated. So it wasn't a straight up why do we not see 3,000 porcelain toilets like it says, desks, computers, vending machines, doors, staircases, catering equipment, chairs, tables, filing cabinets, etc., scattered all over the place. And so there's that again. Like William said, smoking guns, that thing on the sides, still standing up that goes through. And the fact that 220 stories of steel just turned into a lobby with 2 stories full of steel.
And you want to look at
nowhere.
what happened to all this stuff, just looking at the offset right there. That's the same fucking strategy against these balls. Now, the idea of thermite, like Jesse Ventura, whatever, like thermite would be, the problem with that is it's so labor intensive, they would never have had access to be able to do all of that themselves.
Yes.
You can put different types of charges on major beams, major columns within the building. There's enough maintenance, enough access for entire floors were shut down for maintenance, which is a very common thing in those kinds of buildings. Like the entire floor at any given time we shut down for maintenance. So why is there no performance? If you ever crack the toilet, it turns to dust. Like if you take a sledgehammer to a toilet, it'll turn to dust. Let alone all that pressure and all that heat. But like you gotta zoom out. Like there's a lot of questions. What happened to the vending machines? That is like saying, hey, what happened to all the passports on the plane? How about this? How the fuck did the passports buy terrorists with a black box on that? It just doesn't make sense. There's no logical explanation for that. They found it was a perfectly intact passport for terrorists. And they said, case closed, here's a smoking gun. But there's no black box. The black boxes are engineered to be indestructible in the event of an attack. So it just doesn't make sense. And then you say, benefit. Iraq didn't benefit. Afghanistan didn't benefit. Who fucking made money on this? It's only people in the Middle East that had the money to protect. Like the Saudis made money. The Israelis made money. And the aristocrats in the United States made money. But it was not for the benefit of the public. It was not for the benefit of the youth that went to war. It was not for the benefit of the first responders. A great way to stabilize a country our own is to kill a bunch of strong men like first responders and set an example like this is what's going to happen if you don't comply. So whether George Bush was like submitting to it, donating, or it was like the pagers that exploded, like thank God we gave a pager to Donald Trump and said, hey, here you go, have this, put this on your phone, show. It's a threat. It's either a threat or a reminder, but either way, it's intimidation. So no matter which way you slice it, look at benefit, look at the tactics they'll go to any last resort.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because I guess they can be going on with benefits. Yeah, obviously Israel did. I fully agree. There's no doubt about it, obviously. That's why, like we both just said, them being the quote-unquote victims of the first person dying. And then the black box thing, it makes more sense now when they say that there wasn't planes. Like Church was talking about people tried to race to simulate it, and the plane couldn't have gone in at that mile per hour, and at that, without the tilt and shearing off and many other things. Never mind, it goes through the whole thing. But I get it. Again, people who believe me, you can go open the nest, bookmark those things, and do your own research on that thing, because that's what I did, and then I changed my opinion on it once I saw more stuff. I said, oh yeah, shit, this actually makes a lot more sense.
One thing I never thought.
And why won't anyone talk to this Judy Quinn? That's what's really wild. And she's literally asking so many people, like, hey, we have you on your podcast, like so many, like they'll have everybody else on besides her, the only one that has said where the fuck did the towers go? And they literally just disappeared.
Would you be willing to interview anyone?
Absolutely, yeah. Like,
We should just
sit her on.
What's the benefit?
I know, the only problem is this guy 9/11 revisited had this thing. He's got his. I don't know if he knows that the person knows, but I don't even know. I don't know how I get in contact with him. Like, absolutely, I'd love to.
I haven't also been to that as a one too, but so I have one last hypothesis I never thought about. Just talking out loud, thinking out loud. You gotta think about this, right? If I was going to infiltrate the World Trade Center and try to bomb it, which they already do, people like before, wait, before
points. Anyways, I'll set up a space for 9/11 while bringing some of the experts. I've already relitigated 9/11 to death many times over, so we'll do the proper M&A. But I do want to shut down the space. I've got like 1.5 hour past what I want to shut down. Anyway, I want to thank you, John, for hosting the space, along with all the speakers for the contributions. Thank you to the super chats as well. Appreciate it all, and definitely check out Mike Jeffries. Better understanding of the Epstein files, along with Mike Seward's sugar daddy, both to, of course, Mike Jeffries, Epstein himself, and to Howard Lutnick as well. He's a true financier.
I guess I'll
use those interest first.
One come by. We'll space up this evening. Maybe Gordon will come by. He said possibly. But thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All good. Anyway, guys, all the best. God bless, and you get some rest.